them just tossed in the container, or they bag the recycle with them.
Right.
And they shouldn't.
This is inside the blue lid container.
That's right, inside the blue lid containers.
Correct.
And they should be either taken back to the grocery store or tossed in the trash.
Very good. Do you see a lot of recycling inside the containers?
I do,
bags?
yes. I come across a lot of that.
Okay, we don't want to do that, so. Okay, so if you have any questions, you can always look at our website, www.northportflorida.gov/solid waste.
Welcome to the brand new Northport Podcast Network. We're so excited to introduce you to our revamped lineup of shows, created to keep you connected, informed, and inspired about everything happening in our city.
That's right. With 3 unique shows under one network, there's something for everyone.
First up is Northport Now. Madison and I will rotate hosting this fast-paced, news-driven podcast to bring you the latest city updates, event previews, and important information, all in one quick listen.
Think of it as your weekly guide to staying in the know about what's happening in Northport.
Next, we have Northport Stories. Laura and I will share heartfelt and inspiring tales from around our community, stories that showcase the people, places, and moments that make our city special.
And don't worry, Voices of Northport isn't going anywhere. I'll continue bringing you even more personal stories and interviews with residents who shaped our city.
And last but not least, Northport Living. Cody and I will also rotate hosting this show, which is all about tips, events, and lifestyle ideas to help you make the most of life right here in Northport.
Whether you're looking for family-friendly activities, ways to get involved, or helpful home and garden tips, Northport Living has you covered.
With breaking news, heartfelt stories, or practical tips, the Northport Podcast Network is your go-to source for all things Northport.
Make sure to subscribe to the Northport Podcast Network wherever you listen, and join us as we celebrate and connect with our amazing community.
Northport Now will be released bi-weekly.
Northport Stories and Living will be monthly.
A schedule will be available on social media and our website.
Hello everyone, Devon Poulos here, Aquatics Manager. Welcome to my crib. We have fun here at the crib, programs included. Become a past member, play all year long. Here at the crib, we do have rules. We take all payments here at the crib, Apple Pay, MasterCard, Visa, cash. You pay right here to enjoy the crib. So enter through the gate, child-proof, most adult-proof. Shade. What's that? Our newly installed sunshade available for rent all season long. Here at my crib, you don't have to worry about a place to find a seat. We've added more chairs than ever here at the crib. You're coming to enjoy the cribs and you got little ones, we got the perfect area for them, our Pelican Playground. Newly painted, fresh floor, fresh palm tree, it's looking clean. Looking for a place to work your upper body? Take a shot here at our Stingray Shuffle. Looking to relax? I got you covered here with our Lazy River. Living more on the adventurous side? Check out the slides right behind me. Newly painted, all offer something individual and unique. Check it out. Check out the main pool, kept at a wonderful 84 degrees all year long. I just want you to have a good time. We have safety covered. Lifeguards here, staff, all day, every day when we're open for you to enjoy. Concession is open. Pizza, pretzels, nachos, ice cream, we got it all. My crib is your crib. Looking forward to seeing you here.
Boogie to Devon.
Duty calls.
I'm Stacy Alosio. I am I'm the Emergency Management Coordinator for the City of Northport, and I'm going to be talking about having an evacuation plan. It's important to have an evacuation plan ahead of time, and it's very important to write it down because that way you can have it somewhere present where everybody in your family can see it and keep it fresh in their minds. And you want to also share it with people in your family or your neighbors so that they know what your plans are ahead of time and how to get a hold of you or where to look for you after a disaster. For your evacuation plans, you should have multiple routes to get to the location you're planning to go to, just because traffic-wise, traffic on 75 might be gridlocked. There could be some very good back roads to get to where you're going that could get you there more quickly without being stuck in traffic. When you're making an evacuation plan, we usually tell you 4 different things. You should stay home if you are not in a zone that's being evacuated, and if your home is built to withstand the forecasted storm. If you can't stay home and you evacuate, your next option should be to go to a friend or family's home that is outside of the evacuation area and is structurally sound to withstand the storm. Third option would be go to a hotel. They're much more comfortable than our evacuation centers. Fourth option would be to go to one of our evacuation centers. Sarasota County has 12 evacuation centers. Those can be found on their website.
I'm Stacy Losio. I'm the emergency manager for the City of Northport, and I'm going to discuss first responders after the storm. So it may take a while for first responders to get to after the storm, and that's due to a variety of reasons. One being, we pull first responders off the roads when tropical storm force winds are sustained for their safety. That is a standard usually across the state and other states that have hurricanes as well. So we will have a backlog of calls that have come in during the storm that we will prioritize based on urgency, and they'll be responding to those, as well as the calls that are currently coming in if they're urgent as well. Also, the roads might be flooded, there might be debris in the roads. Our tactical first-in teams will be going out right away to clear the roads of any hazards so that our vehicles can get through and respond as quickly as possible. Just keep that in mind when you call after a disaster for assistance. We are coming. You are very important to us. We care about our residents and their safety, but it may just take a while for us to get to you depending on the conditions of the roads.
Hello everyone, my name is Mario Venditti. I am the planner scheduler for the City of Northport Solid Waste. I got into this position, first I was a recycle driver for 5 years for the City of Northport, and then I became the planner scheduler after taking an interest in educating the residents on how to recycle properly. In my position, my day-to-day, usually I start out by visiting the new residents that schedule garbage and recycle containers to be delivered, and I will go see them and educate them on our solid waste guidelines. More or less, I'm more focused on the recycle part of it. After that, I will drive around the city and I actually inspect recycle containers manually for contamination. And then I will take calls from drivers if there's any issues with repeat garbage in the recycle, and I will go educate those people as well. What I love most about the City of Northport is their residents are from all over the world, and I get to learn about the solid waste guidelines, where they come from, as well as educate them on the City of Northport solid waste guidelines and how to recycle properly.
I decided to become a firefighter. I used to work in hospitality and group sales, and I had always had friends that were firefighters, and I decided one day that I wanted to change.
Good morning, everybody. Today is Friday, August 29th, 2025. It is 8:05 a.m. We're in City Chambers. I call the City Commission special meeting to order. Commissioners present, Commissioner Duval, Commissioner Langdon, Mayor Stokes, Vice Mayor Emmerich, and Commissioner Petrov. There's a quorum present for the meeting. Also present is City Manager Fletcher, Interim City Attorney Golan, City Clerk Faust, Board Specialist Linder, and who do we have back there? I guess
Deputy Fussell.
Yeah, Deputy Chief Lane, Captain Fussell, and do we have anybody from Fire Rescue?
That would be Deputy Lane.
Oh, Deputy Chief, okay. And let's see who we're gonna have. Who? Yeah, Doug, you wanna lead us? Pledge, please.
Get our money's worth.
Pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Righty. All right, looking for a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we've got a motion by the Vice Mayor, seconded by Commissioner Langdon, to approve the agenda. We're going to vote by mail or by voice. By mail, please mail them all in. Commissioner Petrov. Vice Mayor?
Yes.
I'm a yes.
I'm a yes.
Yes.
Yes is 5-0. City Clerk, we have any public comments?
Yes, Valdi Oleander. Commissioners, please ask these questions to want to be city attorney. 1, can commissioners amend Florida Constitution? 2, so why are they doing all the time? 3, what is the difference between an assault versus a battery? And that's all, Mayor.
Well, thank you very much. Moving on to general business. 25-2647. City managers, this is your item to introduce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This item is interview preparation, item 25-2647. We have Mr. Doug Thomas here from SDR, who is our recruiter for our city attorney position. At this time, we will be discussing the interview process ahead of you as a board interviewing the candidates shortly thereafter. I'll now turn it over to Mr. Thomas. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. And I don't know if the mics are on or not down here, so I don't know if I'm being picked up.
Is it red?
No, there's nothing.
Push the button and it'll turn red.
Oh, okay. All right, now it's on. Gotcha. I just want to make sure you picked it. Thank you. Appreciate it, Julie. Okay, great. Well, good morning, everyone. Appreciate everyone's attendance today that really brings to culmination of a fairly lengthy process we started almost a year ago, it seems like, when we originally were asked to assist you in trying to recruit for the position of city attorney after Amber had moved on to an opportunity down in Texas. I know we started and then we were kind of in a stop mode because of the dynamic associated with your charter amendments involving residency for both this position and the city clerk. But then we kick-started again after the results of that election took place in May. So a little bit longer than usual for our process, but nonetheless, we're here today to bring this to a close. Just for the benefit of those that may be watching or for the benefit of the record, this process involved an extensive outreach by SDR through outreaches of people that we know that have been in city attorney positions, city or county positions here in the state of Florida. The city authorized us to place ads in a variety of state and national and regional publications. Above and beyond that, reached out to all the folks that were board certified in state and local government here in the state of Florida and a variety of other folks through the Florida Bar. That brought a pool of candidates that you had reviewed, which were narrowed down to originally 5 candidates who were going to be considered as finalists for interviews yesterday and today. One of those candidates, as is often the case, they're involved in multiple searches. One of the candidates did, in fact, receive another offer and decided to withdraw from the Northport position. So that brought us down to 4. And then one of the other candidates had a concern, although he was certainly aware of the residency requirement. His spouse worked in a different part of the state, and he was looking at this position and the commute. They tried it multiple times, different traffic patterns, and at the end, it just was not going to be a good fit in terms of his family situation. So unfortunately, he also withdrew from consideration. So that left you with the 3 finalists that we interviewed yesterday and will be interviewing today as well. For the benefit of those who may be watching, the candidates went through a fairly detailed process to get to this stage. Beyond applying through a cover letter and a resume, they were also involved in putting responses to a fairly detailed questionnaire of 23, 25 questions, somewhere in that area, about their background, skill sets, interests, anything that might be of concern to you as a future employer. They also participated in pre-recorded video interviews. Those were subsequently reviewed by the commission as part of this effort to get us to the finalists. From that point, the work didn't stop. They were asked to prepare what we call a first-year game plan, which is a written exercise about if they were selected as your next city manager, how would they approach the position in the first 30, 60, 90, 180 days in the balance of the year. Because of the nature of this position, also involving presentations and public forums, not only here in the commission chambers, but potentially on other matters that might take place in the community. Many times our clients, such as you, have asked the candidates to prepare what we call a short presentation, kind of a TED Talk, if you will. It's intended to be 10 minutes or less. And the topic is really on challenges and opportunities. If they're selected, what do they see as the biggest issues and challenges that they would likely be facing as your next manager? Because I have worked with you all and with your staff over the years at a variety of governance and team building exercises, you've all used the IOPT model. So since we had profiles on everyone, we also asked the candidates to participate on that so you could see kind of how their information processing style meshed with yours as individuals and as groups. We did that also with the interview panels that took place yesterday because we had data on all those folks as well. So that was another piece of the pie. Yesterday involved a fairly busy day for the candidates. They were each going through a round-robin 30-minute process with you on one-on-ones. Following that, they had an opportunity to break bread and have lunch with your senior staff that were going to be involved in the interviews yesterday. From there, panelists were involved. We had 2 different panels. One was the city manager's office, city HR director, and your city clerk was in one panel, and the other panel were the staff staff that works in the city attorney's office as well. And then last night, the city held a meet and greet to allow some of the other department heads who were not necessarily involved in the process to engage with the candidates, as well as a variety of your citizens that came as well. So that actually went through almost 8 o'clock last night. So you had a relatively small number, but hopefully the people will enjoy getting a chance to meet these folks. Above and beyond that, we have done background checks, reference checks on the candidates. All of that material has been provided to the city as well. And today is the opportunity for each of them, as prescribed under the Florida Sunshine Open Meetings Act laws, if you will. You have, as a body, you have to conduct these meetings in public. So today is an opportunity to have each of the candidates meet with you as a governing body and go through a process of an interview. What I'm going to suggest we do, I have proposed interview questions to all of you and asked you all to do a little bit of homework last night to circle the top 15 or 20 or so questions that you would be interested in asking these candidates. What I'll do is I'm going to quickly go through those, get a sense of which one, how many of you picked question number 1, question number 2, things like that. Well, that'll get us to a priority question list. The goal is probably about 15 or so questions that you're likely to be able to ask these candidates in each of the sessions, which are scheduled for 90 minutes. That is structured in kind of a 60 minutes for a traditional interview, 10 minutes for the challenges and opportunities PowerPoint, and that gives 20 minutes for the candidate to also ask some questions of you collectively as a body beyond the give and take that take place in this effort. From a format standpoint, we'll get to the questions here shortly. What I suggest that you do is I'll bring each of the candidates in at their allotted time, just introduce them, have a chance. I appreciate, Mayor, if you would just welcome them, thank them for going through the process, and perhaps just give them a chance to kind of settle into the room, if you will. Often an introductory question of, hey, you've been in town for 24 hours now. Tell us about your thoughts, impressions, interests, the fact you're still here. That's a good sign. You're still interested in the opportunity after being exposed to everything that we gave through yesterday. Then from there, I suggest most of my clients move directly into the PowerPoint, because sometimes you'll have a question that you might want to ask that is in the PowerPoint, and so they're in a debate. Do I talk about it now? Do I talk about it later? How do you want to do it? And so my suggestion is after they get settled in, I suspect I've told all the candidates that there's a podium off to the left. I suspect they'll go over and just navigate from the podium for the PowerPoint, and you'll be able to see it and go through that. I'm going to ask you not to ask any questions during their PowerPoint. It's intended to be a timed exercise of 10 minutes or less, so if you start asking questions, it throws everything off. So as I said, if you've ever watched a TED Talk, most people can get to a very concise point in 10 minutes or less in the points that they're trying to address. So I've asked them all to do that. I will keep track of that. I'm not going to give a red light or anything of that nature, but many times councils and commissions will ask, how did they do on the timing and things of that nature. So I'll be able to regroup at the end of the day on how that goes from there. After that, when they're done with their PowerPoint, I would encourage you to ask any questions or have any comments on what they've just provided, because that's the one piece you haven't seen. We've given them up through yesterday to complete that work, so we didn't have that ahead of time in your background packets. So there may be some questions about what they had to say. Feel free to use that time to engage in that process. When they're done, they can come back over here, sit down, and then from there, we're going to go through questions and try to get you somewhere around 15 or so questions that you can work through. So what I'm going to suggest we do, I'm just going to quickly go through the number of questions. I'll just say how many picked question number 1, how many picked question number 2, that sort of thing, just by a show of hands. That'll give me a sense of where you're all at. After we've done that, what I'll try to do is I'll get a count of those questions where there were 3 or more of you had selected. That gives me a sense that those are interest to you as a majority. We'll get a sense of how many questions that is. If we have more than 20, then we'll start prioritizing from that. But also, you've had a chance to engage with all these candidates and you've seen their background. There may be different questions that you might want to ask all of these candidates. So after we get a sense of where we are as a group, let's talk through any additional questions you might want to ask, and then we'll try to figure out how that fits into the 15 or so questions we'd like to ask all the candidates. And then lastly, there is also the possibility that based upon each candidate's background or their experience or your engagement with them yesterday, you may very well have a question that might be unique to candidate A versus candidate B or candidate C. So what I want to do is work with you to make sure the wording of any of those types of questions meet the sniff test, if you will, in terms of appropriateness and things that you can ask or can't ask necessarily in an interview. So I'll stop there for a second. Does that all make some sense to you in terms of the process?
That it does.
Okay, all right. Why don't we just go quickly? I'll go through the questions that I've got together, and I'll just say if you just raise your hand if it's a question that you wanted to ask, and then I'll just do a tally and give me a second to tally them all up and figure out where we are on a list. So question number 1. How many had those? 1? Okay.
Oh, hang on one second. I'm remedial.
Got to find the questions. Okay.
Are we starting with John?
Yeah, well, the question
Well, yeah,
is the same.
yeah. What I'm going to do is go through the questions. If you circle them as one of your questions, just raise your hand, and that'll give me a sense of where you're at as a group. Okay. All right. So question number 1, 2. Okay. Number 2. Number 3.
3. Yes.
2. Okay. Number 4. Number 5. 6. 2. 7.
Yes.
Just 3, okay. 8. 9. 10. 11. 12. 2.
Well, that was for 11.
Oh, that was for 11? I'm sorry. Okay, all right, go back. All right, sorry, I'm quick on the draw here. Number 12, let's read that. That's 1, okay. 13. 14.
Yes.
1, 2, 3, 4. 15. 16. 17. 18. 19. 20. 21. 22. 23, 24, 1, 2, 3, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 1, 2, 3, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59. Oh, 58's two. Okay, gotcha. I'm sorry. 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64. We're getting close, guys. 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, and 91. Okay, all right, give me 1 second to do a quick tally here. Okay, all right, so you got, out of all those questions where people responded, we have 10 questions so far that received 3 or more votes, okay? So those numbers are, I assume that the group will want to ask these. We'll work through process here shortly. So those, if you might want to circle these, those are going to be question number 14.
Hang on.
Okay.
Okay.
All set, Commissioner?
Yep.
Okay, all right, question number 14, number 21, number 24, number 33, number 35, 37, I'm sorry, there's 11, 39, I missed that before. 47, 52, 56, 74, 'em. And then I'm going to include, although only 2 of you ask it at the end, any questions they may want to work. So that would be question number 90 as a closing question to the candidate to allow them to ask you some questions. So I believe, if my count is right, that'll give us 12 questions, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yes, I count 12 questions out of that group. All right. We had, oh, I'm sorry. Yep.
No, I got 10 of them out of 12.
Okay, oh, there you go, okay. All right, so before I go back to talk about maybe some that had 2 votes and figure out if you wanted to throw a few more into these questions, were there any questions out of that list that I gave you that maybe I didn't think of that you might want to ask as a group? I'll take any of those from you and we can try to talk through that and figure out if we're going to add some of those, one or more of those questions as well.
What do you think? Anybody have anything? These are pretty good. Yeah, and you covered the gamut pretty
You think
good.
we're good there? Okay, all right. All right, so you probably got 3 more questions that, now, and when I say around 15 questions, that will include give and take of the questions you got, follow up. That generally speaking, the flow of the interview will accommodate around 15 or so questions. So are there any, we had a bunch of questions that had 2 votes, so you're just 1 short. So let me ask you individually, and then we can talk through them collectively. Are there any questions that we did not prioritize with 3 or more votes that you really feel strongly that you want to ask these candidates?
Well, I had some of the same questions for all 3 candidates, but then I had different questions based upon areas that I wanted to probe into a little bit more.
That might be different for each candidate? Is that what you're saying?
Exactly.
Okay, gotcha.
So I would suggest we just go through another profile, do the same kind of exercise, and see if any other additional questions emerge. That would be my suggestion.
When you say do a profile, I'm not sure I follow where you're
Go
at.
through the same kind of process.
Oh, the ones that got 2 votes and try to figure it out? And
Well, I would just say, I went through 1 question set for 1 candidate. There were 2 other candidates, and I had different questions. for
Okay, so they would
some
be
of them.
unique to each candidate then?
Correct.
What you're saying? Okay, all right. Well, let's talk through that then. Let's just say, all right, let's just say.
Well, I didn't approach it that way, so I didn't say, okay, these are the questions. The same
I see what you're saying. Okay.
Yeah, I just sort of went through each individually based upon my one-on-one experience.
Okay, gotcha.
I did the same for all.
You did the same thing. All right, so is it safe to say each of you have some questions that would be very unique to each candidate you would like to explore? Probably everyone has 1 or 2 of those?
I would.
Is that a fair statement? Yes, no? And it's not okay if you don't. I mean, my goal here is, I try to get with 5 of you, 15 questions. Each of you will get probably 3 questions, and we'll figure out what that looks like going through the numbers. Right. But so why don't we do this then? Let's just take, if you're prepared, Commissioner Langdon, if you would like to just, if there are questions you have for particular candidates that you think that you would like to identify?
I'll just go quickly through my next profile.
Sure, yeah, let's do it that way. So they're questions that are already worded here, what you're saying. They're not, okay, if that's the case, I'm all right with that because these will pass the sniff test. It was more of, there was a, hey, I've got a question about, I just want to make sure it's worded in an appropriate way so that we're not going to run afoul of anything. So if you've got questions that are unique to the candidates that are part of that 90+ questions I gave you, I'm okay with if you want to just do a follow-up on those with candidate by candidate.
Again, I didn't go back to sort of double check. I'm happy to quickly go through my questions for the next candidate.
Okay.
And it may help with some of the 2 votes, I don't know. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, I did the same as you.
Right.
Okay.
So why don't we quickly?
So are you on Michael?
Well, yeah, let's just start with Michael, since he's your first candidate. Let's figure out what those questions
I'll
are.
go quickly through mine, and then you go quickly through yours.
Sure, okay.
I had 1.
Number 1, okay.
7.
I'm sorry, 1, 6,
7.
7.
11.
11.
15.
15.
18.
I had 18 too.
15, 18.
22. 28.
22. 28.
33. 34.
33. 34. Okay.
36. 44. 46. 49. 52, 53.
I had 52.
59, 62.
62?
Yep. 65,
I had that.
69, and 70.
9, 70. Okay, all right.
And 78.
78, all right.
Right.
All right, so we're looking, all right. So Commissioner Duvall, do you want to give me your numbers?
Okay. 3, 13, 14, 18, 23.
I'm sorry, 3, 14, 18 was your next one?
Yes.
Okay.
23, 31, 33, 37, 39, 52, 56, 58, 65, 68, 81, 87.
Okay, all right. Did anyone else have any particular questions for Michael that weren't there? Okay, so let's see if we can balance out some numbers here then, because a couple of these have already been selected as questions to all. So 14's been selected. All right, so those that both agreed were question 18, 33, but that's already been selected. But that's already been selected. And 65. Okay, so what I would suggest as it relates to Michael then, that you might want to add question number 18 and question number 38. The other ones where you had 2 were already asked as part of the bigger, and I'm sorry, and 65. Okay? So that'll get you to 15 questions with Michael Fuino, okay? All right.
I'm sorry, can you repeat those that we're adding?
Sure, absolutely, yeah. All right, go back, all right. I'm sorry, 18's already been asked. Let's see. Let me ask. Question number 33. Nope, that's been asked too, sorry. That's part of your group total. Yeah. Number 52, you're going to add, Michael?
I already had 52.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, you're right. No, 52, you're right. That's a group question. 65?
18 and 38 were the ones you were adding, and 65.
18, 38, and 65, right?
Yes.
Right, 18,
38,
and 65.
Those are the 3.
Yep.
18, 38, and 65. Okay, good.
8, 65. Okay, all right. Let's take your second candidate then, which is John.
I did John already.
So did you have additional questions for John? Anybody have the same sort of process?
So I gave you my questions for John and Michael.
First one.
I'm sorry, in the first round?
Yes.
Okay.
And in the second round, I gave you Michael.
Me too.
And so Regina, for me,
Regina is the last one.
Okay, all right, gotcha. All right, so you already covered that. Okay, so let's go through Regina then. Okay, all right.
You want to start this one?
Sure, hang on, let me get organized here at my end then. Okay. Either one of you.
3,
Let's see, so
7,
Hang on here. 3,
I gotta sit next to
3, 7,
12,
12.
14,
Okay, 14 we're already asking, okay.
Yeah.
18,
Already asking that, okay.
31, 37,
31, 30,
44,
I had that one
37 we're
also.
already asking, all right, 40, sorry, 44?
I had also.
30, let's see, 31, and 37,
31,
44,
sorry, 31, 37,
I had
44, I'm with you to 44, okay.
I had
Next one.
44 also.
46,
46,
52,
Commissioner Duval, is your microphone on?
what's that?
Your
Your
mic on?
microphone.
Sorry about that.
okay, 52 is a question, already has been prioritized, we're good there. What's the next one?
52, 65,
I had that one also.
68,
68,
70,
I had that also.
70,
82,
I had that also.
82, okay,
and 90.
and 90, which has already been asked, okay, all right. All right, Commissioner, I was trying to, in order to keep tabs here, because I want to make sure I've captured everybody that you got. Can you walk me through your additional questions then, that you've selected for
Sure,
Regina?
Regina, sure. 1,
1,
6,
1, 6,
10,
10,
13,
13,
15,
15,
18,
18. 18's already asked, okay, I'm sorry, what?
18 and 21,
21, both of those are already prioritized, okay.
23,
23,
33,
33 is a prioritized question, okay.
44,
4, okay.
51,
1,
61,
61,
65,
65, that's prioritized, okay.
70,
70, okay.
78,
78, okay.
82,
2, okay.
and 87.
And what was the last one?
87.
87. Okay, gotcha. All right, let me go back and figure out which one. There were a couple in there that both of you had selected, so.
Yeah, the two of them selected 44, 70, and 82.
All right, 44, all right. Sorry, Pete, what were the other two?
70 and 82, and they both picked 65, but that's
Yeah,
already
both
been
at 70 and
prioritized.
82, okay. 70. Yep.
Second one, Pete.
And 82.
70, 44, 70, and 82.
82, okay. All right, so, so we're going to add those three questions to those two candidates then, as part of the mix. So as you've got them circled, you know, make sure that you circled those as well.
82.
82, right. So for Michael, the additional, beyond the prioritized questions we've already identified are question 18, 38, and 65. And for Regina, question 44, 70, and 82. Okay? So what I'd suggest you do...
Nothing else for John?
Pardon?
Nothing extra for John?
Does not sound to be that way. I'll offer that again. If there was any extra questions that the group wanted to ask John beyond what had been identified, my sense is that you'll fill the time. It'll be okay.
And again, for clarity, the questions we've identified, we'll ask everybody.
Yes, the first round of questions, what I call the prioritized questions, you're going to ask everyone. And then you've got 3 additional questions for 2 of your candidates that you would just work your way through.
Why don't we just add them all together and do them all the same?
That's
I think
entirely.
that would be easier.
That's
Well,
what I was going to
the
suggest.
all right, so the question is, the problem is, the 3 questions for Michael and the 3 questions for Regina are not identical questions. So you've got 6 questions now you're looking to add, if you do that
Well, it
fast.
gives us 18. You said between 15 and 20. If we had 12 prioritized and we're adding 6, that's 18.
Okay, my instincts are, I'm okay with that, to give it a shot. My instincts are you won't get through all of those with everyone. That was just, I've done this enough to know, every candidate will present themselves a little differently, but it's unlikely you're gonna get that many questions in the allotted window you've got coupled
Well,
with.
we'll just cut Barb's questions.
I'm gonna let the commission wrangle that one out themselves and figure that approach out, so,
I guess my
yes, I'm sorry,
concern-
yes.
I guess let's tailor each group of questions to each specific candidates. The group of 3 questions.
Yes, so in other words,
I think it would be more feasible because we're not going to get through all of them.
Yeah, as I said, I think you'll get through typically around 15 questions will work for most times. I can't swear to it, but generally speaking, it'll work. But if you're going to add 6 questions to those 15, you're at 21. There's no way you're going to. There's no way you'll get through 21 questions. So I would suggest you go ahead, just ask your standard questions, and then if you had particular questions identified for the other candidates, to take that time to do it.
So we'll do your way, Bob.
So, and what I would suggest happening on this, so now you have all the questions circled for each of the candidates. After the candidate sits down, then just start at one end of the table and just work your way through the questions and go through that process as well. I will let the candidates know that there's between 15 to 18 questions, or I'm sorry, 10 to 15, or 15 questions that they'll be asking, but there'll be 15 to 18 questions that'll be asked, so they all kind of can pace their responses appropriately. Okay?
They got 90 minutes.
Yeah. So as I said, we'll come in. I'll introduce the candidate, welcome them, give them a chance to make any first reactions, impressions about their first day here in Northport. Continued interest for the position. Then go over to the PowerPoint. At the conclusion of the PowerPoint, he'll come back here after whatever questions you may have on the PowerPoint, and then start through your interview process from there. What I'll do, I'll play clock keeper on this one. So we're scheduled for 90 minutes. So at about 30 minutes in or so, I'll say probably 45 minutes in. Well, I'll say 30 minutes. I'll give everybody a heads up. We're 30 minutes in the session. I'll do the same at 45, so everybody knows we're halfway through it. And then when you get to the last 15 minutes, if we're still involved in this, I'll say, this probably is going to be your last question in order to allow the candidate to provide questions to you as a body as well. So you don't have to worry about managing the clock. I'll do that for you as well. Okay? Questions about the process, about any of the material we've given you, media searches, reference checks, anything that you've got?
How do you want to handle the questions they might have of commission? You want them to target those questions specific to commissioner, or voice the question and each of us answer it? How typically does that work?
Sure, that's a great question, Mayor. Most of the time they'll ask a question. They rarely will direct it, unless they're responding to a question that one of you would ask as a follow-up. Most of the time they'll ask a question to you as a body. I feel free to, if anybody wants to manage that as you would a normal process. Okay. If you've got something to say, feel free to say it. If you want, any of the colleagues want to add to that or to say, hey, I agree with that, that's okay as well. Rarely will they ask a question directly to an individual commissioner. I can't say it would never happen, but my instincts are probably 95% of the time it wouldn't be that way.
Sounds good.
Make sense?
All right.
Okay.
Anybody have anything else, or we're good?
I got a question for Doug. You got, starting out, you got time sensitive for 9 a.m. and we're starting, I believe, with Michael. After that, because we're going to be here for 90 minutes with one individual, there's no time certains on the other two to where we can break in between the two.
Right.
Correct?
That's true, Commissioner. So we schedule. My experience is 60 minutes is too short, 2 hours is too long. 90 minutes feels right. Not all candidates will take all 90 minutes.
No, I understand that.
So
but I'm just saying for us to take health breaks in
Yes.
between candidates, because I don't want to go 3 hours.
Oh, no. I built
Because I don't
in
want to stop a candidate in the middle of their presentation.
No, by any means. So I, at the end of the day, I mean, this is your time to engage with the candidates. If they go a little longer, they take a little less, that's fine. I will manage the other candidates. I'll keep them in touch if we're running ahead of schedule or behind schedule. But at the end of the session, we've always built whatever that interview is completed, we've built in a 15-minute break just to go use a restroom, get a drink, coffee, whatever you need to do.
15 minutes between each candidate.
Yeah, just to get yourself settled in for the next candidate. Yeah, so I would never want to put you back to back. I want you to be comfortable and fresh as much as the candidates are.
Oh, absolutely.
Yep.
That's all I wanted to get clear up here as a game plan.
And for me, I'm sorry if I missed this, I've cotton battened brain. Who's asking the questions?
I would encourage each of you to ask, just
go
take
round robin?
after the mayor has
I'll just
welcomed the
rotate
candidate
us around,
here,
and we'll
then you either start at one end of the dais or the other, or if you want to start and go back. I find it easier to just go back, just go one to the other or the next. And
I can even highlight the questions that we all had, like on the first round, and say, all right.
That's not how I annotated things, so I just added to my first set of questions, those we added based on our input on the second and third set of questions. So I integrated them all into one.
Right, and what you can do is for Michael, those were the extra questions for Michael, was 18, 38, and 65, if you just want to put an M next to it.
Yeah, that's what I did.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then with Regina, you had 44, 70, and 82 as extra questions for Regina.
Thank goodness for you, Vice Mayor.
Yeah.
My wife says that daily. No, I'm just kidding.
So, to Commissioner's Langdon's point, so let's say you've completed your prioritized, with the exception of asking the question, any questions for you, because that should be the last question you ask for the candidate. So when you've completed your questions for Michael, for an example, wherever that may be in your list, the next person up would ask question 18, then the next person would ask question 38. And that way you're not having to ask 3 questions. It'll just work its way through you as a body. And the same sort of process with Regina.
Okay.
There. And as I say, I don't want you to feel constrained. If you do not feel that you got the answer or you didn't get enough detail or granular information out of response, feel free to say, could you elaborate more? I'm not quite sure I follow. This is your time to engage with them to beyond what you had yesterday to make sure that you fully understand where they may be coming from, because this is obviously a direct hire of your body and you want to make sure you know everything you can about these individuals. So I don't want you to feel so constrained you can't ask follow-up questions or anything like that, okay?
Sounds good.
So at the end of the day, we haven't really talked about this yet or not. At the end of the day, I have different bodies. This is a long process, a long day, a long 2 days for candidates and a long 2 days for you as well. I'm more than glad I'll come back and we can facilitate a conversation about your thoughts on the candidates, any questions, any follow-up information you may have, things of that nature. Sometimes bodies are ready to make an action to say, we would like to identify, do we have consensus and direction on a candidate? So we can talk through those candidates if that's what your desire is today. Sometimes we do that and reach a conclusion and identify a particular candidate that you would like to engage in a negotiation with as your possible successor. I also have worked with public bodies where you're just fried at the end of the day and you just want to have a chance to kind of process that information. So I'll be with you today through the day. At the end, if you have that conversation and you want to take the weekend, I know it's a holiday weekend, and you want to regroup, that's an option that is sometimes available. I can figure out how to Zoom in for a subsequent meeting if you wanted to regroup. I don't know when is your next regularly scheduled meeting, out of curiosity?
September 9th.
September 9th, so it'd be a week out. I would encourage, if ultimately you don't make a decision today and you want to take some time to think through that, let's talk about potentially setting a special meeting where you can do it. I hate to wait a week with candidates because they may have other activities. So I don't want to prejudge that. I just want to plant that seed. I don't want you to feel forced if you're not prepared to make the decision today. If you are, we'll work through that process accordingly, and we'll talk about what that next steps look like at that stage.
Okay.
How does anybody feel about that?
That's
You
fine,
think
as long as she gets rid of her cotton swab brain.
Yeah.
I know, I'm just
You figure we can hash it all out today?
We'll find out at the end. Absolutely, I think we can get to a goal.
I just didn't want you to feel forced that if you weren't ready. This is a big decision for you to make, so we're here to help you work through that, okay?
Sounds good.
All right. That's all I had for now. If you want to finish up breaking bread for breakfast, to get a cup of coffee, use the restroom, whatever the case would be. I know Michael was going to be here a little earlier, but I know we've scheduled the time at 9:15, so I don't think you probably want to start that first.
9:15 or 9?
9:15.
I think it was 9:15, wasn't it? I think we were for 8 to 9 with you and 9. Heather, do you have it at 9:15? I have it at 9:15 on my schedule.
I got time served for 9 AM on the agenda.
9 a.m.
Oh, I'm sorry. All right, that was different than what I had on my schedule. Okay, that's fine. We're going to take you 10 minutes now.
Yeah,
Get a break, and
let's
then
take
we'll come
a
back.
quick 10.
All right.
And then we'll jump into it.
Yes.
Session, everybody. All right. Great. Okay. First up, next agenda, 25-2648. Mr. Thomas, I'll let you introduce the first candidate.
Great, thank you, Mayor, appreciate that. And thanks for your time this morning to get prepared for what I know is a long day for you as well as the candidates. But today we'll be scheduled for 3 90-minute sessions, 90 minutes with each of your 3 finalists for the position of city manager, or excuse me, city attorney. Sorry, Jerome, I'm not trying to replace you along the line. So your first candidate is Michael Fuino. You've had a chance to meet with him yesterday during your one-on-ones. Mayor, I have briefed him about the process. So if you would like to ask him any opening reactions and impression, I'm always pleased when my candidates show up on the second day of an interview that they're still interested in the opportunity. So that's a good sign. But you're welcome to open up and welcome him to the community officially, and then any comments he may have before he moves into the PowerPoint presentation. Just remind the commissioners that's expected to be a timed exercise, so please do not ask any questions while he's doing the PowerPoint, but certainly after that you're welcome to any questions from there, and then he'll go over and join at the table and then go through your normal interview process from there. Okay?
Thank you, sir.
Michael, best of luck.
Michael,
Good luck to you.
welcome.
Thanks, Doug.
Welcome. Mr. Fuino, you can do your introduction, your presentation, and then we'll move through this process, but welcome. We appreciate you being here.
Well, thank you. Good morning, Mayor, Commission members. Michael Fuino, City Attorney candidate. Just for opening purposes, I'm a Senior Assistant City Attorney in the City of Clearwater. I've held the job for about 7.5 years now. Before that, I spent 8 years in private practice. I'm the Chief Litigator for the City of Clearwater. I also have a lot of experience in land use, development, and economic opportunity stuff. So with that, I'll get right into the presentation so we can move this along. All right. Northport Challenges and Opportunities by Michael Fuino, City Attorney candidate. 65 years ago, Northport was home to 21 residents. In 2010, census said that the population had grown to 55,000. 2020, you were at 75,000, and today you're at almost 95,000, which is the second fastest growing city in the country. You also have 104 square miles of landmass, making you one of the biggest municipalities in the state. You know, built up about 48%, which means that overall expected population growth 250,000 at max build out. So the top challenge and opportunity that I see from the city is growth management. And subsumed in that are 3 issues. The first issue is affordable housing. So all these people, where are they going to live? Well, for better or for worse, the state's answer to the affordability crisis, which engulfs, it's not just Northport, it's not just Sarasota County, it's not just Florida, it's across the country, is the Live Local Act. It was passed in 2023, amended in 2024 and 2025. There was pretty expansive amendments last legislative session, including the authorization but not requirement for allowing affordable housing on land zoned for religious institutions, prohibition against density transfers or amendments to development regional impact. There's prohibition from requiring more than 10% of the total square footage of mixed-use projects to be used for non-residential purposes, which could be very important for you all as you consider your increase of your commercial zoning and development. There's also prohibition against height restrictions and an administrative approval, which is important, of Live Local projects if they meet your land development code, your unified land development code, and Northport's comp plan. The second issue with growth management is the actual development review process. Now that's governed by Chapter 166 of Florida statutes, and it has certain timelines which you have to comply with. Now, those timelines are codified in your land development code, mainly that within 120 days for any development review application that does not require a public hearing, it has to be completed within 120. You have to either approve, deny, or approve with conditions the application, or 180 days if it requires a public hearing. There were a couple of changes last legislative session that you need to be aware of, which is that, first is that the city must specify in writing the minimum information that must be submitted for development applications. And 2, you have to confirm receipt of a development review application within 5 business days. What's also important about last legislative session is that the legislature finally engrafted into statute penalties for failure to adhere to these timelines. Before that, there were statutory timelines, but there was really no legal mechanism other than perhaps a writ of mandamus that a applicant could file that would actually force a municipality to do that. Now those penalties include a refund of up to between 10 to up to 100% of the application fee for missing any of those timelines, depending on where you fall. The third growth management issue I want to talk about is platting. Now, platting is a critical but often overlooked process of the overlooked part of the development process. We've come pretty far from the 1950s when the Development General Corporation started platting everything in quarter-acre lots. What we have now is a streamlined platting statute that was just passed in 2025. It requires staff to, within 7 business days of receipt of a platting submittal, to notify the applicant of any missing documents and put a timeline in for a review or for approval or denial of the plat. So now Northport must approve with conditions, or deny the plat request by the decision timeline unless the applicant requests an extension of time. And that's going to be really important. I drove around yesterday, and I saw a number of large tracts that are open for sale. 1 acre, 2 acres, 3 acres. Some are saying that you could put 15 houses, however it may be. So when you get new subdivisions coming in, they're probably going to be a plat, or there's going to be a replat of that development, and we're going to have to follow these timelines as you continue to grow. So that's the first challenge. That's what I call the good problem, the increase of population. The second challenge and opportunity is an issue where you want to prepare for the worst and hope for the best, which I call storm response. Now, Hurricanes Ian and Milton both impacted Northport, and I know Hurricane Ian was particularly harmful to the city, with 7 souls losing their lives. I was personally impacted by Hurricane Helene coming from Pinellas County. My house was flooded, so I personally know the impact that these storms have had. Based on these recent storms in 2025, the legislature also made substantial amendments to both the emergency response statute and as well as what I call the post-storm reforms that were codified at Chapter 125, 190 Laws of Florida. So what are those reforms? Well, now the emergency management response must include a notification to the governor and the Florida Department of Emergency Management of a person designated by Northport as the emergency contact and that person's alternate, coordination with water management and other stormwater management operators to identify infrastructure with Northport's service area, and preparation and response information that must be published on Northport's publicly accessible website. So that's something the city attorney will have to make sure that the manager and council will know going into storm season. Now, the post-storm relief reforms are even more complex. And really what they are prohibitions against development, well, shall we say, stopping development if you are within 100 miles of a storm for 1 year. That includes the prohibition of a moratorium on construction, reconstruction, or redevelopment of any property, the prohibition against a more restrictive or burdensome amendment of comp plan or land development code, prohibition against a restrictive or more burdensome procedure for review of a site plan, expedited post-storm permitting, and a prohibition against an ordinance for substantial improvements or repairs that includes a look-back period for those which have substantial damages. And so what I see here is what the last thing says, is this is where I believe where Mother Nature meets growth management, which means that as people come into the city, you're going to see a lot of development applications that come in, build houses and whatnot, And as storms unfortunately come through, you're going to see more applications for those same people to rebuild. Finally, the third and final challenge I have here is the legal office management. Now, I believe that the job of the city attorney is twofold. The first is to give legal advice to the manager, the council, the executive staff. That's the attorney part of it. The second part of it is the management of the city's legal office. And so what do I envision as the challenges and opportunities I see as the next city attorney? Well, the management of the office includes first, office stabilization through relationship building. I went through what Mr. Garland and what his staff will go through, which is a change in leadership at the top of the city attorney's office in October of 2021, when Clearwater's city attorney for 30 years retired. So I know that they all feel anxiety, because I felt it. And that anxiety, if not properly managed, can lead to instability, which is not what you want from a lawyer. The second part of the management of the office is office organization based on attorney strengths and weaknesses. And by that I mean, after you build relationships with the attorneys and staff, you find out what they're good at, what they like to do, and then you match that up with the departments, who I call clients, that match those skills and strengths. You also have in your budget, and I hope that you pass it, or your proposed budget, the hiring of a new assistant city attorney for next year. That's going to be important, that's going to be critical, and that's going to be probably the most important management decision that the next city attorney will make. I remember from my economics and my business professors in college said that it's better not to hire anyone than to hire the wrong person, because it's a lot cheaper to get out of a job that hasn't been filled than a job that's been filled with the wrong employee. Finally, I will believe in creation of what I call a year-end review score sheet, where I will sit down with the attorneys and staff to create a score sheet that we will do for year-end reviews. I will do informal and formal employee reviews. Informal will happen about 6 months. The formal ones will happen at the end of the year based on the score sheets. And then we'll have staff meetings, and I envision that happening probably twice a month, and the week before you have your commission meetings, and that will allow me to sit with the staff and, one, go through any issues that may come up on the agenda that I'm unaware of. Two, allow the staff to know any of the bigger issues that they're looking at the city. And three, it'll allow the staff to communicate with each other, because it's very rare that any one issue in the city will only impact one department. So what's the conclusion for all that? Well, I believe that Northport's expansive growth, along with Florida's natural weather, creates unique opportunities and challenges, particularly in the growth management area. And I believe that a well-managed city attorney's office, like you have now, will help the leaders of the city reach their goals and meet those challenges head on. That's all I have. Any questions?
Thank you, sir. Commissioners, anything pertaining to the presentation that you might want to ask? Raise your hand. Commissioner Duval, you're up first.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mayor. On that prohibition from requiring more than 10% of total square footage mixed-use projects to be used for non-residential purposes, I'm just wondering if you're aware that the big problem we have in this city is, they say for a city to be viable, you need about 30% commercial. The city of Northport is about 8% commercial. So that 10% of a mixed-use project, for us to be limited to 10% on all mixed use, that's a problem for us. Do you see any way of battling that restriction?
Well, first, the restriction just is as to live local projects. So it's not as to any mixed-use project. So it's only for a live local mixed-use project. So I want to be clear about that. The There is the potential to opt out of Live Local. I know you all tried that in 2023, and then you were, unfortunately, couldn't with the hurricanes Ian and Nicole. And the restrictions on opting out have gotten a little more tougher, so we could explore that. But outside of that, state law is the state law, and for better or worse, it preempts city ordinances. So if there is a Live Local project that otherwise meets the requirements of the statute, and you cannot require more than 10%. Now, requiring more than 10% is different than if they want to offer more than 10%. So that could be a decision that a developer makes. They're not necessarily restricted to the 10%. It's just the decision that they have. But if a Live Local project, it otherwise meets conformity with your code, comp plan, and the statute, then they are limited to the 10% prohibition.
Thank you.
Anybody have anything else? Oh, Commissioner Langdon.
I have one more. I really like your idea of a year-end score sheet, and then using that as sort of a way to evaluate the productivity and impact of the team. How would you go about involving department heads in the development of that score sheet?
So in my head, the score sheet has a number of titles and subtitles, and one of the subtitles is client relationship and client management. And within those, there are other issues. But basically what I'm looking for there, and by clients, I mean the department heads. And what I mean there is, how do the clients feel about the attorney? And so there'll be a few different things. Is the attorney responsive to request? Does the attorney provide good advice? How comfortable are you with the relationship, et cetera, et cetera? So involving the department heads, Commissioner Langdon, would be me going and asking the department heads to essentially rate the attorney, as opposed to the staff, just a little bit different, on that 1 to 3 metric scale that I would have them. So I actually would send them being the department heads, that particular metric, and see what they have to say.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else pertaining to the presentation itself? No? I guess we're ready to get into the questions. So what we'll do, I'll move through. I've starred the ones that 3 or more of us wanted to ask. So I believe first one up, and then what I'll do is we'll just rotate through the commission. So the first question's question 14, and Commissioner Petro, you're up first, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. Describe how you believe you effectively lead change in the city attorney's office or operations.
I apologize, Commissioner. I have a little bit of a hearing problem. I didn't even catch the whole thing.
I'm sorry.
No, it's my fault.
I'll go slower. Describe how you believe you effectively lead change in the city's attorney's office or operations.
Change the city attorney's office's operations. Well, and I spoke with city attorney's office yesterday, and you can only learn so much about an office within an hour, and they can only learn so much about me for an hour. What I think I would do is what I say I would do in the PowerPoint slide in my presentations, which is to try to match up the attorneys with particular departments that have their interest and their attitudes and things of that nature. I also need to get a new attorney in there. You need more lawyers. Whether you hire me or somebody else, you need more assistants because you're growing and you're going up that. And so that's going to be also a culture change for the office. And so what we need to do is hire the right person, get that person situated in with good clients as well, after you have your existing staff met with the particular directors and clients that they want. So match them up with clients that meet their aptitude and their interest, and get the right person in there that can also do the same thing. meshing with the culture of the office.
Thank you.
All right. Moving on, Vice Mayor, question 21, I believe. Oh, actually, 18. I'm sorry, 18.
Since we had the extra ones
That's
for this
correct.
individual, I'm just gonna go in order. How do you motivate and inspire those who work with you to achieve their goals?
There's a interesting documentary on Netflix right now about the Dallas Cowboys back in the 90s. I don't know if you saw it. And, the particulars aren't important, but what I was interested in watching was Jimmy Johnson, who was the coach of the Dallas Cowboys back in the 90s, and what he did to get the most out of young players. And he says something like, well, there's different buttons that you push for different people. And, he talked a lot about fear, which I don't really rule by, especially amongst attorneys, because we're all professionals and no one really likes to get yelled at. But he said that some people are just motivated by different things. So the way you get the most out, the way Jim Johnson got the most out of his players and the way I would get the most out of my staff is by finding out what motivates them, what do they want to do, which is one of the things that I say in my packet. Where do they want to go? Do they want to be do they have aspirations to be a city attorney? Okay, come tell me that. And I'll figure out, and I'll tell you how I got the job, what I did, what my mentors taught me, and we'll get there. You want to be a trial lawyer in a big law firm? I'll show you how to do that, because I've been in courtrooms too. So there's no, that's I suppose a roundabout way, Vice Mayor, of saying that there's no one way to motivate any particular employee. It's all employee-centric, it's all employee-driven. What makes them tick? And when you find that button, and that's what the manager has to find, it has to find that button. Once you find that button, you press it.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm up. Question 21. How have you handled people who are difficult to get along with, either internal or external to the organization? Describe a situation in which you were effective in getting a difficult person to cooperate, and explain what you did that really made that difference.
And I think it was, how do I handle?
Yeah, how do you handle people who are difficult to get along with?
Someone who gets difficult to get along with. Okay. I had that interesting question yesterday. So I do a lot of litigation, and it's not like you see it on TV where there's like supposed to be two pit bulls fighting at each other. The profession is actually supposed to be bent around decorum. But sometimes, you run into difficult opposing counsel just because whatever. So I have a bit of a carrot stick approach, which was taught to me by my lawyer mentor, I call it, my first boss, Matt Weiner. You have the stick, you have the carrot, I'm sorry. You start with the carrot. Hey, nice, what are some of the incentives that we can do to make things better? What are some of the good things? You start there. Start from, a place where you're trying to give you're trying to attract a bee with honey. Sometimes that doesn't work. That's when you have to go with the stick. And that should be a last resort. But, when I do a litigation, the stick is drag the guy in front of a judge and let the judge chew him out. And sometimes that's what you have to do. Now, you wouldn't necessarily drag an employee in front of a judge. You wouldn't do that. But you start with the carrot. What's wrong? What's going on in your life? Why are you being so difficult? Normally, the problem isn't you or even them. It's something else. Figure out what the problem is. One, let them know that you care about that and try to fix it. If that doesn't work, then you start having to progress to the stick.
Thank you, sir. Up we got Commissioner Langdon, question 24.
That's what I have. Let me see. Michael, describe the methods and techniques that you have used to gather and analyze information. And please give us a specific example of when you applied one or more of these methods effectively.
Okay. One of the things I've always done since I was a young lawyer is read what we call slip opinions as they come, as are published by the appellate courts. Now, what a slip opinion is an opinion that's released by an appellate court. There's 6 of them in the state of Florida that come out weekly-ish and that generally decide what the law is. So that's one of my techniques and methods of gathering information, I would say, which is really to analyze case law as it comes out immediately. A specific example of where that happened was, I think it was about 2 years ago, there was a case that came out of Palm Beach County, or down south, that dealt with whether or not a commission had to republish a continued meeting. And the tradition of the city that was at issue, and in most municipalities, is they wouldn't re-advertise the agenda item at the next meeting. They would just continue it and go on. The court said, no, that's not good enough. You have to re-advertise it if you're required to. One of my clients at the city of Clearwater is a city clerk. So what I did was I got that opinion. I rushed off. I read it to the clerk. I said, what do we do? Is this how we do it? She said, yeah. So I said, okay. I'm going to go back to my boss. I'm going back to the city attorney. I said, here's what the case that just came out. Here's what we have to do, and let's try to do it. So we went there and we fixed it. And then a few months later, the legislature changed the statute, and you didn't have to publish it over again. So that was the end of that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Commissioner Duval, I believe number 33 is next up.
Briefly, describe your personal management style.
I think I've said it, or I wrote it a couple times, maybe I said it a couple times yesterday, but I believe in excuse the mannerism, but leading from the front, okay? And I believe that you never ask anyone to do anything that you yourself are not willing to do. So when I ask an attorney to court or put an agenda item or talk to a client or whatever the case may be, I want the attorney or staff person to know that that is either something that I've already done, and if I haven't done it, I'm willing to do it myself. And that's the way I think that you get the most out of your employees, by letting people know that you're willing to do whatever it is you say you're willing to do.
Thank you.
Great. Commissioner Petrov, number 35, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. Tell us about a time when someone gave you constructive feedback. How did you respond? What did you do with the information?
Sure. So like I said, I'm the city's chief litigator at Clearwater. I went to a CLE in May for trial attorneys. And this was like a hands-on seminar. I was taught by judges and real top civil litigators across the state. The whole idea was to do like a hands-on mock trial case thing. So they gave me a case. It was a make-believe one, and you did an opening, you picked a jury, you examined witnesses, and did a closing. At the end of each exercise, the instructors, as they were known as, which were lawyers and judges, would give you bare bones, knock down, not rude, but criticism about what you did right and what you did wrong. If you want to be a lawyer, especially if you want to be a litigator, you got to have thick skin. You got to be able to take that stuff. So I was able to take that criticism, whatever it was, and I actually implemented it at my next trial that I had a couple months later in July. And using that criticism and things I learned during the CLE, I was able to return a defense verdict for the city of Clearwater, which means the city was not liable at all.
Thank you.
Right. Let's see. Moving on, we got Vice Mayor, question 37, sir. 37.
Yeah.
Describe a situation where you worked with someone you did not like or respect. How did you cope with the relationship?
I have to go, I go really far back, but one of my first jobs ever was working at Applebee's restaurant. And I don't know, I was 17 or 18 at the time. And, you know, a hospitality industry is what it is. And, you know, you don't make a whole lot of money, so people hire who they hire. Everybody's overworked, you're on your feet all day long, and, you know, you just don't like it. Now, I worked in the back kitchen, slinging food, bringing it to the tables and stuff like that. And, you know, back there, it's probably even worse, where people are really not happy to be there. So, you know, we had a particular, I don't even know if it's a manager or a supervisor, it just sticks out in my head, that did not, was just not happy to be there, wasn't happy with life, whatever the case may be. And it's not a real nice guy. And so I don't know if I disrespected it. I did not respect him, but I didn't particularly like working for him. So what did you do? Well, put your head down and go to work. And try to do as best you can in the situation that you have. Don't complain, because I think complaining generally makes it worse. And just try to get through the day, and try to get through the week, and then try to get through the month. What I found is that supervisors, managers, bosses who are not particularly well-liked or well-respected don't last particularly long, because it's not just you that don't like them, it's generally a lot of people. And if that happens, they tend to go out on their own. So when something like that happens, you just put your head down, continue to work, and you let the rest, kind of let the problem resolve itself.
Michael, tell us about a time when your values were in conflict with the organization's values. How did you handle that? When your values were in conflict with the organization's values.
I'm sorry, Mayor, a time when I...
Time when your values were in conflict with the organization's values. And how did you handle that?
Well, so that's part of being a lawyer, is a lot of times you take on cases that you may not necessarily agree with your client's position on. And maybe it's whether the organization or the client, however it is. What they teach you day one in law school is absent illegality or unethical conduct, once you take a case, once you take on a client, which is what the city attorney does when they take the position, you go abide by generally the client's wishes. and that's engrafted in our professional rules. So, you know, a particular time when I didn't agree with the client's, I don't know if it was his values or the cases, but I didn't agree with where the case was going. A client wanted to take a case to trial, and I was like, this one's a loser. And the client just disagreed and wanted to do the case. And I was like, well, I mean, there's nothing illegal here. There's nothing unethical for me to take it to trial. Stated my advice to the client, but my advice is just my advice, and they do what they want to do. And one of the things that one of my old bosses told me was, you know, some cases are dogs. But if you take a dog to court, you got to walk it. I took the dog to court, and I walked it, and that was the end of that.
Thank you very much.
Lost that case.
Yep. Next up, Commissioner Langdon, question 39.
Thank you, Mayor. Describe what the terms integrity and ethics mean to you, and tell us about a time when your integrity or ethics were challenged. What did you do?
Well, believe it or not, lawyers are supposed to hold to a higher standard of ethics and integrity, not like you see on TV. We have a whole, as I just said, rule book on ethics. I'm actually the chairman of the Bar Grievance Committee for the 6th Judicial Circuit, which is Pinellas County. And what the Bar Grievance Committee does is review complaints of unethical attorney conduct that have been referred to the Florida Bar, and then make decisions about whether to prosecute those cases or not. So integrity and ethics, Commissioner Landon, are the basis, are the backbone of anything that you want, anything I want to do professionally or personally. And and I think it strikes to the essence of who the person is without trying to sound too philosophical about it. So who are you and what makes you up? And that's what integrity and ethics mean to me. A time when my integrity or ethics was challenged, I've never had luckily I've never had any of those things you see on TV where the clients have gone too crazily far off the map. But there have been a few instances in private practice where, you borderline the bounds of what you would consider unethical behavior. And a lot of it just has to do with clients who were too wound up in their own case and wanted to go too far in litigation. And I just refused to do it. Now, what the professional rules say is that when I get to that point, one of two things has to happen. Either you have the client back down or the attorney withdraws from the case. So if the client wasn't willing to back down, I was going to withdraw from the case, but the client was willing to back down, so I didn't have to withdraw from the case.
Thank you.
Moving on, Commissioner Duval, question 47, sir.
47?
Yep.
What was the biggest mistake you have made in your work? What did you do about it? And what did you learn from it?
One of the biggest mistakes I ever did was pick a bad jury in a jury trial. And it was one of my first jury trials ever, and I went up against a very good civil litigator. And, I won one part of the case and lost another part of it. And so what I didn't do was cry about it. I went back and I analyzed what I did wrong in that case, and I found out that the problem was I picked a bad jury. And from there, I went and I took some CLEs like we just talked about. I learned some techniques that you could use to decipher good jurors from bad ones, how to pick a good jury, get it together, and I utilized that at the next trial to win.
Thank you.
All righty. Commissioner Petrov, I think we're up question 52.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Tell us how you have involved colleagues in planning, decision-making, facilitating, and project management. Give us a specific example.
Okay. I work in a very congenial office. I get along with all the other attorneys. And what we always do, what I would try to implement, and I think what we have here, is just what I call the pop your head in the door method, where you're working on a legal issue, you need to think it through, you need to talk it out, and you go and pop your head into one of your colleagues and say, hey, this is the case I have, this is what I'm working on, what do you think of that? And what's interesting is I have a fairly large network of attorney friends that I don't even work with, and we all bounce ideas off each other. We talk about our cases, we walk through issues, we all come up with creative solutions together. So that's really it's somewhat of an informal way of engaging colleagues, as you say, Commissioner, in the decision-making process, but definitely talking out the cases with everyone, popping your head in. Let's talk about a specific time. Let's see what happened recently. Well, we had an issue where I had a case that was it was a federal civil rights case where it was pretty high spoken. I walked in, I walked the issue through with one of the other attorneys. I said, well, here's what I think the facts are. Here's what I know the facts are. Here's what I think the law is. What do you think about this? I drafted up a motion. I said, mind reading it for me? He said, yeah, sure. Wrote it, came through, gave me some ideas. I was like, just mark it up. There's no part of authorship here. I got it back, integrated the changes, submitted the motion.
Thank you.
Ready, Vice Mayor, question 56, sir.
Describe your approach and experience in providing legal advice to the governing body and administrative personnel.
Yeah, sure. So I think, as I said at the beginning, I've been a senior assistant city attorney of City of Clearwater. City's about 115,000, so almost the size of where you guys are, for 7.5 years. My entire career has been spent giving advice to the either the department heads and, in circumstances, our city council, which is your commission. I've also given advice to special districts within the city that are dependent special districts that are head by the city council, including the CRA, the Clearwater Community Redevelopment Agency. I ran a Clearwater Downtown Development Board meeting. So I have really substantial experience with giving advice to both council, the commission, and the department heads, which is really my job on a day-to-day basis. You know, I started as the head land use attorney for the city of Clearwater. One of my main clients was the planning director. We talked almost daily. I was giving legal advice to him and then her for 3-4 years. And now I talk with the director of the gas department, which is a Clearwater Gas. It's a wholly owned municipal utility company that we have in the city. Give him advice days in, days out, and the risk manager and things of this nature. So I would say it's about at least 8 years of experience with giving direct advice to commissioners and department heads.
Michael, describe how you were able to help build, or you would help build, a positive team spirit in a new group.
Come over here.
Describe how you would be able to build positive team spirit in a new group.
Positive team spirit. Okay. I think a lot of it, and I don't want to sound like a broken clock here, but stuff I do believe is really getting to know the individual employees. So what makes them tick, what motivates them, and where do they want to go? And then I think what's important is to blend those individual aspirations and personalities in with a larger team to find out how everybody gets along. I think what I would do specifically here is what I said during the meeting, during the presentation, would be to hold those at least bi-monthly staff meetings. I think that's a great time for all the attorneys and all the staff to come together and to meet, to talk about our issues, and have some congeniality.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Langdon, I believe we're next up on question 74.
Okay, thank you. Michael, tell us how you may have or would help a divided city commission or governing body to achieve consensus on a politically charged issue.
I've said this quite a bit. My view of your form of government, which is very similar to Clearwater's form of government, is the commission sets the legislative agenda, the manager sets the executive, and the attorney sets the legal one. So, achieving consensus can also ultimately be a blend of all three, right? And what I would do as the attorney is to simply lay out what the legal options are. And I would say, really, most importantly, is I would show what is the downside, or what is the worst possible outcome if you go this route. And usually in any scenario, publicly charged or not, there is a worst outcome that could happen. And generally, I found most clients look to avoid the worst possible outcome. And so when you lay that out clearly and specifically, I think consensus would be raised that way from the legal perspective, respecting the manager's role and the commission's role as a legislative body.
Thank you.
Answer. And I believe our final question here would be question number 90, Commissioner Duval.
Michael, is there anything you would like to ask us?
Okay. That's a good question.
Hold on.
I didn't come up with a question, it was just my turn to ask.
I want to let you know, we're about 45 minutes into the session, so there may be other questions that you may want to address. I know the mayor may want to pose that to the balance of the group before Michael has some questions for the group. Okay?
Yes. Any other questions on here? I mean, we do have some time, so, Mr. Petro?
Yes, Michael. What is your greatest weakness?
Well, and you've exhibited here today, my greatest weakness, I believe, is physical. I have a profound bilateral hearing loss. I have a cochlear implant in my left ear that I got about 7 years ago. And just last Thursday, I had surgery on my right ear to get an implant in that ear. So I'm actually coming out of surgery 8 days ago. So my greatest weakness, and I've said this before in a number of interviews that I've had, is physical, is my ability, my disability to hear, I guess. You saw that today.
Mm-hmm.
You saw when Commissioner, Mayor, I didn't hear the question. Earlier in my career, and my life, frankly, I would have not asked the mayor and the commissioner to repeat themselves in the question. I would just kind of go, yeah, and try to get through it.
Mm.
What was taught to me by certainly my boss, Matt Widener, at my first boss, was can't do that as a lawyer. And especially when I was a litigator going before a judge. Judge could ask me a question that could go aside the case. I may hear 3 to 5 words, but the 2 words I didn't hear in the question could have decided the whole thing. I say the wrong thing, it cost my client the case. So my biggest weakness is physical, but it was more so my ability to overcome that weakness, my physical disability, by asking you to repeat yourself. And it takes a lot to ask the mayor to repeat himself, or the commissioner to repeat himself in a question that's asked. But you have to do it, and I will do that if I sit up there and I don't hear what you say. Is it embarrassing? Maybe. Maybe it puts you all in a weird spot, but it's what's necessary to be done in order to get the job done correctly.
Thank you.
Commissioner Langton.
Thank you, Mayor. I was impressed with a lot of your answers, that you really drew on your position as a litigator. A lot of what you learned and the characteristics of a good litigator would transfer directly to being a city attorney. Others, perhaps not so much. And my area of concern would be when you mentioned going with a client to court.
Sure.
And even when personally you don't agree, not anything that's illegal, but you don't agree with the client, once you accept that case, you do the best job you can do. As a city attorney, it's a little different. You might have to say no to a department head. How difficult might that be for you? And that it strikes me that's a real change from work that you've done in the past.
Yeah, I drew on a lot of litigation questions because it's just a lot of what I've done recently.
Right.
Before that, and even currently, I do a lot of transactional government work. And, we talk about land use, or we talk about bond issues, or whatever the case may be. You do have to say no. You can't do this. It's just because the law in the law, some things are gray, but some things are black and white. We'll use your bond restrictions in your charter. For instance, you're bound by your charter. Your charter bounds you against certain bond offerings, most bond offerings, absent a referendum. And that's unique because, generally the law is, you could raise revenue bonds without a referendum. So, if you came to me and said, or a manager came and said, well, it's a great idea, let's, build a $100 million wastewater facility, and, I want to do it by special revenue bonds, and I don't want a referendum. It's like, well, no, you can't. What, now, I talked a lot about my boss, Matt Widener, who's the one, my mentor, who taught me how to be a lawyer. Talk a little bit about my mentor, Pam Aiken, who was a city attorney in Clearwater for 30 years. Pam taught me how to be a government lawyer. And one of the things Pam taught me was you always try to, if you have to tell a client no, you tell her no. And then you try to add comma, but. And the comma, but are the additional alternative options that you may have to reach a solution that the client may not realize, or maybe the client doesn't want to do, but is an alternative to get to the same route. So, I understand the concern about the litigation issue. I'm not trying cases anymore. It's just what I've done recently. And, with the questions that have come out, I'm trying to draw on recent memory. But that's how I handle it. You just tell them no. It's impossible. You can't do this stuff. But maybe we could do it this way.
Great, thank you.
Anybody else have specific questions? I have a question. What's your position on, with a city like ours that does so much land use work, and historically, I believe a lot of legal aspects of it have been farmed outside to outside counsel. What's your position on in-house versus outsourcing land development contract work?
Mixed, depending on the situation. I do believe, and this is again goes back to what I talked about, connecting attorneys with their aptitudes and their interests, and doing as much stuff in-house as you can. Like, I talk about the trial work a lot. Well, that's because, Clearwater is one of the few government corporations that has an in-house trial and appellate attorney. We don't farm it out. Saves them a lot of money, I believe.
Right.
And so generally, Mayor, I believe land use or anything should be kept in-house as much as possible. Now, that doesn't mean that there are specific projects that you need to farm out. If you do a bond offering, for instance, if you get it passed in a referendum, you definitely hire bond counsel. You just have to give the advisory opinion and everything else. And if there's a particularly thorny land use question, I don't know what it would be, that's just beyond either the scope or the bandwidth of the office, then yeah, you may want to farm it out. But I think more importantly is to build up the internal, what I call law firm. Hire more lawyers, hire more staff, pay them good money, teach them how to do this kind of stuff, and then let them do it themselves. So it is mixed. I prefer to keep as much in-house as possible because that's what I do. I keep most of my cases in-house. But if and when the need arises, I don't have any problem coming to you all and saying, listen, we need outside counsel on this issue. Here's why.
And how much, as a follow-up to that, how much control, how much involvement and oversight do you see yourself as a city attorney playing with regard to certain outsourcing of legal assistance to, say, our development services department? I mean, my understanding is that there's a myriad of things that go on in development services that require consultation with outside legal counsel. How involved, how much oversight do you see our city attorney and your department playing in that? Or is it something that, you would more see delegated to Development Services Department to handle on their own?
I think that the city attorney should play a significant role in the oversight of the outside counsel. If you think about a corporation, corporations have in-house lawyers. One of the major roles that in-house lawyers have is to oversee outside counsel, see what they're doing, how much they're charging, what results you're getting for that. And that's just because, and it's only an attorney would know what another attorney is doing and how it's being done. You know, if you delegate that authority to development review services or any department head, I believe that the city attorney is abdicating his role to properly manage the legal office, which I believe a part of that is to oversee outside counsel.
Additional question I have is, you know, so much as you may have heard from some of us and gleaned as you take a hard look at the city and its challenges, you know, we have a great deal of our city yet to be developed. And considering some of the financial restrictions we have on borrowing, our great challenge is creating those private-public partnerships that will help us move forward and help bring external dollars into our city to help build our infrastructure. How involved do you feel you as city attorney and your team would be and need to be with regard to those relationships with potential developers and partners? You know, how aggressive a position? Is this something you think other organizations or departments within our city can handle, and then it's really up to you guys to just review the final agreements, or how involved in the actual negotiations do you feel, you know, a city attorney should play?
Well, and that's, I think, a conversation you have with, the attorney has with the manager to decide, because it just goes into the executive decision-making process. You know, it's always worthwhile to have a good lawyer in the room when you're negotiating a contract. And just because there's certain pitfalls in terms and conditions that you may run into. So, you know, if the manager wants to take the lead, the manager takes the lead. I would tell the manager or his delegee, I would tell the manager, put me or my delegee in the room when the negotiations occur, and don't sign anything until we talk it through. On the other hand, if the manager says, you know what, I think it's something you should take the lead on, it's really complex, it's too specific, I just don't want to deal with it, whatever the case may be, then the attorney steps in and does it. And that's where I think that the attorney-client relationship comes into play. You know, it's not my role to rip something off of the manager's plate. It's my role to work with the manager, get the best possible agreement laid out possible. And then the chips fall where they may. And so I definitely envision a role for the attorney or the assistant or the city in the negotiations. I think it definitely helps to have a lawyer craft the agreement, because, you know, we just know things that the executive staff doesn't. And that's all part of, you know, working together to achieve the best result.
Thank you, Michael. Good. Anybody else have any questions? Now, I guess we could ask, what questions might you have of us?
Yeah, well, you know, I've asked them around quite a bit. And I think we've all kind of talked about this, but so what is and I know we talked, do you all agree, or I want to ask a leading question. What do you guys think what does the commission feel individually is the biggest challenge and opportunity facing the city?
As a city, you mean? Commissioner Duvall, put you on the spot first.
Our biggest issue for the city, infrastructure and how to pay for it.
Short and sweet, I like that. Commissioner Langdon, can you be as short and sweet? Sweet, certainly.
Probably not.
Short, I'm not so sure.
Look who's talking. Yes, certainly infrastructure and how to pay for it. As you and I discussed in our one-on-one, growth management, and I agree with your assessment, it is critical. We have lost a city attorney who really she retired, and she had the most land use development expertise of our team. And so I'm sensing a gap there. Some of the things that Mayor was talking about, P3s and how to negotiate them. Again, as we talked yesterday, and maybe it would be worthwhile, let me ask the question I asked you yesterday here so everyone can hear it. Let me back up. I'm all about doing special agreements with developers as a way of offsetting our infrastructure costs. We've had a recent situation in which the contract that was negotiated with one of our developers gave that developer a huge exit opportunity for not doing what really the community and the commission at the time wanted to do. So how would you approach our contract negotiation / writing to make sure that when we, the city, give a developer concessions in return for their performing something, that we indeed get the performance from them that we agreed to? So how do we prevent those easy exits from a developer in doing what they said they were going to do?
Sure. Well, first I would say it takes two to tango. And that's why contracts are written to be broken. But so, you can never, absent a gun to somebody's head, you really can't force anyone to do anything. What I've done when I've drafted development agreements and real estate contracts and everything else, when I've drafted development agreements, what I've done is I put construction I put milestones in them that have to be reached before any incentive is given. Okay. So that's the carrot that I talked about in one of my answers. The stick is our damages provision, which may or may not be in the agreement that I know we've talked about. I haven't seen it. I don't know what it says. I can't really comment on it. But the damages provisions can be large. They can run from termination of the agreement, which in this particular one I understand you all didn't want to do, up to you could put in liquidated damages, which are just damages per day that accrue for every day that the developer doesn't do whatever it is that you want them to do. They could be if a lot of my development agreements dealt with city-owned land that we sold to developers for redevelopment purposes.
Right.
I didn't. I wouldn't agree to sell the land unless and until the developer got a building permit. Part of the rationale behind that is, for large development, it costs hundreds of thousands, perhaps even millions of dollars just to get to permit, your construction plans and everything else. So you force them to dump, you have skin in the game there. And then if they didn't build it within the time period, you have those liquidated damages clause, you have reverter clauses and things that go back in there. And then you just decide whether you want to enforce them or not. And that is and this goes back to my, how I view the commission, the manager, and the attorney. Ultimately, the commission decides whether or not they're going to enforce those provisions. And then, I could tell you it's a bad idea, but my advice is just my advice, and you could take it or leave it. And then if you all vote to enforce whatever provisions that we're talking about, then you go and you do it. And then the chips fall where they may. Now, you may lose, and you have to be prepared to do that. And you may file a lawsuit and find out that you had less leverage than you thought you did. You gotta be prepared for that too.
Thank you.
Commissioner Petro?
Thank you. The basic and the most needed infrastructure, and obviously how to develop it and to pay it forward. That would be my concern and the biggest.
Vice Mayor?
Yeah, I agree with the infrastructure and how to pay it. But another thing too, and on the city side, we're getting a lot better on getting it out there, and that's communication to the citizens. We're working very hard within the city manager's department and communications, but also under legal departments, we have a lot of stuff going on out there with lawsuits, this, that, and the other. I understand it can't be discussed while we're in litigation, but people go out there and run with what they see as facts when they are not actually facts. And to be able to communicate with them, to let them know where we're at in the process, what's going on, and it's just like the blank quotes going forward without divulging, what's going on in the middle of litigation. This way, we've got the information out there. Yeah, you can bring the horse to water. You can't make it drink. But if the water's available, they can drink at will. And it's just to get communications out to the population, and it might help with some of the crap that we put up with on a daily basis on social media. So that's just a concern that I have, and it's just something to think about, that's all.
And finally, for me, to me, I see the biggest challenge of this city is to double its commercial and light industrial tax revenue base. That to me will help cure a multitude of problems that the city has, but I see it as the single largest challenge the city has, and it's a challenge that has a ticking clock to it. So, that's where my focus is as much as humanly possible on a daily basis. At this point, anybody have anything else for Michael? I'm good. We appreciate the answers. They were direct.
Thank you very much.
And explanatory. We appreciate it. And
All right, thank you.
we wish you well, sir.
Thank you.
Process.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions you have?
No.
You're good. Just want to make sure you're good. Okay. We are scheduled for a quick break in between. I know our next candidate is in the building, and so if you want to take the 15-minute break in between the sessions, we'll get queued up for John to come in next.
This section before we move with public comment, they're per individual on the agenda.
Yeah. Any public comment, City Clerk? Nothing. All right. At this point, it's 10:15. Let's reconvene at 10:30. Should work. Good for you, Doug?
Yep, that's fine. I'm just loading up the next PowerPoint. Yep.
Perfect.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that.
And then I saw Northport were hiring, and I really liked what they had on there between their ISO rating and their beliefs and values and everything. So I applied. They gave me an opportunity. Every day is different, but for the most part, we start off the same. We'll get our gear onto the apparatus and make sure everything's operational, like our air pack. And then we also check the inventory, make sure we have all our medical equipment, everything's operational. That way we could respond to any emergency. So we're always stocked and ready to go. I think the best part is that everyone's passionate about their job. So they come to work and they're ready to train and take care of each other and teach each other. So everyone's sharp and on their A game. So it makes the job fun, and I just look forward to coming to work. Yeah.
I'm Stacy Losio. I'm the Emergency Management Coordinator for the City of Northport, and I'm going to tell you the difference between flood zones and evacuation zones, or in Sarasota County we call them evacuation levels. So flood zones were generated by FEMA, and they're used to determine the likelihood that you will flood, and they're used to determine if you need flood insurance if you have a mortgage on your home. Now, the evacuation zones are based on storm surge data that comes from the National Hurricane Center, and they use topography as well as hurricane vulnerability for storm surge for the area, and we use those to determine who needs to evacuate during a storm. So it's important to understand that there is a difference. If you're interested in finding out what evacuation zone you are in, which we highly recommend you do, you can use your search engine of choice and type in Sarasota County Know Your Level, and that'll take you to the Sarasota County government website.
Frank Lamasson, Waste Manager, City of Northport. Here today with Mario Venditti, Planner Scheduler for the City of Northport, Solid Waste Division. We're going to talk about bulk pickups today, how to schedule bulk pickups, what should go out and what should not go out to the curb, where to place the items, and then what happens if you have more than what's allotted for you for the year for a bulk pickup. So Mario, I know we call 941-240-8050, talk to our customer service reps.
That's correct.
About how to schedule a bulk pickup. How else can we do that?
You can also go on our website, northportfl.gov, click on solid waste, and fill out a bulk request form.
Excellent, excellent. So Mario, what about if a person wants to place it out, what should they place out? What's the right thing, what's the wrong thing?
Basically, Frank, anything that doesn't fit in the container, that's garbage, is going to go curbside. We're going to stay off driveways. What's not accepted is tires, chemicals, stuff like that. You can put yard waste out, that's considered bulk, but just make sure it's separate from the garbage pile. Okay. Yard waste is a separate pickup.
So what happens if I use all my bulk pickups already?
Good question. So you can have more, but you just have to pay. It's going to be $16.50 a cubic yard, and that's length times width times height divided by 27 is 1 cubic yard.
Any questions? Of course, let us know. Give us a call, 941-240-8050.
Water in a swale, that's kind of the ditch by your house, is not flooding. After a storm event, water should be in that swale up to 72 hours after the storm. That allows the water to be filtered, to get the stuff that came off our roofs and off the road out of the water so that when it reaches the habitat, it no longer has those contaminants in it. It also provides an opportunity to slow down water so that the water doesn't go so fast that it erodes the roadways or any other infrastructure. So when you see water in a swale, if it's only been, up to 72 hours since the last rain, that is not flooding, that is doing its job.
I'm Stacy Losio. I'm the Emergency Manager for the City of Northport, and today we're going to discuss storm surge and flooding and how both of those affect Northport during a hurricane. So storm surge is when strong, sustained winds are constantly blowing over a long period of time over the Gulf and pushing water up onto shore. So when that happens, there is a lot of flooding and beach erosion along the beaches and the homes inland. However, the storm surge can also push water up the river. So it could push storm surge up the Myakka River, for instance, from the Gulf, and then the water coming downstream from the river has nowhere to go. So that can cause water to back up along the rivers and cause flooding. That, along with a lot of rain that comes from these hurricanes, can also cause an increase of water flooding into the rivers and into our water management systems, causing flooding as well. Public Works does a lot of work before the storm to make sure that our water levels are as low as possible so we can handle additional storm surge and flooding in our water systems. If you want additional information about that, we have a great video about our water control structures, and you can visit the Public Works website.
TRX as a full class, TRX Boot Camp, is a new class for me, although I've been using TRX for many years with personal training that I do or in other style classes that I've done. But an actual focus with just TRX, this is a new class for me. I love the camaraderie, I have to say, with all the participants. I think we have a lot of fun. First of all, everyone gets to use the bands, the TRX bands, of course. And being that we have 5 stations, so when we have overflow or more than 5 people, part of the people are on the band, the other people are doing floor work, and then we'll switch. So everybody gets an opportunity to be in all stations. Just come in, have fun with it, make it your own. It's not scary, it doesn't have to be intimidating at all. You're using your body weight, you're using the angles that you choose to use on the bands, and it just varies with how you're comfortable and how you're feeling when you're here.
Hello everyone, my name is Devon Poulis. I'm the aquatics manager within our Parks and Recreation department. We're here today at the Northport Aquatic Center just to talk to everyone about our Float for Life program. We recognize that nationally, unintentional drowning is the leading cause of death for children that are under the age of 4. So we have an awesome program here called Float for Life. Float for Life is a program that we teach that starts with the fundamentals of floating before we actually learn swimming. This program is targeted for those children that ages 6 months to 4, and what we want them to do is we want them to get comfortable in the water, and if they accidentally fall in the water or find themselves in a trouble situation, they can roll over their back and float. When we launched this program, we were the only one in the state that was actually teaching this milestone program. So I want to give a shout out to our Northport Rotary as well, who sponsored this program here at the Aquatic Center and actually paid for a trainer to come in all the way from Nebraska, where this program originates there. We practice and we go through what's called milestones here. So as soon as the kids progress through the milestones, we can continue moving on through them. And at the end of it, it's a pretty awesome program when they graduate. It's one of the final things that they do is they jump in fully clothed, and they have to turn over, roll over on their back, and actually be able to scream for help at that point in time. It's just an awesome segment program that leads right into our Learn to Swim program, so that way we can make sure we're keeping our kids safe in, on, and around the water.
So I always get very excited when anybody asks me about my job and where I work and what I do. It's not a secret that I love working for the city of Northport. I worked for Charlotte County, and I felt that I needed to do something different, and I wanted something more, and I wanted to offer my skills. So I said to my friend, I don't know what to do, and I was thinking about my next steps, and she said, Maria, did you think about applying to a job at the city of Northport? They have a different vibe here, and she said, I'd love it. And I said, oh, I didn't think about that. So I applied, and I started my first position in planning and zoning in our development services department. I'm partnered with the building department because the fees are assessed off of the building permits, and it's strictly for new construction, new development. And the first thing I do is to check the spreadsheet, to look at the permits and determine which ones need me to estimate their impact fees. And that's where I start with that. Then I go to numbers that I have to put together, and I put together the invoices for our developers. Oftentimes I'll get phone calls to give quotes before the development comes through, and so developers want to know how much they can budget for. So sometimes I put through proposed estimates to help them with that. And the bulk of it is making sure that the fees are in the system as fast as possible. I love the esprit de corps that I experience, just how everybody teamwork together. I enjoy knowing that I can make a difference for the city and that my position can have a positive impact for our city.
Oh, you're swimming in the pool?
I'm Stacey Locio. I'm the Emergency Management Coordinator for the City of Northport, and we're going to talk about why it's important to have a go kit and what should go inside of it. It's important to have a go bag because if you wait last minute to pack, there are definitely going to be items that you're going to forget in the scramble to get everything put together. So it's important to have your documents such as IDs, insurance paperwork, titles for your home and your vehicles and your boats, just so that if your home does flood or your roof blows off, all those documents are with you and they're safe, because you don't want to end up losing those and having to try to replace those later on. Also in your go bag, you should think about what medications you might need to have ahead of time. If we're under a state of emergency, you are able to refill your prescriptions ahead of time, even if they're not due yet. So it's important to do that. Also in your go bags, you should have non-perishable food, flashlight, batteries, a radio that is battery powered and extra batteries. Should all power go out, we will be able to broadcast on 97.5 FM, any emergency information. So be sure to have your battery powered radio ready and tuned in to 97.5.
believe that the Natural Resources Department will be an integral part for the city's growth, as we want to achieve a more balanced approach of development in the future.
What we really want to do is see sensible development, sustainable development, and development that is in line with what we already have here. So we want to preserve as much as we can of the natural resources, so there is still place for our natural species, our migrating birds, and all the other species that live and survive in our habitat.
Natural systems are a big part of the ways the ecosystem.
Great. Okay. Super. Well, yeah. You've been through candidate number one, candidate number two. You had a chance to meet with John yesterday during your one-on-one sessions, and your staff had a chance to meet with him as well. He has been briefed on the process we're going to be following. So after a formal welcome from you, Mayor, he's prepared to make any opening comments and then move into his PowerPoint. I would just remind the commissioners to please not ask any questions during the PowerPoint, but certainly after that, fair game or whatever he had just discussed that you might want to chat about, that's appropriate, and then he'll go over and take a seat, and we'll do the balance of the interview. And I've decided at about 45 minutes in the session, I'll give everybody a heads up that we're at the appropriate time. What's up?
We welcome you. Thank you for your interest in our city. We look forward to your presentation, and we know you look forward to all our questions.
Yes, absolutely. Why am I here? I'm here at a journey that started when I was about 12 years old. At age 15, I became an Eagle Scout. During those period of years, I was trained on the concept of service. That, combined with my interest in this growing city, is why I stand before you today. Once upon a time, there was a city named Northport in a land called the Sunshine State. It faced many challenges, such as funding essentials, managing growth, protecting its natural assets and its people. And those challenges were complicated by issues of trust and clarity. The city was at an inflection point. On one hand, the residents wanted safety, affordability, and identity, and on the other hand, they wanted low taxes and accountability. The city faced the tension with those particular challenges. And that tension shaped their decisions in the future. And there was more to it than that tension, as we shall see. The city's charter constrained it in how it funded essential projects. And now their decisions of the city and the path they would take would set Northport's legal footing in terms of finance, in terms of growth, in terms of resilience. That path was a referendum. But we know how that chapter of the city's story ended. The police headquarters bond issue only got 32% of the vote. The wastewater and other public work bonds were narrowly defeated. Even the emergency debt amendment was rejected. All these lifeblood issues threatened the city. But let's look deeper into that story. Only 18.5% of the voters showed up, less than 1 in 5. And so when we look at it, it was not a rejection of the city, it was a rejection of a small, vocal minority in the city. And 4 out of 5 of the citizens did not even indicate how they felt about it. Was it an off-year election, an off-year special election that was ill-timed? Were 3 months enough to generate support for such essential issues? Did the combination of the different referendum questions, including residency, affect the vote? And what part did trust play in the outcome? Our heroes, the city fathers and mother, knew there was another opportunity, and from the ashes of that referendum, move forward. Knowing that transparency and engagement were necessary to build trust to move forward. They knew that the city's future was not written. How the story's chapter will play out, I don't know at this point. How will our heroes fund within the charter and channel growth so it pays for itself, and protect assets while ensuring resilience? Could our heroes, with the help of a champion, deliver 3 things: to fund essentials within the charter, to make growth pay for itself, and to safeguard assets? Perhaps. Their champion advised 3 things: phased projects, using other funding sources, adopting an accountability ordinance that was implemented by a dashboard that was plain language that citizens could access to answer their questions instead of being advised by whispers, and to be concerned about pre-vetting legality of issues in order to avoid delays, shorten timelines, and reduce litigation risk. Champion also advised to keep on updating their land development code to comply with state law and the most recent changes, to aggressively negotiate what is necessary for the city, to squeeze every single benefit we can out of developer agreements, and to know that the law is a floor and only the powers of negotiation are our ceiling, limited only by our imagination and creativity. To consider all of our resources in a spirit of stewardship. And that stewardship has to be framed within a timeline. And he advised the council, the commission, that timeline meant build out for the city. That was the timeline, that everything should be a lens, everything should be looked through. Preparation for resilience from our experiences with Hurricane Ian need to be increased. But how will the story end? How will our heroes and their champion meet these challenges and seize the opportunities that are before them? Perhaps with legal clarity, with transparency, and the right strategies, the river of trust can flow again. And then the heroes can secure their people's future. How will it end? I don't know. Nobody does. The future's not yet written. So let's make it a good one.
Thank you, John. All right. We'll go through the same process. We'll rotate through, asking our questions. We'll start with Commissioner Duval this time. Looks like, if I recall, if I'm on the right page, number 14 is our first question up.
14. Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioner.
Question 14. Describe how you believe you effectively lead change in the city attorney's office or operations.
Change has to be built on a foundation. What I plan to do is individual interviews with each of the staff, with each of the team members, in an attempt to align them, their own personal goals, their own personal talents, their own personal dreams, with a mission statement for the city attorney's office, and further align them with our strategic plan, as well as be as supportive as possible. If someone has to leave, I'll help them find a job, with the understanding that when another opening, after they've perhaps developed 4, if it opens up here, they will return. So it's continuous. Succession planning, both for the city attorney as well as individual staff members, is critical in building that type of teamwork and engagement.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Commissioner Langdon, I believe question 21 is the next up.
Thank you, Mayor. How have you handled in the past people who are difficult to get along with, either internal or external to the organization? And describe a situation in which you were effective in getting a difficult person to cooperate. Explain specifically what you did to make a difference.
Strategic silence. When the temperature starts to rise, silence is perhaps the best response rather than some kind of reaction. I had a situation representing one physician against another, a spat between them with a partnership, walked into a mediation, and as soon as it started, the other attorney got up. Never encountered it before. Started screaming like a madman. I mean, it was like unbelievable. And just let it all vent out. We sat there, and then I just looked him straight in the eye and said, "Would you repeat that?" And all of a sudden, the wheels started turning as to how he was behaving, and it diffused the situation. And then we could start to engage in the settlement discussions.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Let's see, I'm up next. Describe the methods or techniques you've used to gather and analyze information. Try to give a specific example of when you applied one or more of these methods to successfully resolve a situation or an issue.
That's a little vague. Can you be a little more specific, or what do you have in mind? It's like asking how the weather's been all last month.
Yeah, I mean, talk a little about the techniques you use to really analyze and gather the information regarding a particular situation. I mean,
well, you use a combination for gathering of your own experience. You access the data that you've got available, and you consult with colleagues if it's important. And if you can't learn the subject on your own, you'll consult with subject matter experts, always taking that with a grain of salt. In terms of analysis, I take the step of, when I'm on one side of a problem, of first analyzing it from the other side. You can't deal with a problem unless you understand your opponent. And that's really the first step. Then you look at your position, and then you, after you've deconstructed things that way, and then synthesize it into an analysis.
Appreciate that.
Thank you,
Vice
Mayor.
Mayor, I got question 33 for you.
Briefly describe your personal management style.
Mission command. Mission comes first, your people come second, you come last. Or as I always keep on saying, as the Marines say, officers eat last. You've got to be concerned about your own people. It's the most critical lever, whether in business or government, for productivity, is how you treat your people. And sadly, that doesn't occur in most of business and in most of government.
Thank you.
Commissioner Petrov, you're up with question 35, sir.
Thank you. Tell us about a time when someone gave you constructive feedback. How did you respond? What did you do with the information?
I consider all criticism constructive criticism. You have to take it and evaluate it. As I think I've mentioned to some of you privately, as well as the city attorney's office, the fastest way to get fired by me is to have someone not tell me when they think I'm wrong. I don't need to know when I'm doing something right. I need to know when someone thinks I'm doing something wrong. And then I consider that, evaluate it, and decide whether to apply it.
Thank you.
Good answer. Back to Commissioner Duval, question 37, sir.
Describe a situation where you worked with someone you did not like or respect. How did you cope with the relationship?
Understanding, motivation, what made them that way or in that particular situation. If you can understand the person, that diffuses those type of feelings. Commissioner, if someone cursed at you in a language you didn't understand, would you feel offended? No. It's the same thing. If you get past the language, their psyche, and you sit and think about what that person went through. Interesting book I read, decades ago, Thinking in Time. And you place people in time. What were their experiences? Each of you maybe in different generations. What did that person go through? What experiences? And it's not a deep analysis, but you get a feeling, and all of a sudden, that generates empathy that then allows you to let that behavior wash over you without following you out to sea.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
There. Well, we got now,
39.
Commissioner Levin. You got 39.
Describe what the terms integrity and ethics mean to you, John. Tell us about a time when your integrity or ethics were challenged, and what did you do? How did you handle that?
Ethics. What is ethics? Well, in my profession, we have the rules regulating the Florida bar. They don't call it ethics, although they issue ethics opinions. I've had my integrity challenged by those very rules because unless you're trying to prevent a future crime, your mouth is shut on what you know of your client. And I had one client I'd represent a number of matters. I knew they had assets, and then I found out they had filed a bankruptcy. Out of curiosity, I checked the bankruptcy file and found out that they had been hiding assets. I sort of knew the answer, but I called the attorney ethics hotline, and they said, nope, you can't say anything. And so it was maddening to be constrained by the so-called ethics rules, and I couldn't prevent a fraud on the court, and I couldn't even advise their attorney of that or the court.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Moving on.
47, I think.
Yeah, 47. John, what's the biggest mistake you've made in your work? And what did you do about it? What'd you learn from it?
I'm just thinking how to phrase it. The mistake can be read in a couple of ways. I don't normally this is last century basically, when it occurred, I hadn't quite kept track of my trust account because there was virtually nothing in it, so we didn't always reconcile the books. And then I had made an error in terms of, I was a cheapskate then, and so I wanted to print my own checks. And in doing, normally I'd have it, they're pre-printed, blue is operating account, red is danger, trust account, so you always keep it, and I got them confused. And landed up, although I hadn't taken money out, so no client funds were taken, I, drew out a check for my mortgage that month. And then later on finding out about it, what some of my judges and colleagues said was, why did you do that? I reported myself to the Florida Bar. But when you make a mistake, you have to learn from it. And if there's a penalty involved, you accept that penalty.
Thank you. Moving on to, it's question 52, Vice Mayor.
52, okay.
Didn't Doug order these and reorder them for you so that you didn't have to wait around for it?
Yeah. Tell us how you have involved colleagues in planning, decision-making, facilitating, and project management. Give a specific example, please.
When I have, because I go in and out of being a sole practitioner depending upon what I'm doing. I've rotated through virtually every single specialty in the law. Best example, when a huge amount of files during the foreclosure crisis that you remember from 2009 through the next several years. It was a matter of coordinating a lot of attorneys that I would have for covering hearings for me in various counties. It's a matter of getting an understanding with the people you work with. A number of times there are some companies that send you notices, gee, you want to cover this hearing for X number of dollars? And then the attorney, when I call them up to find out what it's about, are shocked that anybody even bothers checking before you go in and represent them in court, even in routine matters. And so, it's a matter of communicating with project management. It's not simply pulling out Microsoft Project and filling in a bunch of cells and generating Gantt charts or PERT charts. It's the people component. I mean, you need timelines, but it's the people component in project management that's really critical and makes the difference and prevents the delays in projects, as well as forethought as to how it's going to unwind.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner, Vice Mayor.
Question 26, Commissioner Petro.
56.
56, I'm sorry. Thanks, Pete.
John, describe your approach and experience in providing legal advice to the governing body and administration personnel.
Administrative personnel, I've done that a lot throughout my career. Most of the experience when I was a puppy lawyer, firm I was with, technically the state senator I was with and myself, were representing about half a dozen New Jersey, townships, boroughs, cities, that sort of thing. My experience with that went from 0 to 100 almost instantly. He just threw me on the dais immediately. And then he'd give me some coaching here and there. I think I've discussed a little bit of that with you when we talked. I started out being battle-hardened. It's funny because one of the other candidates here, we were talking, and she says, "Oh, the lawyer wouldn't let me, sit up there or start to provide advice until I had been to like dozens and dozens of meetings, just sitting in the audience." I was thrown right in, so it was shock treatment. If that answers the question.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay, back to Commissioner Duval. We got question 65.
Thank you, Mayor.
Oh, I'm sorry. You are correct, Vice Mayor. Thanks for getting my back. Question 74.
There you go.
Question 74. Tell us how you may have or would help a divided city commission / governing body achieve consensus on a politically charged issue.
I'm the grease. I've had mediation training. I've done more mediations, negotiations. Everyone thinks the Sunshine Law is a big bubble. It only requires 2 or more members and notice. So if there's some conflict between a couple of members, I want to notice it, post it on a bulletin board, sit down and try and work it out, where a lot of times people think they're terribly constrained on the dais, and you don't get anything in public because of the optics, because of the politics and so forth. But it's a matter of lowering the temperature and trying to get the governing body members to see each other's point of view. But I would hope from establishing a really deep relationship with all of you, where you don't look at me as an advisor, but as a trusted advisor. And quite frankly, there are methodologies that you use for getting to be a trusted advisor. And with that leverage, along with mediating between the members on the governing body, I think we could get to some consensus, all within the law.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Oh, what's that? Yeah, but before we ask 90, we've gone through the common questions. Commissioners, off script, and who has questions they might like to ask that weren't necessarily on this list. Anybody? I'll start if you want while you all think about it.
My target is ready.
There you go. How do you see your experience in the existing position you've had lending itself to the challenges you see as city attorney for the city of Northport? Because there are certain synergies, as we talked in our one-on-one, with where you've been.
I've had a unique experience with the city of Port St. Lucie. And if I could take just a few moments to describe it, since citizens are watching this. My grandparents moved to the city of Port St. Lucie in 1969. There were 400 people there. I moved to start practicing law in Port St. Lucie in 1989 when there were 60,000 people. There are now about 260,000 people. It's approximately the same 100 square miles. It's near the coast, but not on the coast. We have rivers. We have similarities. They were both General Development Corporation communities. Oddly enough, you've got a summer training for the Braves. We had a summer training in the stadium for the Mets. The parallels go on and on. It's like told you, it's almost like the Twilight Zone where you got parallel universes. During that period of time, the 35 years, I've seen all that growth. I've sued the city. I've represented elected officials. I've represented employees. I've been involved in their strategic planning retreats. I can see the future, not because I'm a fortune teller, but because the very parallels allow me to see the mistakes as well as the successes so that I can help guide the city in terms of legal affairs with what I've learned over 3.5 decades.
Appreciate that answer.
Thank you, Mayor.
Anybody else? Commissioner Langdon.
I'll give it a go. Sometimes state statutes are in direct conflict with what the city needs. Big shock there. A couple of examples, the Live Local Act, preempting commercial land when that's such a priority for the city. Another are the limits on how much we can increase impact fees when historically we undercollected on impact fees. Specifically, how would you help us navigate this situation when a state statute is clearly and directly in conflict with what the city of Northport needs to accomplish?
I won't break the law for you, or I should say I won't violate the law for you, but I will break the law. I've broken the law before on appeal with reversals, whether it's constitutionality or some other issues. I've broken the law by assisting in rulemaking in order to change the battleground, the battle space that we engage in. And if it's something that's worth fighting, if it's worth fighting, I'll fight our president, I'll fight our governor, I'll fight the progressives, I'll fight the woke, I'll fight the devil himself, if your position is reasoned, based on reality, and grounded in principle. But otherwise, I won't. And then you have a choice. Well, you have several choices. You can either follow my advice, you can ignore me, or you can terminate me. But I won't crucify myself on a cross of expediency for my own personal survival.
Thank you for that.
Thank you, Commissioner.
I've got another question. What's your position, John, on when it comes to land use development contracts? Because obviously, you know, our city is expanding. Our efforts to develop non-residential commercial growth in the city is paramount. And for the most part, those ongoing projects and negotiations have you know, typically, as I understand it, found their way to outside counsel who works with our Development Services Department. How do you see, as our city attorney, your department and you individually playing a role in that process? How important do you think that is? Are you comfortable with the delegation process, or do you feel you need to have a more hands-on direct approach?
Well, as an in-house counsel, I would take complete control of out-house counsel, outside counsel.
Was that a Freudian slip?
A Freudian frip, yes. Outside counsel should not be doing our grunt work. They should be providing expertise. Now, if you haven't figured it out already, a lot of that work is done by not that experienced associate counsel or junior counsel. We don't need grunt work done by outside counsel, except in very limited situations. They should be brought in more on a consultation basis, assuming we have adequate staff to do the work. And they should be paired with our people so that our people learn. You get that bonus. They're not simply doing X case, but they're assisting us with X case, and they're also, in essence, giving their experience to our own people. You want to have that double duty. You want to learn from it as well as have the work performed. In terms of monitoring them, that's got to be done close. Again, a lot of stuff is cookie cutter, and I will tell you that, you know, I'd rather pay $500 or $600 an hour for a senior partner who comes in to consult than just have them bill us at a lower billing rate. They're in business. They're going to make a profit. So you've got to figure out how to best manage that, and you've got to look at the billing closely. If I could take a few moments and explain a circumstance, A number of years ago, I was appointed as guardian ad litem for a young man who survived a plane crash. I still shudder at the pictures I had to look through. Head to toe, burned from head to toe. I mean, his life was, I still can't imagine. And the court had asked me to review the attorney's fees that were to be awarded there. It was something like $11 million. I went through 30 some odd boxes of materials, including the pictures I described. And it was 10 hours one day. They practically had to throw me out at the end of the day. I came in when their doors opened to evaluate it all. And I was able to knock off $250,000, get them to agree to knock off $250,000 from my analysis of their billing. And I don't know whatever happened to the young man. He's much older now, probably, assuming that he hasn't died in the interim. And that was another $250,000 to help with his support and to make what would be a terrible life a little more bearable. If that answers your question.
Well, anybody else? Commissioner O'Leary.
I have one. Thank you, Mayor. In our one-on-one, we talked a lot about process methodologies and management methodologies and how to use AI and decision-making and researching. I come out of a corporate environment, large companies, and I've seen times when the dedication to those methodologies become an end in themselves, and we lose sight of the mission we're on and what we're trying to accomplish. How do you balance the utilization of those kinds of intellectual structures to aid in mission accomplishment and not hinder mission accomplishment?
You can't get obsessed by metrics. And in fact, you know, you don't always need big data and you don't always need, complex methodologies. Sometimes, in the risk management field that I've studied, sometimes you just have a situation where you only need a few data points. You combine your own experience. There always has to be the human in the loop when utilizing those methodologies. However high-tech, maybe in a few years, AI right now, the capabilities are doubling every 14 weeks. My straight line extrapolation of that, not including wars, political disputes, and so forth, the economy and so forth, has sentience occurring, in my estimation, between 3.5 and 6.5 years. So we're getting highly sophisticated. But even with things that aren't that sophisticated, if the human is in the loop, the human judgment still has to be there. And the funny thing is that I always tell people, gee, if we're destroyed by AI, it's not going to be because it's inhuman, because it's too human. And AI and a lot of these other methodologies have flaws in them. And you've got to recognize that. You have to combine experience. Those technologies and those methodologies leverage you. They don't replace you, and they don't replace your judgment, at least in my opinion.
Thank you for that.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Commission? No?
I did that bad? You don't want any other questions?
Maybe you did that good.
I never assume that. I always assume I'm doing bad and then work harder. Continuous improvement.
Now it's your turn. What would you like to ask us as a body? And each of us will respond to it. What questions you have of us?
I enjoyed our conversations yesterday. You've answered the important questions I need to know about all of you. I've already studied the city to some extent. The technical issues I've studied. I had your communications coordinator gave me a lovely tour, and we discussed a number of things. I asked her, I said, I don't want the dog and pony shows. Bring me to the bad part of town, which wasn't that bad. Bad part of town is like parts of Port St. Lucie, the GDC, the old buildings, you call them GDC cracker boxes. My grandparents lived in one. So I've had those questions answered. I really don't have any questions at this particular point for you.
I got one more question that I wanted to ask, and it's...
That'll be 50 cents.
I can do that. That much I can afford on my limited salary. You in particular have a maturity and an experience factor that, personally I take to. You are come across as knowledgeable, aggressive, extroverted individual, and we have a existing staff of attorneys who have done, we think, a pretty darn good job, at least speaking for myself. And I'm interested a little bit in how you feel you'll be able to use your strengths of experience, knowledge, education with this team and be the kind of leader that makes them better. Because we are, and we consider ourselves in this city a family, and with the challenges we face, to be successful, we need to do it as a team. And so, when I meet someone who potentially will join our organization, who is strong and aggressive, it's important for me to understand the soft side of them, that sweet side of them, that's going to help pull a team together and make the horses all move in the same direction. So if you could speak a little to that, I'm looking for some fuzzies here.
From your question, I gather I'm old and obnoxious. The answer is in a word: alignment. I do plan. There are going to be some long sit-downs with everybody. I need to know their goals, their dreams, and so forth, as I told you before, and then make sure it aligns. If you don't have that alignment, and if you don't have the support, I indicated to you in my first year plan, I said, you budgeted $226,000 roughly for the city attorney. I want $18,000 of that roughly reallocated into training. Part of employee engagement is a sense that they're improving their skills, and that budget for training just was inadequate. So if we enhance their skills professionally, get a feeling of momentum, because sometimes you do the same tasks again and again and again, on a momentum where they're expanding their capabilities professionally, as well as having a concern for them personally. That's how you build a team. That sort of concern, I won't call it aggressive. I like to call it youthful enthusiasm.
Well, that's what I call it.
Or I say I'm too intense for younger audiences. But that's in a nutshell. Did I answer your question, man?
You did.
Okay.
I appreciate that. And I think those listening to you appreciate that too.
I don't know. I talk too much in front of them. I was fed them with a fire hose instead of a garden hose, as they told us in leadership class in adult scouting. So,
thanks, John. Anybody else? Nah, we're good. All right. We thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. I appreciated my time spent with all of you, and as the Russians would say, das vidanya, until we meet again.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I'll catch up with John here and do a quick debrief with him afterwards. We were scheduled to go a little longer. This obviously went a little quicker than we had planned.
Better at it.
You're getting better at it. All right. I have reached out to the third candidate, and I understand she is actually on her way to Northport and anticipates that she can be here at around 11:30. So my question to you is, I know it's 11:16, 11:15 now. Would you like to take a quick recess, bring her in and do that, and then break for lunch? Or do you want to potentially, I don't know if staff has lunch coming at a certain time that we should be aware of?
Then do it.
I think
Okay.
so. Yeah.
Lunch is at 11:30.
So it's really about 11:30. Okay, so I'm hearing that lunch will be available at 11:30. My candidate will also be available around 11:30. So my question to you is, would you like to just break now, have your lunch, and then bring Regina in after lunch, or would you like to soldier?
Rather than have her just show up here and have to launch right into it, give her a little time.
Give her a little time to settle in. Okay.
She doesn't have to rush. She can sort of come in.
Right. Okay.
We're
All
good.
right.
I'm good with that if the rest of you are good with that.
I'm good with that.
Yeah, and we would reconvene, say at noon? Would that, 11:30, give us 30 minutes because we're all eating lunch
You
here?
want to give 45? You want to say 12:15 to give you enough time? I want to make sure you've got enough time too. It's up to you. Whatever your call is.
You want to do 12:15?
I'm good with 12, but I know Vice Mayor likes to have a little bit of extra time.
I'm good with 12.
What do you think? 12? 12?
Tonight or, no, I'm good.
Noon time.
Let's reconvene at noon.
Reconvene at noon? Great. Thank you. I'll advise her. Thank you.
Part for our community, our listed species. They stabilize the soil. They provide so many different benefits, including shade, limiting the heat island effect within our city, providing habitat, providing shelter for these species, and just also for our aesthetic enjoyment.
Well, as an arborist, a lot of what I do is making sure that development conforms to the tree protection code. So one thing we already have in place since April of 2022 is a tree protection code, which is quite robust in the city of Northport, that was adopted by Commission and the city through also a lot of community involvement. And so we're very happy to have that tree protection code. So a lot of what I do is making sure that development, either residential or commercial, conforms to that code.
We are such a passionate team. We come from varied backgrounds. I think between us we have over 100 years of experience, and we are every day raring to go, and we know our work is cut out here, and we're happy to take the challenge.
Through the division and community involvement and leadership in the city, we really hope to make great strides in protecting what we have here and finding that balance with development and environmental stewardship.
I am excited to be a part of this team, and I'm really seeking and looking forward to the opportunities for us to be able to make a difference.
I started with Charlotte County Utilities as a meter reader in 2004. So that's kind of where I got my foot in the door. Then once I reached a point in my life where things were more stable, I decided to leave Charlotte County Utilities, and I went and got my insurance license. It was very exciting doing that for a short period of time. But after a while, I started thinking about the utility. It was in my heart. At this point, I had almost 12, just 2 months shy of 12 years in. And so I realized during that time, my heart was in utilities. And so I started looking around again. I seen an opening here to be a C&D tech. So I applied and I got in. Typically I get here at 7 in the morning. I get my list of, if I can get to this is what I need to do. And I get in my truck. If I need any supplies, parts, tools based off of the work I was given that morning, I'll pick that up here at our shop. And then I head out, and my goal for the day is just to get as much work as that was assigned to me done as possible. And sometimes that happens, and other times there's a lot of first response calls that come in. My favorite part is the uniqueness. It's not knowing what I'm going to be faced with every day. It could be different. It's not mundane in any way. And it's exciting when you get a call and you're on your way and you don't know what it is, and you have the experience and the know-how and the backing to face whatever it's going to be. So I feel very confident in facing these calls, and I think that's my favorite part.
Hello, my name is Devon Poulos. I'm the Aquatics Facilities Manager with the City of Northport, and today we're going to be talking with you guys about our free swim evaluation. It's important that we do these swim evaluations so as kids are registering for swim programs, they get placed in the right class. What we're looking at when we're doing the swim evaluation is every swim level has what's called exit skill assessments. So what we do is we have your child get in the water and we'll go through a series of different movements. Can you go under the water? Can you show us your front crawl? Can you show us back crawl? Can you show us elementary backstroke? Different strokes within there, and what we're doing is we're trying to see where your child tests to before it becomes a challenge for them at that point. Once we assess that, then we'll let you know, and you can go ahead and sign your child up for that appropriate level there. It's important that we have these so that way when we're teaching a level 1, we don't have kids that should be potentially in a level 2 and a level 1 class because they're not learning the appropriate skills that they need at that point in time. Right now, when we're in full summer operations, we ask that people come between 8 and 10 to do the swim evaluations, just as you can hear the water splashing in the background, slides and everything like that. But any day of the week that we're open, you can come in at any point in time and ask for a swim evaluation. We always have a certified swim instructor on site that can have your child take a swim assessment.
Frank Lama, Solid Waste Manager. I am here today with Mario Venditti. Mario, tell people here how long you've been doing this job.
I've been here 5 years.
5 years, excellent, excellent.
Yep.
So, Mario, tell people what it entails, what you do.
I'm a planner scheduler for solid waste at the city, and I go around and I greet the new residents and I educate them on the recycle.
Excellent, sounds interesting, very good.
Yep.
So, Mario, what do you find inside the recycling bins that shouldn't be there? So let's try to tell the people how to recycle right.
Well, the most common thing I find, Frank, is plastic bags.
Okay.
So the plastic bags are not recyclable. I find them just tossed in the container, or they bag the recycle with them.
Right.
And they shouldn't.
This is inside the blue lid container.
That's
correct?
right, inside the blue lid containers.
Correct.
And they should be either taken back to the grocery store or tossed in the trash.
Very good. Do you see a lot of recycling inside the containers?
I do,
bags?
yes.
Oh,
I come across a lot of that.
okay, we don't want to do that, so. Okay, so if you have any questions, you can always look at our website, www.northportflorida.gov/solid waste.
Welcome to the brand new Northport Podcast Network. We're so excited to introduce you to our revamped lineup of shows, created to keep you connected, informed, and inspired about everything happening in our city.
That's right. With 3 unique shows under one network, there's something for everyone.
First up is Northport Now. Madison and I will rotate hosting this fast-paced, news-driven podcast to bring you the latest city updates, event previews, and important information, all in one quick listen.
Think of it as your weekly guide to staying in the know about what's happening in Northport.
Next, we have Northport Stories. Laura and I will share heartfelt and inspiring tales from around our community, stories that showcase the people, places, and moments that make our city special.
And don't worry, Voices of Northport isn't going anywhere. I'll continue bringing you even more personal stories and interviews with residents who shaped our city.
And last but not least, Northport Living. Cody and I will also rotate hosting this show, which is all about tips, events, and lifestyle ideas to help you make the most of life right here in Northport.
Whether you're looking for family-friendly activities, ways to get involved, or helpful home and garden tips, Northport Living has you covered.
With breaking news, heartfelt stories, or practical tips, the Northport Podcast Network is your go-to source for all things Northport.
Make sure to subscribe to the Northport Podcast Network wherever you listen, and join us as we celebrate and connect with our amazing community.
Northport Now will be released bi-weekly.
Northport Stories and Living will be monthly.
A schedule will be available on social media and our website.
Hello everyone, Devon Poulos here, Aquatics Manager. Welcome to my crib. We have fun here at the crib, programs included. Become a past member, play all year long. Here at the crib, we do have rules. We take all payments here at the crib, Apple Pay, MasterCard, Visa, cash. You pay right here to enjoy the crib. So enter through the gate, child-proof, most adult-proof. Shade. What's that? Our newly installed sunshade available for rent all season long. Here at my crib, you don't have to worry about a place to find a seat. We've added more chairs than ever here at the crib. If you're coming to enjoy the cribs and you got little ones, we got the perfect area for them, our Pelican Playground. Newly painted, fresh floor, fresh palm tree, it's looking clean. Looking for a place to work your upper body? Take a shot here at our Stingray Shuffle. Looking to relax? I got you covered here with our Lazy River. Living more on the adventurous side? Check out the slides right behind me. Newly painted, all offer something individual and unique. Check it out. Check out the main pool, kept at a wonderful 84 degrees all year long. I just want you to have a good time. We have safety covered. Lifeguards here, staffed all day, every day when we're open for you to enjoy. Concession is open. Pizza, pretzels, nachos, ice cream, we got it all. My crib is your crib. Looking forward to seeing you here. Duty calls.
I'm Stacy Alosio. I am the Emergency Management Coordinator for the City of Northport, and I'm going to be talking about having an evacuation plan. It's important to have an evacuation plan ahead of time, and it's very important to write it down because that way you can have it somewhere present where everybody in your family can see it and keep it fresh in their minds. And you want to also share it with people in your family or your neighbors so that they know what your plans are ahead of time and how to get a hold of you or where to look for you after a disaster. For your evacuation plans, you should have multiple routes to get to the location you're planning to go to, just because traffic-wise, traffic on 75 might be gridlocked. There could be some very good back roads to get to where you're going. That could get you there more quickly without being stuck in traffic. When you're making an evacuation plan, we usually tell you 4 different things. You should stay home if you are not in a zone that's being evacuated, and if your home is built to withstand the forecasted storm. If you can't stay home and you evacuate, your next option should be to go to a friend or family's home that is outside of the evacuation area and is structurally sound to withstand the storm. Third option would be go to a hotel. They're much more comfortable than our evacuation centers. Fourth option would be to go to one of our evacuation centers. Sarasota County has 12 evacuation centers. Those can be found on their website.
Stacy Alosio. I'm the Emergency Manager for the City of Northport, and I'm going to discuss first responders after the storm. So it may take a while for first responders to get to after the storm, and that's due to a variety of reasons. One being, we pull first responders off the roads when tropical storm force winds are sustained for their safety. That is a standard usually across the state and other states that have hurricanes as well. So we will have a backlog of calls that have come in during the storm that we will prioritize based on urgency, and they'll be responding to those, as well as the calls that are currently coming in if they're urgent as well. Also, the roads might be flooded, there might be debris in the roads. Our tactical first-in teams will be going out right away to clear the roads of any hazards so that our vehicles can get through and respond as quickly as possible. Just keep that in mind when you call after a disaster for assistance. We are coming. You are very important to us. We care about our residents and their safety, but it may just take a while for us to get to you depending on the conditions of the roads.
Hello everyone, my name is Mario Venditti. I am the planner scheduler for the City of Northport Solid Waste. I got into this position, first I was a recycle driver for 5 years for the City of Northport, and then I became the planner scheduler after taking an interest in educating the residents on how to recycle properly. In my position, my day-to-day, usually I start out by visiting the new residents that schedule garbage and recycle containers to be delivered, and I will go see them and educate them on our solid waste guidelines. More or less, I'm more focused on the recycle part of it. After that, I will drive around the city and I actually inspect recycle containers manually for contamination, and then I will take calls from drivers if there's any issues with repeat garbage in the recycle, and I will go educate those people as well. What I love most about the City of Northport is their residents are from all over the world, and I get to learn about the solid waste guidelines, where they come from, as well as educate them on the City of Northport solid waste guidelines and how to recycle properly.
I decided to become a firefighter. I used to work in hospitality and group sales, and I had always had friends that were firefighters, and I decided one day that I wanted to change my job and serve people, so I went ahead and went through an EMT and paramedic program, went to Fire Academy, and then I saw Northport were hiring, and I really liked what they had on there between their ISO rating and their beliefs and values and everything, so I applied. They gave me an opportunity. Every day is different, but for the most part, we start off the same. We'll get our gear onto the apparatus and make sure everything's operational, like our air pack. And then we also check the inventory, make sure we have all our medical equipment, everything's operational. That way we can respond to any emergency, so we're always stocked and ready to go. I think the best part is that everyone's passionate about their job, so they come to work and they're ready to train and take care of each other and teach each other, so everyone's sharp and on their A game, so it makes the job fun, and I just look forward to coming to work. Yeah.
I'm Stacey Losio. I'm the Emergency Management Coordinator for the City of Northport, and I'm going to tell you the difference between flood zones and evacuation zones, or in Sarasota County we call them evacuation levels. So flood zones were generated by FEMA, and they're used to determine the likelihood that you will flood, and they're used to determine if you need flood insurance if you have a mortgage on your home. Now, the evacuation zones are based on storm surge data that comes from the National Hurricane Center, and they use topography as well as hurricane vulnerability for storm surge for the area, and we use those to determine who needs to evacuate during a storm. So it's important to understand that there is a difference. If you're interested in finding out what evacuation zone you are in, which we highly recommend you do, you can use your search engine of choice and type in Sarasota County Know Your Level, and that'll take you to the Sarasota County government website.
Frank Lama, Solid Waste Manager, City of Northport. Here today with Mario Venditti, planner scheduler for the City of Northport, Solid Waste Division. We're going to talk about bulk pickups today, how to schedule bulk pickups, what should go out and what should not go out to the curb, where to place the items, and then what happens if you have more than what's allotted for you for the year for a bulk pickup. So Mario, I know we call 941-240-8050, talk to our customer service reps.
That's correct.
About how to schedule a bulk pickup. How else can we do that?
You can also go on our website, northportfl.gov, click on solid waste, and fill out a bulk request form.
Excellent, excellent. So Mario, what about if a person wants to place it out, what should they place out? What's the right thing, what's the wrong thing?
Basically, Frank, anything that doesn't fit in the container that's garbage is going to go curbside. We're going to stay off driveways. What's not accepted is tires, chemicals, stuff like that. You can put yard waste out, that's considered bulk, but just make sure it's separate from the garbage pile. Okay. Yard waste is a separate pickup.
So what happens if I use all my bulk pickups already?
Good question. So you can have more, but you just have to pay. It's going to be $16.50 a cubic yard, and that's length times width times height divided by 27 is 1 cubic yard.
Any questions? Of course, let us know. Give us a call, 941-240-8050.
Water in a swale, that's kind of the ditch by your house, is not flooding. After a storm event, water should be in that swale up to 72 hours after the storm. That allows the water to be filtered, to get the stuff that came off our roofs and off the road out of the water so that when it reaches the habitat, it no longer has those contaminants in it. It also provides an opportunity to slow down water so that the water doesn't go so fast that it erodes the roadways or any other infrastructure. So when you see water in a swale, if it's only been, up to 72 hours since the last rain, that is not flooding, that is doing its job.
Stacy Losio. I'm the emergency manager for the City of Northport, and today we're going to discuss storm surge and flooding and how both of those affect Northport during a hurricane. So storm surge is when strong, sustained winds are constantly blowing over a long period of time over the Gulf and pushing water up onto shore. So when that happens, there is a lot of flooding and beach erosion along the beaches and the homes inland. However, the storm surge can also push water up the river. So it could push storm surge up the Myakka River, for instance, from the Gulf, and then the water coming downstream from the river has nowhere to go. So that can cause water to back up along the rivers and cause flooding. That, along with a lot of rain that comes from these hurricanes, can also cause an increase of water flooding into the rivers and into our water management systems, causing flooding as well. Public Works does a lot of work before the storm to make sure that our water levels are as low as possible so we can handle additional storm surge and flooding in our water systems. If you want additional information about that, we have a great video about our water control structures, and you can visit the Public Works website.
TRX as a full class, TRX Bootcamp, is a new class for me, although I've been using TRX for many years with personal training that I do or in other style classes that I've done. But an actual focus with just TRX, this is a new class for me. I love the camaraderie, I have to say, with all the participants. I think we have a lot of fun. First of all, everyone gets to use the bands, the TRX bands, of course. And being that we have 5 stations, so when we have overflow or more than 5 people, part of the people are on the band, the other people are doing floor work, and then we'll switch. So everybody gets an opportunity to be in all stations. Just come in, have fun with it, make it your own. It's not scary, it doesn't have to be intimidating at all. You're using your body weight, you're using the angles that you choose to use on the bands, and it just varies with how you're comfortable and how you're feeling when you're here.
Hello everyone, my name is Devon Poulis. I'm the aquatics manager within our Parks and Recreation department. We're here today at the Northport Aquatic Center just to talk to everyone about our Float for Life program. We recognize that nationally, unintentional drowning is the leading cause of death for children that are under the age of 4. So we have an awesome program here called Float for Life. Float for Life is a program that we teach that starts with the fundamentals of floating before we actually learn swimming. This program is targeted for those children that ages 6 months to 4, and what we want them to do is we want them to get comfortable in the water, and if they accidentally fall in the water or find themselves in a trouble situation, they can roll over their back and float. When we launched this program, we were the only one in the state that was actually teaching this milestone program. So I want to give a shout out to our Northport Rotary as well, who sponsored this program here at the Aquatic Center and actually paid for a trainer to come in all the way from Nebraska, where this program originates there. We practice and we go through what's called milestones here. So as soon as the kids progress through the milestones, we can continue moving on through them. And at the end of it, it's a pretty awesome program when they graduate. It's one of the final things that they do is they jump in fully clothed, and they have to turn over, roll over on their back, and actually be able to scream for help at that point in time. It's just an awesome segment program that leads right into our Learn to Swim program, so that way we can make sure we're keeping our kids safe in, on, and around the water.
Oh my gosh, this is gonna be great!
So I always get very excited when anybody asks me about my job and where I work and what I do. It's not a secret that I love working for the city of Northport. I worked for Charlotte County, and I felt that I needed to do something different, and I wanted something more, and I wanted to offer my skills. So I said to my friend, I don't know what to do, and I was thinking about my next steps, and she said, Maria, did you think about applying to a job at the city of Northport? They have a different vibe here, and she said, I'd love it. And I said, oh, I didn't think about that. So I applied and I started my first position in planning and zoning in our development services department. I'm partnered with the building department because the fees are assessed off of the building permits, and it's strictly for new construction, new development. And the first thing I do is to check the spreadsheet, to look at the permits and determine which ones need me to estimate their impact fees. And that's where I start with that. Then I go to numbers that I have to put together, and I put together the invoices for our developers. Oftentimes I'll get phone calls to give quotes before the development comes through, and so developers want to know how much they can budget for. So sometimes I put through proposed estimates to help them with that. And the bulk of it is making sure that the fees are in the system as fast as possible. I love the esprit de corps that I experience, just how everybody teamwork together. I enjoy knowing that I can make a difference for the city and that my position can have a positive impact for our city.
Oh, you're swimming in the pool?
I'm Stacey Locio. I'm the Emergency Management Coordinator for the City of Northport, and we're going to talk about why it's important to have a go kit and what should go inside of it. It's important to have a go bag because if you wait last minute to pack, there are definitely going to be items that you're going to forget in the scramble to get everything put together. So it's important to have your documents such as IDs, insurance paperwork, titles for your home and your vehicles and your boats, just so that if your home does flood or your roof blows off, all those documents are with you and they're safe, because you don't want to end up losing those and having to try to replace those later on. Also in your go bag, you should think about what medications you might need to have ahead of time. If we're under a state of emergency, you are able to refill your prescriptions ahead of time, even if they're not due yet. So it's important to do that. Also in your go bags, you should have non-perishable food, flashlight, batteries, a radio that is battery powered and extra batteries. Should all power go out, we will be able to broadcast on 97.5 FM, any emergency information. So be sure to have your battery powered radio ready and tuned in to 97.5.
We believe that the Natural Resources Department will be an integral part for the city's growth, as we want to achieve a more balanced approach of development in the future.
What we really want to do is see sensible development, sustainable development, and development that is in line with what we already have here. So we want to preserve as much as we can of the natural resources, so there is still place for our natural species, our migrating birds, and all the other species that live and survive in our habitat.
Natural systems are a big part of the ways ecosystems function. An important part for our community, our listed species, they stabilize the soil, they provide so many different benefits, including shade, limiting the heat island effect within our city, providing habitat, providing shelter for these species, and just also for our aesthetic enjoyment.
Well, as an arborist, a lot of what I do is making sure that development conforms to the tree protection code. So one thing we already have in place since April of 2022 is a tree protection code, which is quite robust in the city of Northport, that was adopted by Commission and the city through also a lot of community involvement. And so we're very happy to have that tree protection code. So a lot of what I do is making sure that development, either residential or commercial, conforms to that code.
We are such a passionate team. We come from varied backgrounds. I think between us we have over 100 years of experience, and we are every day raring to go, and we know our work is cut out here, and we're happy to take the challenge.
Through the division and community involvement and leadership in the city, we really hope to make great strides in protecting what we have here and finding that balance with development and environmental stewardship.
I am excited to be a part of this team, and I'm really seeking and looking forward to the opportunities for us to be able to make a difference.
I started with Charlotte County Utilities as a meter reader in 2004. So that's kind of where I got my foot in the door. Then once I reached a point in my life where things were more stable, I decided to leave Charlotte County Utilities, and I went and got my insurance license. It was very exciting doing that for a short period of time. But after a while, I started thinking about the utility. It was in my heart. At this point, I had almost 12, just 2 months shy of 12 years in. And so I realized during that time, my heart was in utilities. And so I started looking around again. I seen an opening here to be a C&D tech. So I applied and I got in. Typically I get here at 7 in the morning. I get my list of, if I can get to this is what I need to do. And I get in my truck. If I need any supplies, parts, tools based off of the work I was given that morning, I'll pick that up here at our shop. And then I head out, and my goal for the day is just to get as much work as that was assigned to me done as possible. And sometimes that happens, and other times there's a lot of first response calls that come in. My favorite part is the uniqueness. It's not knowing what I'm going to be faced with every day. It could be different. It's not mundane in any way. And it's exciting when you get a call and you're on your way and you don't know what it is, and you have the experience and the know-how and the backing to face whatever it's going to be. So I feel very confident in facing these calls, and I think that's my favorite part.
Hello, my name is Devon Poulos. I'm the Aquatics Facilities Manager with the City of Northport, and today we're going to be talking with you guys about our free swim evaluation. It's important that we do these swim evaluations so as kids are registering for swim programs, they get placed in the right class. What we're looking at when we're doing the swim evaluation is every swim level has what's called exit skill assessments. So what we do is we have your child get in the water, and we'll go through a series of different movements. Can you go under the water? Can you show us your front crawl? Can you show us back crawl? Can you show us elementary backstroke? Different strokes within there. And what we're doing is we're trying to see where your child tests to before it becomes a challenge for them at that point. Once we assess that, then we'll let you know, and you can go ahead and sign your child up for that appropriate level there. It's important that we have these so that way when we're teaching a level 1, we don't have kids that should be potentially in a level 2 and a level 1 class because they're not learning the appropriate skills that they need at that point in time. Right now, when we're in full summer operations, we ask that people come between 8 and 10 to do the swim evaluations, just as you can hear the water splashing in the background, slides and everything like that. But any day of the week that we're open, you can come in at any point in time and ask for a swim evaluation. We always have a certified swim instructor on site that can have your child take a swim assessment.
Frank Lama, Solid Waste Manager. I am here today with Mario Venditti. Mario, tell people here how long you've been doing this job.
I've been here 5 years.
5 years, excellent, excellent.
Yep.
So, Mario, tell people what it entails, what you do.
I'm a planner scheduler for solid waste at the city, and I go around and I greet the new residents and I educate them on recycle.
Excellent, sounds interesting, very good.
Yep.
So, Mario, what do you find inside the recycling bins that shouldn't be there? So let's try to tell the people how to recycle right.
Well, the most common thing I find, Frank, is plastic bags.
Okay.
So the plastic bags are not recyclable. I find them just tossed in the container, or they bag the recycle with them.
Right.
And they shouldn't.
This is inside the blue lid container.
That's
correct?
right, inside the blue lid containers.
Correct.
And they should be either taken back to the grocery store or tossed in the trash.
Very good. Do you see a lot of recycling inside the containers?
I do,
bags?
yes.
Oh.
I come across a lot of that.
Okay, we don't want to do that, so. Okay, so if you have any questions, you can always look at our website, www.northportflorida.gov/solid waste.
Welcome to the brand new Northport Podcast Network. We're so excited to introduce you to our revamped lineup of shows, created to keep you connected, informed, and inspired about everything happening in our city.
That's right. With 3 unique shows under one network, there's something for everyone.
First up is Northport Now. Madison and I will rotate hosting this fast-paced, news-driven podcast to bring you the latest city updates, event previews, and important information, all in one quick listen.
Think of it as your weekly guide to staying in the know about what's happening in Northport.
Next, we have Northport Stories. Laura and I will share heartfelt and inspiring tales from around our community, stories that showcase the people, places, and moments that make our city special.
And don't worry, Voices of Northport isn't going anywhere. I'll continue bringing you even more personal stories and interviews with residents who shaped our city.
And last but not least, Northport Living. Cody and I will also rotate hosting this show, which is all about tips, events, and lifestyle ideas to help you make the most of life right here in Northport.
Whether you're looking for family-friendly activities, ways to get involved, or helpful home and garden tips, Northport Living has you covered.
With breaking news, heartfelt stories, or practical tips, the Northport Podcast Network is your go-to source for all things Northport.
Make sure to subscribe to the Northport Podcast Network wherever you listen, and join us as we celebrate and connect with our amazing community.
Northport Now will be released bi-weekly.
Northport Stories and Living will be monthly.
A schedule will be available on social media and our website.
Hello everyone, Devon Poulos here, Aquatics Manager. Welcome to my crib. We have fun here at the crib, programs included. Become a past member, play all year long. Here at the crib, we do have rules. We take all payments here at the crib, Apple Pay, MasterCard, Visa, cash. You pay right here to enjoy the crib. So enter through the gate, child-proof, most adult-proof. Shade. What's that? Our newly installed sunshade available for rent all season long. Here at my crib, you don't have to worry about a place to find a seat. We've added more chairs than ever here at the crib. If you're coming to enjoy the cribs and you got little ones, we got the perfect area for them, our Pelican Playground. Newly painted, fresh floor, fresh palm tree. It's looking clean. Looking for a place to work your upper body? Take a shot at here at our Stingray Shuffle. Looking to relax? I got you covered here with our Lazy River. Living more on the adventurous side? Check out the slides right behind me. Newly painted, all offer something individual and unique. Check it out. Check out the main pool, kept at a wonderful 84 degrees all year long. I just want you to have a good time. We have safety covered. Lifeguards here, staffed all day, every day when we're open for you to enjoy. Concession is open. Pizza, pretzels, nachos, ice cream, we got it all. My crib is your crib. Looking forward to seeing you here. Duty calls.
I'm Stacy Alosio. I am the Emergency Management Coordinator for the City of Northport, and I'm going to be talking about having an evacuation plan. It's important to have an evacuation plan ahead of time, and it's very important to write it down because that way you can have it somewhere present where everybody in your family can see it and keep it fresh in their minds. And you want to also share it with people in your family or your neighbors so that they know what your plans are ahead of time and how to get a hold of you or where to look for you after a disaster. For your evacuation plans, you should have multiple routes to get to the location you're planning to go to, just because traffic-wise, traffic on 75 might be gridlocked. There could be some very good back roads to get to where you're going that could get you there more quickly without being stuck in traffic. When you're making an evacuation plan, we usually tell you 4 different things. You should stay home if you are not in a zone that's being evacuated, and if your home is built to withstand the forecasted storm. If you can't stay home and you evacuate, your next option should be to go to a friend or family's home that is outside of the evacuation area and is structurally sound to withstand the storm. Third option would be go to a hotel. They're much more comfortable than our evacuation centers. Fourth option would be to go to one of our evacuation centers. Sarasota County has 12 evacuation centers. Those can be found on their website.
Stacy Alosio. I'm the Emergency Manager for the City of Northport, and I'm going to discuss first responders after the storm. So it may take a while for first responders to get to after the storm, and that's due to a variety of reasons. One being, we pull first responders off the roads when tropical storm force winds are sustained for their safety. That is a standard usually across the state and other states that have hurricanes as well. So we will have a backlog of calls that have come in during the storm that we will prioritize based on urgency, and they'll be responding to those, as well as the calls that are currently coming in if they're urgent as well. Also, the roads might be flooded, there might be debris in the roads. Our tactical first-in teams will be going out right away to clear the roads of any hazards so that our vehicles can get through and respond as quickly as possible. Just keep that in mind when you call after a disaster for assistance. We are coming. You are very important to us. We care about our residents and their safety, but it may just take a while for us to get to you depending on the conditions of the roads.
Want to welcome you, Regina. Glad to see you made it down here safely.
Yes, I did.
Sure, I'll do the formal introduction. Thank you, first of all, to Regina for coming in a little earlier. I know we're running a little ahead of schedule, so thanks for accommodating the commission as they work their way through this process. Regina Kardash is your final candidate that you have a chance to meet with today. I know you've had a chance to operate and meet with her one-on-one yesterday as well. She has been briefed on the process, so Mayor, if you'd like to officially welcome her and thank her for her participation and any opening comments that she may want to do. And after that, she's prepared to go through the PowerPoint as we've done with the other candidates. And then there's questions after that on the PowerPoint. She'll address those and then go over to the table and be able to join you for the balance of the interview session. So well, with that, best of success.
We welcome you, Regina, and we appreciate your interest in coming to work and with our city and helping us along. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to you for your presentation, and then we'll go from there.
Great. Thank you all so much. I do appreciate having the opportunity to be here, and certainly the opportunity to spend, yesterday and today and the past couple weeks also getting to know, you and your city. It's definitely been my pleasure. And I also do want to compliment SGR on the process. So, I've been doing this for over a decade. And I've put in bids in a lot of different places throughout the state. And the process that they have used has been very clean. The manner in which they have presented all the questions has been organized and thought-provoking, and I really do appreciate that. It's the first time I've ever worked with someone like SGR in a process like this. With that, we will go ahead and get started. So when I started to approach this presentation, what I really wanted to think about is sort of what is the purpose? Like, why are we all here? What is government about? And what is it that we're trying to accomplish? And at the end of the day, government does have a stated purpose. You know, you're a municipal corporation, you're a subdivision of the state, and as a subdivision of the state, it's your duty to protect, and elected officials, to protect the health, safety, and welfare of your citizens and the public and people that visit the city of Northport. And ultimately, everything you do should sort of start to move from that ethos. And I do already see that embedded in a lot of what you do in your city already. And that's a very good thing. It means that you get it. It means that your citizens get it, right? And with that, I started to look at overarching concepts of leadership and management, particularly in the city attorney's office, that would encompass both challenges and opportunities. And the three aspects of leadership that I looked at and growth management were growth, balance, and success. So growth requires challenges, and challenges are an opportunity to grow. Certainly, the law should not stifle growth. And I hear that a lot, particularly in government, that we can't do this because the law says this, or, you know, we can't do this because of bureaucracy in government. And a lot of people see that as stifling and impeding growth. That's not what I think the role of the law should be in government. What the role of the law should be in government is to set those outside parameters for you to sort of move in between in order to find what I always talk about is the middle way. Because in the middle way, that's how you're going to be meeting the needs of the most people at once with whatever it is that you're doing. So with the law setting those outside parameters, it gives you the opportunity for successful growth by yielding the fruits of whatever the policies and legislation are that you're putting in place for your city. And three aspects of growth that I would like to talk about that are specific to municipal government are your resources, your infrastructure, and the city attorney's office. So with resources, I specifically like to talk about taxes, land, and talent. And the most important one of that is going to be your talent. And your talent is ultimately your people, the people that you have working for you in government, and also the talents of your citizens. You want to make sure that not only are you attracting the best and brightest to work in your government organization, but also that you're attracting those types of people to come live here and move here. You've already sort of started that with building the hospitals, because you're going to have all kinds of healthcare professionals moving here that are going to be working in those hospitals and living in your community and going to your restaurants and contributing to what it is that you're building and growing here. And, you know, with that also, the taxes and land. Taxes, you don't like to talk about taxes growing, right? And one aspect of your taxation structure that I have sort of seen isn't necessarily the issues that you've seen with your charter provisions. It's sort of the distribution of how you're applying those taxes. When you have your residency bearing the brunt of approximately, I think the figure I heard was 80%, of your taxes, that's a lot. You're not distributing that over your commercial and industrial. And as you start to grow more, I have seen where you are having more commercial and those sort of business type taxes available for you to use as a city. That starts to give relief to your citizens in terms of where you're drawing from those pools of funds to then apply that to, you know, your infrastructure and the needs of the city, right? And part of that, you know, isn't a problem that's been created here. Part of that is something that is ultimately in the previous design of the city. You know, back when you were originally platted, you weren't platted to be a city, you were platted to be a bedroom community, so there wasn't already planned commercial corridors, downtown areas. It's something that you have had to do after the fact, and I do see that you have been moving in that direction, and you have plans to increase that, and ultimately in the long run, it's going to help balance out what taxes you have available to use for the projects that you need that are going to most benefit the city and the citizens. And then the land. right? Land is absolutely a resource. It's not a resource that you can create. You know, we're not going to be creating any land, right? Now you can add land through annexation processes, but ultimately that's somebody else's land that, you know, you're taking into your city. So you're not creating land, but land is a very valuable resource, especially when you start to approach what's referred to as build out numbers, right? Where you have a certain percentage of your land that's developed, and you're not developing pristine land anymore. You are not at that point yet. I've worked in a lot of different communities where there's been different levels of that. You know, Pinellas County is particularly considered to be a built-out county. There's not a lot of available land to build on and to create that growth that we're talking about here that gives that tax relief to your citizens. But growth isn't just development. Growth sometimes also does include preservation and having parklands and things like that, that again is something that you have already incorporated into your city design and things that you offer to your citizens. So that becomes very important. And you know, with that, I'll kind of move on then too, because I'll talk about that a little bit more down the road here. But I'd like to talk a little bit about the infrastructure. Infrastructure and planning how to use those resources that you have available is critical. Things that you need to build and grow to take care of your citizens. I was very surprised to learn that a great deal of the city is on septic and well water, you know, and not connected to city sewer, and what that means for you, and also what that means for your emergency management. You know, when you have areas that flood and are flooding septic, that creates some health risks. And again, going back to your purpose is to protect the health, safety, and welfare of your community. So how are we going to overcome those types of challenges through appropriate infrastructure planning? And then where are you going to get the resources to provide for that infrastructure planning? You know, through taxation and the land that you have available to you. And also the talent of the people who are going to help you in that process, right? So, and then the last one, growth in the city attorney's office. And when I talk about growth in the city attorney's office, I don't want you to think necessarily that it means adding more money or adding more people. That's not necessarily the type of growth that I would look at right off the bat. That may be something that comes down the road after I've been there and I can see what it is that you might need that would help complement the talent that you have there. And particularly with growth, I look at professional development in the city's in the city attorney's office, because I want to make sure that they have the tools that they need to do the job that you are hiring them to do, right? What additional training is there? And also, I want to sort of be able to set the standard with your city attorney's office to make sure that if and when, because inevitably people will come and go through your city attorney's office, but when they do leave here, if they do leave here and they go somewhere else, I want them to know what they're doing. So it reflects on you as a community and what they've learned here and what they can bring to the table in their next job. That's what will be important for me in terms of growth in the city attorney's office. And part of being a leader in local government law also does mean participating in voluntary bar organizations. You know, one of the greatest places where I learned were organizations like FAPA, the Florida Association of Police Attorneys, FMAA, the Florida Municipal Attorneys Association, and then also the Florida Bar's City, County, and Local Government Law section. You know, I want to make sure that your attorneys are meeting the professional goals that they have set for themselves and that they feel fulfilled in what they're doing every day. You know, you spend so much of your time working in a career and a profession. If you don't feel fulfilled in that, you're not going to be doing a good job, and that's just going to lead to burnout. So that's something that I consider to be very important in what I would bring to your city attorney's office. And then the next part of this that I would like to talk about is the balance. Balance becomes very important, and I've defined it here as prioritizing what truly matters for growth. And balance actually plays a good, important role in the law, because a lot of times in the law we talk about balancing competing interests, weighing the evidence, right? And so what does that mean? Legal analysis will often require that you weigh these competing interests and you use evidence to sort of determine where you're tipping the scales towards one side or the other when it comes to those types of competing interests. And that can be very important too when you're writing your policies and legislation, right? Because you will have competing interests that you're trying to meet, and when you draft legislation and draft policies in a certain way, it can give you, as the decision makers, the tools that you need to weigh out those choices when you're considering certain types of evidence and then applying the laws. And especially when it's another board that's underneath you that is applying the laws and the policies that you have written. And when we talk about competing interests, I picked a couple examples of what I have seen in municipal government where I see a lot of competing interests. One of the first ones up there, which I think touches every community, is development, right? And what did that development look like? And is there a balance between the preservation and the innovation that comes in development? And, you know, preservation can be conservation easements. It can be historic preservation. You know, when are you going to apply those historic criteria to the buildings that you have to make sure that you're preserving the things that make Northport, Northport, right? Then also too, one of the biggest ones is rights. A lot of times I have seen councils, commissions, and staff struggle with the competing public rights and private rights, public interests and the interests of the government, and where those overlap. And that's where the Constitution, I think, is imperative, and making sure that we're paying attention to those constitutional imperatives, and that we are also, as a commission, knowing what our role is under the Constitution and how we are fulfilling that in what we do day to day. And then finally, because you are an employer and you are a very large employer, balance in the workplace becomes very important. That's sometimes how you can attract some of that talent that we talked about. When you offer that work-life balance, you offer a workplace that doesn't create a toxic environment, because I'm sure some of us have had experiences where we've had to work in toxic environments, and it really just makes the job harder. You know, being a lawyer is a very difficult job. You know, you're always, everybody always wants something from you, and you know, you kind of have to balance that. And a lot of lawyers do struggle with work-life balance. So that's something that I think in all aspects of you as an employer, you should make sure that that's available to your employees. And so you're providing them not just the opportunity to grow professionally, but also personally. And then the last one that I'm kind of talking about here is success. And I have defined success. Well, one of the biggest challenges that I see with success is that success inevitably is going to require the risk of failure, right? If you're not taking risks, you're not growing. And you have to be able to take those risks and feel comfortable taking those risks and do it from a position of thoughtful reflection and preparation so that you have a greater opportunity to succeed. And sometimes you do have to fail to get to some of those larger successes, and that's okay. You know, it doesn't mean that you've failed at the complete game. It just means this one little thing can then help you reach greater successes later on. And in this context, I've kind of defined it as the achievement of a desired goal and outcome. And success in government really does require teamwork and effort. And sometimes that teamwork can be a challenge because you're talking about a lot of different moving parts. You have different professionals, different departments that you have to integrate to work as a cohesive whole in order to make your government successful. And sometimes those challenges can include communication and patience and all those aspects of working with other people that help make that talent that you attract more important. And some of the opportunities that I really see that help make working in government successful are definitely the public service aspect. We all are public servants. I like to think that we all do this because we care about the communities that we live in, that we want to make them a better place to be, and because we do want to see our governments and our agencies sort of succeed. And that kind of gets back then to what that purpose is of government, again, being the health, safety, and welfare of the people. And in my one-year game plan, I did talk a little bit about what I saw as the stated mission of the city attorney's office, which was contained in your budget. There it says, to provide effective and timely legal representation and advice to the city commission, city administration, and city boards and committees. And I talked about how I wanted to add to that, because I really do think that underlying everything that we do, particularly as attorneys, that your goal should also be to protect the constitutional integrity of the city's legislation, policies, and processes. Because you're not just protecting the city when you do that, you are also protecting the public. And again, that's what sort of helps to provide you with those guardrails and those guidelines that help in your decision-making process under the law. I've heard it said that attorneys are the guardians of the Constitution, and I'm not sure if that's from case law or just, some other TED Talk that I went to, but I really think that that's true. And I think that it's mostly true in areas where you are working in government, because when you are working in government, if you're not paying attention to the constitutional principles that you're supposed to be following, it's going to make any type of success that you have relative. And a lot of times that can be very difficult to do from an advisory capacity, because your city attorney, other than in the city attorney's office, your city attorney is not a decision maker. Your city attorney is an advisor. They are there to advise you. They are there to advise staff. They are there to advise the people, to help you make the decisions you need to make. We are there to help you be the best person in office that you want to be. And I think that keeping that eye on the Constitution definitely helps to sort of bring that to fruition and to be a spot where we all kind of move from. So with that, that is sort of the end of mine. I don't know if I'm quite at 10 minutes, but certainly I'd be happy to take any questions that you might have.
Thank you very much. Before we go into our regular questions, is there anything, Commission, any comments, any questions regarding Gina's presentation? Commissioner.
I'll make some comments. I don't think I really have a question.
Okay.
But I think of all the presentations we saw today, you certainly recognize sort of the opportunities and challenges, and I really appreciated your comments about of growth, that it's not just adding to headcount, it was sort of elevating the skills of the city attorney's office. I think we have a good team. I suspect we would all agree that we would like more in-house competency in land use and contract negotiations and contract writing. So for me, that would be one big area, but I really appreciated your comments about growth and supporting the team. I also heard maybe challenging the team a little bit, and the need for balance. So I appreciate that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Right, want to move to our questions.
Do you want me to move in front of you, or?
On down here where you can be more comfortable. And we'll start, let's start with Commissioner Petrov with question 14.
Thank you, Mayor. Regina, describe how you believe you effectively lead change in the city attorney's office or operations.
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
Yes. Describe how you believe you effectively lead change in the city attorney's office or operations.
Well, certainly effectuating change, you start to lead by example. So providing an example of making sure that you have all the operations in place. Sometimes it's a detailed analysis of what you actually have going on in terms of the processes that have been put in place. And a lot of that review will take some time, and certainly I think that making sure that we have a standard here that everybody can live with and can meet is what we want.
Thank you.
Okay.
Vice Mayor, let's see, what's 21.
How have you handled people
who are difficult to get along with, either internal or external to the organization. Describe a situation in which you were effective in getting a difficult person to cooperate. Explain what you did that made the difference.
A lot of times that just takes patience. Sometimes, and sometimes it also takes identifying why the person is being difficult. Is it because they don't understand something? Is it because they don't like something? Is it because they don't like me? Right? You know, all those types of things can kind of come into play when you're looking at what's actually the root cause of the problem and where that difficulty is coming from. A good example is I have, dealt with commissions, and I haven't seen this here. You guys seem to work really well together, which is certainly a compliment, to you all and to the voters that put you in place, because it makes working in government just that much easier when the people who are in charge up there are getting along, right? But I have been in situations where there's just a lot of infighting on the dais, and often very public infighting on the dais. And again, setting that example, setting that standard of peace and civility. I've written more than one what I call civility codes to help manage what can kind of come out sometimes when there are those difficult issues. And at the end of the day, again, my job is just to advise. The decisions that somebody is going to make aren't necessarily my decisions, right? But it's there for me to help you make the decision and to help have staff make the decisions that they need to make.
All right. Let's see, I'm up. Describe the methods or the techniques you've used to really analyze information or gather information. Give us an example of when you applied one or more of these methods to successfully resolve an issue. I know it's a little general, but.
Well, I guess I'll kind of start from the legal research aspect. Obviously, when I start looking at a legal issue, looking to levels of authority, where's the highest level of authority and where does it kind of go down from there? So not only examining the state statutes in play, but also any administrative regulations and case law that might need to be applied to that issue. And then, even though you don't always want to copycat other places, looking at how other people have solved the problems helps you learn what worked and what didn't, and maybe why it worked and why it didn't work in these other communities. And a lot of times, too, that also gets back to those organizations that I talked about, because when you join those organizations and you participate in them, you're getting information from around the state of how they're solving problems and the problems that they're facing. And there's been more than once that I've been able to use what I received there to preempt a problem that I was going to eventually see in my community.
Answer, appreciate that. Commissioner Langdon, you're up with question 33.
If you could briefly describe your management style.
I would say it's best described as collaborative. When I look at what I think I bring to the table in terms of my skills and my abilities, I don't want 5 or 6 or 7 other lawyers just like me in the room. I want to make sure that the skills that are there are going to both complement what I offer and then also fill the holes in areas where I may not be the best person for the job. When you are facing a problem or a legal issue, I want to make sure that you all have the best horse in the race.
Thank you.
Commissioner Duval, where are we, 35?
Question 35. Tell us about a time when someone gave you constructive feedback and how did you respond? What did you do with that information?
I think an important part of working with a team and working with other professionals is being able to receive and integrate that type of constructive feedback. Certainly as I've come up in my career, I've had more than one very meaningful mentor, whether it's been a boss or somebody that worked in another community, where sometimes I seek it out. What can you tell me or do for me to help me do better at what I'm doing, but at the end of the day, if you can't take that and integrate it into sort of what you're doing, things like drafting.
when you're working on a long-term drafting project and your head's really into it, you may read it and it's completely obvious to you. But if you hand it to somebody else who's never read it, they're going to see something different. And I especially see this with attorneys, where if you give 3 attorneys the same question, you're probably going to get 10 different answers, right? Because we all kind of analyze problems differently. We look at them differently. And being able to integrate those different perspectives and to take that constructive criticism and grow from it, I think is a very important part of being a professional.
Thank you.
All right. Commissioner Petra, we are on 37.
Thank you. Describe a situation where you worked with someone you did not like or respect. How did you cope with the relationship?
Ultimately, when I deal with staff and commissions and employees, I tend to treat everybody, the same. Not everybody's going to like me. I always say sometimes I'm not everybody's cup of tea. But when you have those personality conflicts, internally being aware of that and aware of my response to it, I think helps me to sort of temper what may occur, and knowing what's going to sort of trigger me, the patience aspect of it, I think, is really what's important. And sometimes it's just a matter of approaching it as an intellectual and putting aside whatever differences you have for the better interest of what it is that you're doing.
Vice Mayor, 39?
Yep. Describe what the terms integrity and ethics mean to you. Tell us about a time when your integrity or ethics were challenged. What did you do?
So I've heard integrity described as, doing what's right even when nobody's watching, right? That's where I've sort of heard that definition somewhere. And I think that that's very true. And integrity, I don't think, is something that can be taught. I think integrity is something that's intuitive within a person. And there's different levels of integrity. And certainly ethics, because you have such a high fiduciary duty when you work in government, I think ethics is imperative. Ethics, we have the Commission on Ethics. I've worked a lot with that. I've written papers and taught ethics classes for public officials in various places. And I think at the end of the day, if you don't have some sort of internal compass, it's going to make the job harder. With certain things, with certain people, I've always talked about like the smell test. Something's not quite right, but you kind of can't put your finger on it. One of the larger professional issues I've had, particularly with ethics, is there was a mayor in a neighboring community that I was representing. That just would continue to attack me, in terms of the advice that I was giving. He was a mayor and he happened to be a lawyer, and he just used to constantly attack the advice that I was providing my clients. Now, granted, this is somebody who never practiced in city, county, and local government law and had no idea, about sunshine law and ethics and things like that. In that particular situation, it was actually fairly easy for me to ignore it and put it aside, because my clients at the time knew me and had worked with me well enough to know and understand that I was there trying to help them and give them the best advice. And I think that having that reputation with them already had really helped me sort of withstand that situation in the context that I did.
Thank you.
All right. Next question up, 44. Tell us about a project you had to coordinate that involved the participation of a number of people. How'd you manage it? What did you do when others didn't follow through on their commitments?
So there was one community where I was working with them to completely redo their land development code. It was well over 20 years, but that since they had touched parts of it, there were things that were lacking, there were things that weren't completed, where I saw it as a problem for the future development and redevelopment of that community. And it actually took a while for me to get the council that I was advising sort of on board to invest the time and the money. Because when I was doing this, I was contract counsel, and so all of that time really kind of starts to add up. Because it's not just the time that you're spending doing the writing and doing the research, it's also the time advising the boards and advising the public, scheduling the public meetings. And I actually had approached it similar to like what you probably would see in a charter revision, where you go through like line by line, section by section. So you're talking about a project that spanned, well over a year. And as we were going through, making those notes of what the community wanted to see, how they wanted to see it, and how we were going to integrate that into the land development code changes that were forthcoming. And I think probably one of my disappointments with that project is I didn't get to see it through to the end.
Thank you for that answer. Commissioner Langdon, question 47 is yours.
You've got it, Mr. Mayor. What's the biggest mistake? I hate this question personally, but what's the biggest mistake you have made in your work? What did you do about it, and what did you learn from it?
So there was a time when I was giving a presentation on public records. And I believe that it was a public records issue that revolved around Facebook and Facebook comments and things of that nature. And unfortunately, the advice that I had given didn't incorporate a recent case that had come out. That it wasn't necessarily contrary, but it sort of narrowed a gray area. Right? And so in order to correct that, I did issue what I call a corrective memo, because it was advice I was giving to a governing body and training I was giving to a governing body. So I went ahead and prepared the corrective memo and said, hey, this is what I said. I've been made aware. And again, this was something I was made aware of by another professional who, when you have that support, they help you move forward in that way. And they said, hey, did you look at this case? And so I was made aware of it, and I was able to write that memo and issue that to the client to make sure that they did have the best information available.
Commissioner Duval, let's see. We're up with question 52 for you.
Question 52. Tell us how you have involved colleagues in planning, decision-making, facilitating, and project management. Give a specific example.
And by colleagues, are you talking about people that I work with or people outside of my workspace?
Just asks.
Okay.
For colleagues
All right. Okay.
in planning,
I'm going to take that
decision-making.
broader as meaning other attorneys, right? Okay. So a lot of times I was very fortunate to work in an office where when I was looking at issues or problems, again, having that other set of eyes to be able to talk to them and say, I'm dealing with this issue. Has anybody ever dealt with this? What did it look like? And then how did you resolve it in your community? And then from that space, formulate a plan to move forward with it. I will use, let's see, trying to think of a good example, a good specific example of a time, when I've used that and sort of the outcome. For some reason, I keep coming back to the secure facilities ordinance. A lot of times we had that issue where people were coming in and trying to record in areas, and it was especially problematic in a small building that shared the police department and the city services. And so there wasn't a secure a facilities ordinance in place. So developing that and putting that in place, I did look to other colleagues that had faced that issue and incorporated their advice and the most current ordinance that I could find that had been supported by law in order to make sure that that was in place for my community so they wouldn't face that problem. You have areas of town hall that are open to the public and areas of town hall that are secure. And that's for the safety of the people that work there. And that can be very important. You want to feel safe where you work. So.
Thank you for your answer. Thank you for remembering the whole question and addressing it.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Petro, question 56 is for you.
Thank you. Describe your approach and experience in providing legal advice to the governing body and administrative personnel.
That's just been a constant. I mean, it's something that, you do in this job constantly. And particularly with the governing body, it's just about always in public. So there's a higher level of scrutiny, I think, than most lawyers would face. Because you're giving what most people in a different context would consider privileged legal advice to an entity in public, right? So, and that can be something for a lawyer that's never worked in that sort of arena. It can seem very overwhelming, but because I've been doing it, since I was in law school, it sort of has, I think, made me a better lawyer. Because not only do I answer when you're giving legal advice in public, not only do I answer to you all and to staff in that regard, a lot of times there is, like I gave the example with the mayor, public criticism of what I'm saying or what I'm doing. So it makes me research harder and be more certain and sure in the advice that I'm giving. And sometimes it means not being afraid to say, I don't know, or I will have to look into that and get back to you.
Thank you.
Good answer. Vice Mayor, let's see, what's the next one we've got? Next 75 is...
70.
Yeah, 70.
That work for you, sir?
Absolutely. If it works for you, it works for me.
Creative people seem to offer new insights frequently. Give us an example of a time when one of your insights or innovations was particularly well received by others. So you give yourself kudos here.
Okay. Trying to think of one that was maybe particularly creative. At a time when I was representing a beach community that had private residents that abutted what would otherwise be necessarily a public easement, there were a lot of security concerns because there had been some trespassing issues and some other law enforcement related issues that made that public access a little concerning. And so in order to kind of combat that, I helped to make it so that the people who lived there felt more secure in knowing and being able to see who was behind their property by what I call the umbrella ordinance. And that was eliminating the use of umbrellas, shade structures, and other things along that public area of the beach, so that there wasn't sort of that threatening or menacing aspect or element that the public was providing to the private citizens that made up the community I was representing.
Well put. Thank you.
I'm up next, I guess. Tell us how you may have or would help a divided commission or governing body achieve consensus on a politically charged issue.
Well, first and foremost, I would say by not advising on the politics, advising on the law. A lot of people like to treat this seat like it's a political seat, and I don't agree with that. I think it's more important that your city attorney is apolitical to give you the best advice possible. And that's why when I do give advice,
I usually will give options. You can do A, this would be the consequence of A. B, this is the consequences of B. C, this is the consequences of C, right? Then it is up for you all to participate in that political process. I'm not the political element of that equation, right? But what I want to do is give you the tools to evaluate those problems and those issues. And I know that ultimately, at the end of the day, it's not always going to be unanimous up there, right? And not all the decisions you're making are going to be labeled as a good decision or a bad decision. Sometimes they're just choices that you're faced with that you have to make in terms of what projects you want to move forward, in terms of the priorities that are there for you and for your constituents. So I think giving you the options and giving you that space that you need to weigh out and discuss and talk about those options in a civilized manner is really actually one of the more exciting and special aspects of this job.
Appreciate that very much. And Commissioner Langdon, you have
82.
Question 82.
What is your best and what is your worst professional quality?
I would say that my best professional quality is that I care about what I do, which is unfortunate because it also leads into my worst professional quality, which is that sometimes I work too much, right? And I think you can it's kind of reflected in my resume and a lot of the things that I did where, it kind of got to a point where I had to start saying no. Because there's only so many hours in a day. And that's actually one of the things that's attracted me to an in-house position. I think that being able to focus on one client and, one community instead of, 4 or 5 or 6 different communities is going to be a benefit to my professional growth and development.
Great, thank you for that.
All right. Those were the canned questions. But let's go a little off script. If any of us have questions that, they've thought of as we've gone through this process. So, I'll open it up. Who's got what? Anybody got questions?
I can always go. I've been very impressed with your communication style and the emotional intelligence that you displayed in so many of your answers. What I don't have a strong sense of is an area that is a top priority for me, which is managing the growth of the city. And that translates for me into attracting commercial development, helping to fund some of our infrastructure needs through negotiating and writing strong contracts where the city might make concessions for a developer to put in some infrastructure or whatever. Can you talk a little bit about what kind of experience you have had working with developers, development, P3 agreements and projects, that kind of thing?
Yeah, sure. So part of the reason you probably haven't heard me talk much about that particular topic and growth management is because it really, at the end of the day, is going to require a deep dive into what you have in place. Through this interview process, I've heard that you just developed, enacted your new development code and a new zoning scheme for the city, I think in October is what I heard. And so really kind of delving into that, seeing what it provides for, because you have to go from what legislation you put in place. Your legislation, your planning, I haven't looked at your capital improvement projects or your capital improvement plan yet, which is where you really set, in your 5, 10, 15-year plan that you're supposed to review every year, what your priorities are. And then when you set those capital improvements, which always includes infrastructure, that's part of the reason why the legislature put it in place like that, when you do that, you're supposed to identify your funding sources.
right? And your funding sources are what help you plan for the taxes that you're going to implement, where you're going to get this money, and what that means and what that looks like for you in the future. And I've seen all levels of capital plans. I've seen really detailed and in-depth ones that go into these aspects and, you know, really provide that strong roadmap for you and for your staff of where you're going with all this. But I've also seen the complete opposite, where, you know, I get blank stares when I talk about a capital improvement plan and that type of growth management document. You know, so you have that. You also have sort of strategic planning elements that can kind of play into that as well too. But the legal document that ultimately is going to help you with that through your land development code is your comprehensive plan and the capital improvement element of your comprehensive plan. That's the document that, you know, I really need to sort of digest, and that takes some time. And making sure that what you have written in that document actually matches what the desired goals and outcomes are for your community, and ultimately that you're meeting some of those critical infrastructure needs, infrastructure maintenance, and upgrades, because, you know, you put the system in place, you got to maintain it, right? And after you maintain it, eventually it's going to be outdated, so then you have to update it. So there's all those types of aspects that you have to look at when you're sort of delving into those types of capital projects. And then in terms of identifying the funding source, I've worked with multiple different types of municipal finance and local government finance. Certainly special assessments are something that, you know, you have available, especially if you have really intense short-term projects. But then you have to look at what property is being specially assessed and what the benefit of that property is. And then just to get to that analysis, that requires hiring professionals to perform that analysis. That's not something that comes out of your city attorney's office. It's something that you hire a professional to provide you the evidence to meet those capital improvement goals and those legal requirements that you see when imposing things like special assessments. Then you also have your special districts. I have noticed that you use already the special districts that you have set in place, and even in your charter have set in place, in order to provide assessment funding, and that is a taxation. You don't always hear it called a tax, because for some reason everybody thinks tax is a dirty word, and I can understand why, right? Nobody likes to hear it. Nobody likes to hear that they're being taxed, or taxes are increasing, or they're going up, right? But at the end of the day, that is what you do. That is a constitutional power that has been granted to you via the Constitution and the contract that you have with your people. And then that's reiterated and echoed in your city charter, right? So there's a lot of aspects of that you can really look at when it comes to where you're finding these funding sources and how you're applying them. It doesn't always have to come from borrowing money. And I think that you know, you are government. You have taxing power and you have taxing authority, and it needs to be used, and it needs to be used responsibly and in the best interests of your citizens.
Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
I have a question for you. You know, in light of the challenges we have as a city, you know, with our economic development, less than, you know, 10% of our revenue comes from non-residential means. You know, we have great challenges in that area.
Okay.
We have restrictions on our borrowing ability as a city. So much of what our growth is going to be all about as we move forward will be private partnerships with outside groups, with development partners. And I'm interested in your philosophy with regard to how you perceive yourself as the city attorney and your staff working with those and in connection with those types of transactions, as opposed to utilizing outside counsel to do it, you know, allowing our development of services department, who pretty much has managed these development projects, utilizing outside counsel. You know, how do you see your role as our city attorney, and how much control or involvement or oversight you see with regard to that process?
Well,
Ultimately, I am of the opinion that there should be no contract that happens in the city that your city attorney's office is unaware of. And, you know, because I have seen all kinds of things go awry when you don't have your city attorney involved in the negotiating process or involved in the drafting of a contract. I have seen developers that are all too ready to hand you a pre-done contract that they've used in 15 other places and be like, it's fine, just use it, you know? And it's like, whoa, 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 you know, we're not every other place. We have our own rules, our own codes, our own concerns as a community, you know, and when you start that from the negotiating process and having your attorney involved in the negotiating process, then you can sort of set the expectation and sort of set the parameters that you're willing to work within. Sometimes that comes directly from you, sometimes that comes from state statute, sometimes that comes from the charter or the regulations that you all have put in place in your community. At the end of the day, I have to make sure that nothing in that contract is violating your codes, violating your desires, and ultimately not putting the city at risk. Because when you put the city at risk, you put the taxpayers at risk too.
Appreciate that. Commissioners, anybody else got anything more they want to ask? I'll ask another one. You know, you have kind of a unique experience in that you have served many municipalities in and around Southwest Florida, which from not just a outside contractor, but also internally. And it's given you kind of a unique perspective on a lot of what goes on in and around our area of Florida. And how do you see that helping you with regard to our specific challenges? Because as I say, they are somewhat unique. Nobody is growing as fast as we are. Nobody has the financial challenges and the economic development challenges that we have. So how do you see, having had that experience with these other municipalities, how do you see that helping you if you were to become our city attorney?
Well, nobody, at the end of the day, you know, nobody exists in a silo, right? You have communities to your south, to your north, to your east, and your west, you know, all of which affects you. Right, you have your boundaries and your borders are just on paper at the end of the day. So a lot of times there is that overflow, and then when you can build those good working relationships with the communities around you, ultimately it makes your job easier. You know, and I think that that can be very important when you are more landlocked, right? Especially in terms of things like dealing with floodplains and emergency management, because what your neighbors are doing is ultimately going to affect you. You can look at that too in terms of housing. You're building a house in a floodplain, you're going to build it like 4 or 5 feet higher than your neighbors. Well, where's all the water going to go? It's going to go into your neighbor's property, right? Well, in terms of local government, it kind of works the same way. You know, you do something here that pushes, you know, a group out or certain things out, well, they're going to flow into the communities around you, right? And so when you see communities that do that, instead of dealing with the problem at the forefront, you know, and just shoving it off to another community, you're not solving the problem. You're just making the problem somebody else's problem. And I don't think that's sort of the spirit of cooperation that we should have in government.
Appreciate that. Anybody else have anything? All right. Now it's your turn. What would you like to ask us as a body, as a governing body? We'll each answer, you know, your question. But what would you like to know about us or ask us that you may not have, or you may have even individually asked, but now would like to ask the collective body?
Well, I certainly would like to know how you all view this process, because like I said at the start, you know, this is the first time I've gone through a process like this, you know, and you guys all obviously, you know, have choices, and I think that's always a good position to be in, you know, to have choices, right? I think it means you're doing something right and attracting people to your community. And so what did you like sort of about this process, and ultimately, do you see it as having been beneficial to you?
Commissioner Petro, you're on the spot.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I really like the process because it's very smooth and it gives us options, like you said. Also, this process gives us to view each candidate from a different angle and different spot. For example, one-on-one, publicly, then mingling and meet and greet sessions. Talking to the staff, asking them what they think about each candidate.
Okay.
And basically, talking to you individually is very beneficial, and amounts of questions that generate decision process making much easier.
Good.
So I do really appreciate your willingness to be here, and thank you.
Vice Mayor.
Process is okay. Doug gives homework, so he better research some other areas on no homework involved. I mean, it is a great process. We've used Doug quite a bit, and getting the little one-on-one time, especially the day before we have to go through the formal interviews, sort of opens up the door to where you can just have a conversation, be it work-related, you know, your profession-related, and just to be able to just converse rather than having all this stickiness up here and, you know, question number 52 and question number 73 and following those guidelines. But that's proper as well.
Yeah.
So in general, the process is awesome. Getting to know all of y'all ahead of time is even better, and then going through this process, and then after we get done with all y'all's interviews, then we have to deliberate between ourselves on where are we really leaning towards, and that's all part of the process, so it gets us moving, and I appreciate it, except for homework.
Well, for me, I mean, I found this really a great exercise. Allowing you all to do a bit of presentation work, to meet with us individually, allowed each of you to really highlight what made you a little unique. It was great to see the comparisons, what the strengths and weaknesses are individually and against each other, which I thought was kind of cool. And the questions were good because while there was a ton of them, we kind of honed them down to those questions the majority of us felt were worthy of asking. And then, you know, we each, you know, did our own little rankings, which sort of highlight some things. Then the ability to ask kind of offline questions and talk about the things that we know as a city we have specific needs for, and hearing how you reacted to that. So, you know, I really found the process good. I wasn't quite sure before we started to get all of Doug's information how this was going to flow, and I thought, geez, you know, like, are we just here, you know, 5 elected people who, you know, who knows how much we know or don't know, and here we are, we're going to fly by the seat of our pants to pull this together. And so, Doug, kudos to you for a structured program that actually made us look like pretty intelligent, I thought, collectively, not just us, but our candidates as well, so appreciate it.
Good.
You might go too far, manager.
Just shut them down right there.
Right.
I have nothing more to say then.
Maybe lipstick on a pig, Doug. That's what you managed to do. But, anyway, great process for me. I've gone through lots of hiring processes on both sides, seeking and, you know, selecting. And what I have really valued about working with Doug specifically in SGR, secondarily, is that they really put in place a process that sort of replicates doing a 360. I mean, you know, we sort of see you on paper, and then we sort of see what colleagues and others might be saying about you, and then we have a chance to do the one-on-one, and then we have the chance to do this kind of structured interview. And I think the output of all of that is it really helps give us a sense of how candidates roll and strengths and weaknesses and fit. And that kind of thing, which is very, very hard to achieve in any interview process. So I really have to give kudos to Doug and SGR because they really, the decision is not easy, but they do help us make a good decision. And I think there's only 2 of us that worked with Doug and SGR to find our city manager. Yeah, and I don't think I need to say any more about the output of that process. I mean, we truly
We're still
made.
getting feedback on that.
On that, jury's still out there.
Jury's still out.
Yeah, but yes, and also thank you for subjecting yourself to this. I come out of private industry and having to do these kinds of things in public and having to review charter officers in public, really difficult to do, but the structure helps.
Yes.
And Commissioner Duval.
Wow. Yeah, this process has been new to me. I think the process was fair. I think it was thorough. I appreciated in the beginning, in the beginning, there weren't 3 of you.
Right.
There were more. But I appreciated the opportunity to have the resumes, the videos, the question, and then to be able to get to develop my own little system of how I rated things, and then to be able to put that together with my fellow commissioners and kind of answer my questions about, was I doing it right? Sometimes, Barbara and I, we come from way different. We were talking about our composites, and we're this far out, but we have come together on one thing after another through this process. And then the opportunity, to get to meet you all. I have to admit, yesterday was a little bit hairy for me. I don't know where I came in the process, but it seemed like when I was just getting comfortable and getting into the meat of the knock. I think I got shorted on a few minutes more than once. But then, to be able to come back to it, a lot of these questions, I really do compliment you for being able to listen to that question. It was like a 4-part question. And remember it. When you get to be my age, you won't remember past the first 2 words.
Well, there are days. There are days.
But it's been a very good process.
Good.
And I do thank Doug and his company for the way it was put together. My one final, I have to do this. I was on vacation this month. What happened to that? Thank you. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
City Clerk, any public comments?
There's none.
There is none. And Ms. Gina, we will thank you very much.
All right. Thank you all very much, and I do look forward to your decision. I know it's a tough one. Okay.
Thank you. Well, do we want to take a quick 10-minute health break, and then let's come back and have our discussion and possible action regarding city attorney candidates and selection?
Hello everyone, my name is Mario Venditti. I am the planner scheduler for the City of Northport Solid Waste. I got into this position, first I was a recycle driver for 5 years for the City of Northport, and then I became the planner scheduler after taking an interest in educating the residents on how to recycle properly. In my position, my day-to-day, usually I start out by visiting the new residents that schedule garbage and recycle containers to be delivered, and I will go see them and educate them on our solid waste guidelines. More or less, I'm more focused on the recycle part of it. After that, I will drive around the city and I actually inspect recycle containers manually for contamination. And then I will take calls from drivers if there's any issues with repeat garbage in the recycle, and I will go educate those people as well. What I love most about the city of Northport is their residents are from all over the world, and I get to learn about the solid waste guidelines, where they come from, as well as educate them on the city of Northport solid waste guidelines and how to recycle properly.
I decided to become a firefighter. I used to work in hospitality and group sales, and I had always had friends that were firefighters, and I decided one day that I wanted to change my job and serve people, so I went ahead and went through an EMT and paramedic program, went to fire academy, and then I saw Northport were hiring, and I really liked what they had on there between their ISO rating and their beliefs and values and everything, so I applied. They gave me an opportunity. Every day is different, but for the most part, we start off the same. We'll get our gear onto the apparatus and make sure everything's operational, like our air pack. And then we also check the inventory, make sure we have all our medical equipment, everything's operational. That way we could respond to any emergency, so we're always stocked and ready to go. I think the best part is that everyone's passionate about their job, so they come to work and they're ready to train and take care of each other and teach each other, so everyone's sharp and on their A game. So it makes the job fun, and I just look forward to coming to work. Yeah.
I'm Stacey Alosio. I'm the Emergency Management Coordinator for the City of Northport, and I'm going to tell you the difference between flood zones and evacuation zones. Or in Sarasota County, we call them evacuation levels. So flood zones were generated by FEMA, and they're used to determine the likelihood that you will flood, and they're used to determine if you need flood insurance, if you have a mortgage on your home. Now, the evacuation zones are based on storm surge data that comes from the National Hurricane Center, and they use topography as well as hurricane vulnerability for storm surge for the area. And we use those to determine who needs to evacuate during a storm. So it's important to understand that there is a difference. If you're interested in finding out what evacuation zone you are in, which we highly recommend you do, you can use your search engine of choice and type in Sarasota County Know Your Level, and that'll take you to the Sarasota County government website.
Frank Lama, Solid Waste Manager, City of Northport. Here today with Mario Venditti, Planner Scheduler for the City of Northport, Solid Waste Division. We're going to talk about bulk pickups today, how to schedule bulk pickups, what should go out and what should not go out to the curb, where to place the items, and then what happens if you have more than what's allotted for you for the year for a bulk pickup. So Mario, I know we call 941-240-8050, talk to our customer service reps.
That's correct.
About how to schedule a bulk pickup. How else can we do that?
You can also go on our website, northportfl.gov, click on solid waste, and fill out a bulk request form.
Excellent, excellent. So Mario, what about if a person wants to place it out, what should they place out? What's the right thing? What's the wrong thing?
Basically, Frank, anything that doesn't fit in the container that's garbage is going to go curbside. We're going to stay off driveways. What's not accepted is tires, chemicals, stuff like that. You can put yard waste out. That's considered bulk. But just make sure it's separate from the garbage pile. Yard waste is a separate pickup.
So what happens if I use all my bulk pickups already?
Good question. So you can have more, but you just have to pay. It's going to be $16.50 a cubic yard, and that's length times width times height divided by 27 is 1 cubic yard.
Any questions? Of course, let us know. Give us a call, 941-240-8050.
Water in a swale, that's kind of the ditch by your house, is not flooding. After a storm event, water should be in that swale up to 72 hours after the storm. That allows the water to be filtered, to get the stuff that came off our roofs and off the road out of the water so that when it reaches the habitat, it no longer has those contaminants in it. It also provides an opportunity to slow down water so that the water doesn't go so fast that it erodes the roadways or any other infrastructure. So when you see water in a swale, if it's only been, up to 72 hours since the last rain, that is not flooding, that is doing its job.
I'm Stacy Losio. I'm the emergency manager for the city of Northport, and today we're going to discuss storm surge and flooding and how both of those affect Northport during a hurricane. So storm surge is when strong, sustained winds are constantly blowing over a long period of time over the Gulf and pushing water up onto shore. So when that happens, there is a lot of flooding and beach erosion along the beaches and the homes inland. However, the storm surge can also push water up the river. So it could push storm surge up the Myakka River, for instance, from the Gulf, and then the water coming downstream from the river has nowhere to go. So that can cause water to back up along the rivers and cause flooding. That, along with a lot of rain that comes from these hurricanes, can also cause an increase of water flooding into the rivers and into our water management systems, causing flooding as well. Public Works does a lot of work before the storm to make sure that our water levels are as low as possible so we can handle additional storm surge and flooding in our water systems. If you want additional information about that, we have a great video about our water control structures, and you can visit the Public Works website.
TRX as a full class, TRX Bootcamp, is a new class for me, although I've been using TRX for many years with personal training that I do or in other style classes that I've done. But an actual focus with just TRX, this is a new class for me. I love the camaraderie, I have to say, with all the participants. I think we have a lot of fun. First of all, everyone gets to use the bands, the TRX bands, of course. And being that we have 5 stations, so when we have overflow or more than 5 people, part of the people are on the band, the other people are doing floor work, and then we'll switch. So everybody gets an opportunity to be in all stations. Just come in, have fun with it, make it your own. It's not scary, it doesn't have to be intimidating at all. You're using your body weight, you're using the angles that you choose to use on the bands, and it just varies with how you're comfortable and how you're feeling when you're here.
Hello everyone, my name is Devon Poulis. I'm the aquatics manager within our Parks and Recreation Department. We're here today at the Northport Aquatic Center just to talk to everyone about our Float for Life program. We recognize that nationally, unintentional drowning is the leading cause of death for children that are under the age of 4. So we have an awesome program here called Float for Life. Float for Life is a program that we teach that starts with the fundamentals of floating before we actually learn swimming. This program is targeted for those children at ages 6 months to 4, and what we want them to do is we want them to get comfortable in the water, and if they accidentally fall in the water or find themselves in a trouble situation, they can roll over their back and float. When we launched this program, we were the only one in the state that was actually teaching this milestone program. So I want to give a shout out to our Northport Rotary as well, who sponsored this program here at the Aquatic Center and actually paid for a trainer to come in all the way from Nebraska, where this program originates there. We practice and we go through what's called milestones here. So as soon as the kids progress through the milestones, we can continue moving on through them. And at the end of it, it's a pretty awesome program when they graduate. It's one of the final things that they do is they jump in fully clothed, and they have to turn over, roll over on their back, and actually be able to scream for help at that point in time. It's just an awesome segment program that leads right into our Learn to Swim program, so that way we can make sure we're keeping our kids safe in, on, and around the water.
Oh my gosh, this is gonna be great!
So I always get very excited when anybody asks me about my job and where I work and what I do. It's not a secret that I love working for the city of Northport. I worked for Charlotte County, and I felt that I needed to do something different, and I wanted something more, and I wanted
This is all us. Michael? This is all us. Anyway, we're back in session. And Doug, I'm going to ask you to sort of tee up this next conversation for us. This is 25-2651, which is discussion of possible action regarding city attorney candidates and selection. So if you kind of lay the groundwork and set the stage for this.
Be more than glad to, Mayor. Thank you so much. And first and foremost, thank you for the kind comments. Sitting in the back about when you were asked about the process, you know, it's kind of like I'm going through the evaluation myself as well, so I appreciate that. We know we give you a lot of material to go through. As many of you mentioned, our approach is to really provide kind of the 360 analysis to get to see these candidates in different formats and backgrounds and reactions from people that have worked with them, and see them with staff feedback and feedback with one-on-ones. In addition to, you had the added insights of the IOP survey, since you've all been through that process, and kind of see what that looks like as well. So hopefully at this stage you've got a pretty good feel for what these candidates look like, and that's our intent. Our goal is to help you make sure that you've got a full sense of understanding of each of them. So thank you again for those comments. This is obviously an important decision. Well, they're all important decisions as elected officials, but this is one of 3 of your charter positions, your clerk, your manager, and your city attorney. And so what we often do at this stage of the game is to have a chance, because you've all seen these candidates in different fashions and formats and seen their material submitted as well as their interviews and one-on-ones and others in today's session as well. What we often encourage you to do is to simply first have a dialogue and maybe talk about each of the candidates, about what you either thought was strong or concerns or any of those items, so that you get a chance to hear each other, because this is a mutual decision of the 5 of you, and you don't get a chance to do that. Unfortunately, Commissioner Langland, to your point, it's challenging to do this in public, but it's the process we have to do here in Florida. But just as I've indicated to you, as your staff and other members have met with these candidates as well, what some people view as a strength, another person views as a weakness, and you just kind of have to sort that all out. And so what I often encourage you to do is to maybe just take each of the candidates as either as you saw them today, or start with one candidate and work our way through it, just have a conversation amongst yourselves. I'll be glad to help facilitate that discussion to the extent that I can, and add any insights or perspectives that I might be able to bring if there's something that I think might have been missed or concerning to you that might be helpful in this effort. But this is truly, as they say in the business, is where the sausage gets made. It's through the dialogue and the discussion about where individually you are, and then collectively where you are as a group. So, Mayor, I don't know if that helps you, but that's what I would encourage you to do, is maybe just have a facilitated conversation about your candidates, and we can see if there's some consensus or direction, and we can take things from there.
Appreciate it. Who wants to start us off?
You want to start with a particular candidate, perhaps? You just want to pick a candidate first, or how do you want to proceed?
Yeah, you want to go around candidate by candidate?
I don't care. It doesn't bother me.
Yeah, or, each commissioner can voice their pros and cons for each, and, take some time to talk, then we'll play off each other. Commissioner Duval, why don't you, or Commissioner Petro, why don't you start?
Well, at least you didn't get called McDowell. That happens down there.
Almost slipped out.
To your point, and Mayor, only because I don't know if you heard Commissioner Duval ask, I don't know where you are in your process, if you need to take public comment or not before you have your deliberations, or if you want to have your deliberations and then take public comment, I'll defer to whatever your processes are here in that regard.
I don't know, we could discuss first.
It's this
Yeah,
question.
as long as you do public comment before you make any
Yeah,
motion.
before we make any motions.
Okay.
Yeah. All right.
So what's the process, Mayor?
You can walk us through your thought processes, what you think about each of them, and the pros and cons, and give us a feel for where you're at. We'll kind of each do that, then we'll, go back again through whatever we got to do. We'll kind of like wing this one.
Yeah, I typically try not to get to a point where you just throw an emotion out and then all of a sudden things are kind of ahead of it. This is an opportunity for you to chat as a group, so I think that's a fair conversation about all your candidates, and you can highlight whatever thoughts and opinions you might have from there.
Well, thank you, Doug, for bringing us to speed and facilitating this process. It's really nice. I just want to say that all of the candidates, and we have 3, have all of each of them has strengths and weaknesses, and each of them has that they can bring to the table that is good. But if I could mold all of them in one, that would be the ideal process for me. I think all of them have good experiences. The one that is a good fit is, in my opinion, and I'll rank them in my evaluation process, if you will. Michael would be the number 1, Regina would be number 2, John would be number 3. I can talk about why. All of them have good experience as far as the governmental law, but the leadership and style and compatibility with the peers or subordinates is important to me. So I think the expertise of each candidate, as we saw, has a different level, and Michael brings a wealth of knowledge to the city. He's more balanced in his approach. He has very good work ethics. He has good work diligence, if you will. He said, I think it was, I don't remember if it was one-on-one or here. He said, I don't stop until I finish the project. So it was good. He wants to do as much as possible in-house. So that's a value for me. We don't want to outsource everything or whatever is not is easy. Sometimes we try to outsource, but he's willing to do it in-house, and that's very important to me. The contracts aspect is really vital to me. He has a good experience in contracts and looking into best deals. Being a litigator to some extent, he has a lot of leverage that he can bring to the table as far as negotiating with developers and lawsuits or whatnot. So that's a good fit for, in my opinion, for me. Talking about the second best, Regina. Very good and wealth of information and knowledge in her area of expertise. If it was number one, I would pick her. Some legal stuff that might be personal stuff that might be not beneficial, that might be preventing me from putting her as number one. And to John, he's a one of a kind. He'll be the best as a high-profile lawyer or celebrity lawyer. He's really good.
Celebrity lawyer, I like that.
He's really good. Unfortunately, he would not be the best fit, in my opinion, to the city addition to the law department as a city attorney. And again, this is just my personal take. If we had more options, then we could rate them differently maybe. But at this time, I wish whoever gets selected, who is not get selected, I wish them the best because they're really potential and very knowledgeable people. So not that we discount them, but I wish them the best and they might find an even better job because it's going to be a better fit for them. Not necessarily that they're bad candidates, it's just whatever is best for the city. That's my take.
Vice Mayor.
To Commissioner's comment as well, and I debrief with all the attorneys or all the candidates afterwards, and I always say this as well. At the end of the day, we generally have very strong candidates, but at the end it becomes a function of fit and finish and culture and all those other efforts, and say there's always a candidate for a given city or given location, and sometimes it isn't all at the same place. So I think that's what you're getting at. Fully understand and appreciate that. Yeah, definitely.
Vice Mayor.
Yeah, I'm in shock right now because I agree 100% with Demetrius over here. Just saying.
Here's a red flag.
But the main thing about, and it all came down to the interviews. I really enjoyed talking with them yesterday, but today brought out a lot more. I mean, I believe that Michael and Regina were two top characters that could be great fits here. But what took me over the edge with Michael was, and I did have a little chat with staff earlier, was about the aspect of being able to do a lot of things in-house. And as long as we had the proper staffing in place, then that would open up doors to where instead of some of our attorneys are sitting there doing mundane things, which is part of the job anyways, could be involved in more challenging aspects, get them motivated even more to be at work instead of saying, oh, I gotta go into work and do this. No, I'm challenged because I'm working on X. I think it's more beneficial to the staff in that department to be able to use all of their skills and not just some of them, and be able to allow them to grow and possibly move on or move up. That's totally up to them. I want those opportunities there. And when he came down to, you know, how does he create the department and this, that, and the other, he does take the input from staff. He works side by side with staff. And it's easier to work with than to work against. And I wouldn't want to put anybody in that department that's, you do it my way or it's the highway. We already have one of those, but I'm just kidding. Different department. Just teasing.
Just an talking on a hypothetical basis, right? Is that what you're saying, right?
Yeah. But no, I really appreciated all three of them, but it, like he had said, I just don't think that John was a proper fit for us, but the other two could be. So, and like I said, I did Michael, Regina, and then John in that order. So that's what I have, sir. It's as far as I'm going.
There you go. Commissioner Langdon.
Thank you, Mayor. First, I want to say I love the process because it allows us to see each candidate in a very different way. And I have got to hand it to Regina. She came here today and crushed it. I was just so impressed with her presentation and with her communication skills and how almost every question she answered, she displayed a very high degree of emotional intelligence, you know, good insight into her strengths and weaknesses and her ability to work with others and their strengths and weaknesses. I really, she came here today ready to fight, and she did a great job. But what I've had to do to kind of figure this stuff out is what's really the primary challenge of the city. And I think we all kind of agreed growth and sort of managing developers and that development process and getting jobs here. And when I looked at the three candidates, I thought that both Michael and John displayed good knowledge in that area, land use law, which we know we need. But what I liked about Michael was that he's a real street fighter. And coming from the hood, Jamaica Plain, Boston, Massachusetts, you know, we got each other. And I really think we need that. He's scrappy, and yet his experience is primarily litigation, but what is he doing in court? It's a contract fight every time. You know, he's in civil court. And so I've been unhappy with some of our contracts. We discussed a recent one here today, and I would expect Michael could look at a contract and see the holes, boom, 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 where the exposures are. The other thing I like about Michael is I believe, based on my interactions with him, that he would also be a very effective negotiator, because part of his role is to keep his client out of court. So what does that require? It really requires the ability to get two opposing people together in the room and try to work out a solution. So when I think about P3s and when I think about negotiating with a developer, I just really see Michael as having those skills. And one of the things he said to me, he said oftentimes the first time he comes in the room, he's boom. And then they make a meeting, follow-up meeting, and then he comes back as the good cop. And that sort of strikes me as very consistent with the styles of a lot of developers. So I just really think that at a rolling in the mud, street level, Michael is the best complement to our current staff. I think he brings good land use and development knowledge and that kind of thing. Management, John has a lot. I was really impressed with his resume. It's more the people skills and listening. And I know our mayor tried to poke on what's a softer side of that candidate, and it didn't come out. So that's a concern for me, because you have to be able to be tough in some situations and then really be soft in other situations, and the intelligence to sort of figure that out. Michael has some experience, maybe not enough, but I think he displayed the interpersonal skills that it would take to develop more in that area. Regina, because she moved around so much, had very interesting perspective on what's going on in a lot of communities. But coming here is sort of a permanent place and developing those long-term relationships and establishing collaborative relationships and that kind of thing. And I think that would be a real stretch for her. I think personally she has it. Communication skills, again, I already talked about Regina. I was disappointed in Michael. I think the ability to articulate verbally and in terms of his presentation, way too much on his slides. But again, that's a skill that can be taught. A lot of the other things you really can't, that he has, you can't teach. So I don't see that as a showstopper. And then style, culture, I think Regina really has that aspect. Michael would be second, John would be third. So when I kind of munge it all together, there's a lot of consistency here. My first candidate would be Michael, second would be Regina, third would be John. So I'll keep quiet now.
Okay. Commissioner Duval.
First of all, I want to talk about the process. We started with 8 candidates, and through the process that was presented to us, we all pretty much came to a consensus of the final 3 candidates. And I know we lost a couple along the way, but we definitely eliminated the ones that we were not interested in. And then, just to show you how well the process worked, when the questions that we asked, all 3 were put in order, I kept track of each question, and I put down a number, 1 to 5, 5 being, the top score, 1 being the lowest, for each of the questions for each candidate. And not all of the 3 candidates had the same number of questions. One had 11, one had 14, and one had 15. But when I totaled the scores that I gave to each of them and divided by the number of questions they came out, for one candidate I came up with a 3.9, for another one a 4, for the third one a 4. Okay, that told me that we had 3 of the best candidates. That told me that every one of them has their best parts and their bad parts. Well, I don't want to say bad parts. When it comes down to, it doesn't matter my 1, 2, my 3. We've already had 4. That's a pretty good consensus. And for me, because of that, keeping track of everything and then coming up with a 4.4 to 3.9, I'm like, well, that was worthless. No, it told me that the process worked. And it came down to some individual things, some individual answers. I made little comments, and based on a couple, some of those a couple of those comments, you don't need to hear what they are. I also came up with Michael as number one.
Saw your nuclear power engineering background come out in the way in which you approached the effort there. So, excellent. Thank you.
Well,
it doesn't matter what you say now, Phil.
It rarely does.
1 of 5, Phil, 1 of 5.
1 of 5. A really interesting process, kind of like legal house hunters. Here we go. Each candidate obviously had strengths and some weaknesses, but my perspective after yesterday's one-on-ones and after today's really varied. I was surprised. Taking them one by one. On the one hand, you got John, who has walked this process before. The similarities of Port St. Lucie with Northport are amazing. There are very few places you can make that kind of comparison. He's been through this process. He's lived through exactly what it is we are living through and we are challenged by. That is an enormous value, enormous. He's managed a city legal department. He has, he rings all those bells for me, and he did right along. He was my lead horse going into today, and yet, undeniably, as I said today, we're more than just a city government. We are a team. We are a family. We work together. Our strength is the synergies we bring. We're 1,000 people strong, and we're growing. We're challenged, and yet we all work together. And I think that that aspect of John, I found troublesome, making that fit. And normally, Phil would say, my other perspective outweighs that, but not in this case. Then I moved to Regina, who has kind of a unique experience because, as I said, she's worked for almost every municipality we know in and around Southwest, on either a contract basis or inside. She knows what's gone on in all these communities. She has those sets of relationships which would be very valuable. She reminded me of Amber, quite frankly, in a lot of respects.
That's a fair
her
statement.
Temperament, her philosophy of looking out for the city's interests and the public's interests, that excited me. I thought she killed it today with her presentation. She was the strongest of the three today, in my opinion. But knowing the significant challenges we have with our growth and economic development and financial challenges, I think that's a weaker side of her, and that's to be considered. Michael was the least impressive yesterday of my interviews. I liked him, real personable, but I felt like here's a litigator, here's a hammer, here's a guy who hasn't really managed a full department, and would he be the right guy? So I had him ranked a little different, but coming into today and watching him perform, and even though as Commissioner Langdon said, some of his answers to some of these questions he rang some other bells for me. I think he would be a good fit for this city. I think he would work well with everyone. And the fact that he is a litigator makes him a scrappy kind of guy. And something I think Commissioner Langdon mentioned about the fact that when you end up in court, in civil court on municipal kind of legal issues, you are dealing with land use, you are dealing with those contract issues, and for me, that's a big, important thing. I'm truly looking for somebody who can take a real strong position for our city, representing, since this person is a charter officer, representing the commission directly in the relationships with our development partners and making sure that the will of this commission and future commissions are followed by staff and worked in conjunction with our outside partners. I think that's an important thing, and I think it's been lacking over the years. I think staff has far outpaced commission in terms of its knowledge and understanding and its ability to move the city. And I think that little seesaw needs to be more balanced, and a strong city attorney who can ingratiate themselves into that process along with staff is going to be important. So when I shook it all out, I hate as I do to agree with my fellow commissioners all the time. I am a Michael, Regina, and John, which is the exact flip of where I was yesterday. But, I hope that points to the fact that once in a while I actually listen to you all. So we seem to be on pretty good footing. We seem to be all leaning in the right direction, which it tells me that none of us want to make a decision today, right? You want to go think on this for a week or 2 or 3 or 4 or 5? No.
Get public comment, I'm ready to make a motion.
Man. Any public comment?
No.
So, well then, with that, I guess anybody else would like to chime in before we open this
We
up to
already
a
did the
motion?
discussion.
Yeah, well, I'm just wondering if there was anyone who didn't say anything that might want to. I mean, no, everybody's
So
good?
if I can just jump in, I know we mentioned earlier, Heather had started to prepare some resolutions. Oftentimes, if I can offer this as a suggestion that you might want to consider, it looks like you've got consensus. First of all, that's great. I mean, you all kind of landed, and sometimes you go out of this process, you don't know where everybody's at, you have split votes and all that, but I thought you articulated each of the candidates' perspectives that came out through this process very well. As I looked through it, and obviously as you're leaning towards Michael, based on your conversations, and I went back to look at his material as you were making your comments about negotiating development agreements and litigating some of the outcomes of those issues. I know that's a big concern that's come up through various comments individually and collectively, both yesterday and today. I do think he does bring that to the table in the process for you. And, as the other comments that you articulated with all the other candidates, I think we're pretty much on track, and I would be in sync with your perceptions there. What we often suggest you do is that the next step, assuming that you're going to make a motion and make a direction as to which candidate you'd like to enter into negotiations with, I suggest you identify the candidate, and then as part of the discussion, either in that motion or a second motion, normally what we have you do is have a representative of the city commission be designated as kind of a person that can work for you and help and negotiate. Part of our services in working with you is we will help you negotiate that agreement if that's so desired, but most of our clients desire that. I work for you, not the candidate, but my goal is to bring the parties together, and obviously we negotiate hundreds of these agreements all over the country, so we can bring some perspective to both the city as well as the candidate, and be that kind of go-between to help resolve that. Normally what we try to do is negotiate the terms and conditions at a high level, salary, benefits, all the other things that come together, and then we normally turn it back over to your legal counsel, in this case internally. You've got, I know you got an existing agreement with Jerome because we were involved in negotiating Jerome's contract when he came on board. That may have gone through some adjustments, obviously, in the window, and certainly I suspect you had a similar type of agreement with Amber when she was your attorney. So we can use those and work through that process and help you through it. So normally what you do is have a motion as to who you would like to identify as your lead candidate. And then either as part of that motion or as a separate motion, we normally recommend you have an individual be represented. That way I can involve that person without having a meeting every time we're back and forth in negotiations. At the end of that day, once we've reached agreement on these terms on conditions, then normally we bring that back through your legal counsel to draft it into agreement. Once everybody's on the same page, the negotiating committee and the candidate, it comes back to you for formal consideration, and then all of you have a chance to react to that and chime in on that, and then at some point make a decision on yay or nay.
So in addition to our choice, you're looking for us to designate one of us?
Typically, we do that just for the convenience so that we don't have to convene a meeting for back and forth discussions. Yep.
Vice Mayor,
So-
you seem to be chomping at the bit to make a motion.
Well, we're burning up afternoon, that's all I'm saying. All right. I move to pursue contract negotiations with Michael Fuino as the next city attorney and designate Mayor Stokes as the point of contact for negotiations.
Second?
Anything to that, commissioners? Or move to a vote? Vote.
Vote.
Gotta do voice vote or hand vote or what we
Mr.
doing?
Petro?
I'm a yes.
I'm a yes.
I'm a yes.
And a yes.
It's unanimous, 5-0. There we go. We need anything else?
Yeah, we got more motions to make. No, they're here, right here.
I'll make the second one.
Okay.
I move to implement a 3-year contract for the city attorney position.
I'll second that.
Do it.
I'd like to discuss it a second real quick. The only thing, when we're looking at relocation and everything like that, it's uprooting and coming down here. I just thought that, I was leaning towards a 4-year contract, not a 3-year contract. I even thought about a 2-year contract just to see if the fit was good. But with relocation and everything involved, I'd hate to have them think about, well, I may lose my job in 3 years. 4 years gives them a little bit more comfortable and longevity. I mean, I don't disagree with the 3 and I'll vote for it, but I thought 4 would be a little bit better. Just my opinion.
I would just say I had a similar thought process. So when it came to starting date, I'm putting negotiable. It should be something that the mayor has a conversation with the candidate about. But I kind of went 2. I said, not quite enough. I sort of settled on 3 as being a sweet spot. But what do others think?
As far as the 3, I could have this wrong, but I think somewhere in my information, I thought that Mr. Fuino said that he would be available on September 1st. So I think if he gets, a running start like that, I think 3 years would be a proper trial.
And I got no issues with that. I just wanted to state my opinion.
You good? Yeah, I think I'm good with 3 too. I think that makes sense.
Obviously, I'm good with 3. And
Call for the vote.
So we call for a vote. Commissioner Petro?
Yes.
Yes.
I'm a yes.
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 It's unanimous, 5-0. Next motion.
Now we got another one.
Yeah.
Now, Doug, let me ask you a question on this. We haven't begun the negotiations. We haven't done this, that, and the other. How can we do an insertion date? It says after execution of the contract agreement.
Right.
So we have to agree on it and then get a starting date.
Sure. So typically, the way that would work, Vice Mayor, is that we would negotiate the process. As much feedback as we got to put together the initial terms and conditions, that's helpful to know. But it is a little bit of a dance back and forth. The candidate has indicated that, based on what we have advertised, that he felt that was an acceptable range. So we've got to work on a number there. We didn't talk about the term of being 3 years or whatever, but that's a fairly standard window, so I don't anticipate that a problem. He has indicated 30 days, at least in his questionnaire, 30 days after contract approval. He's currently employed, so no individual is going to resign until it's been fully approved at your end. And then at that point, he's indicated a 30-day window.
So
There's,
instead of inserting a date, can we
it
just
could be
put
to be
30
determined.
Well, 30 days after contract, or?
You could do that. I'm not worried about necessarily having that today. If it's a resolution that if you want to say that's your desire, I'm okay with that. But it is going to be subject to negotiation, clearly.
Well,
But
I understand that. That's why I didn't want, well, you know, Commissioner Duval said he's ready to go September 1st. I don't want to put September 1st because we haven't even talked about it yet.
That's Monday, right? That would be very quick.
So, I mean, but in reality, you know, if we could put to be determined, or we can put 30 days after the execution of the contract.
And maybe that's the best way to say, desired 30 days after execution of contract, but we can, you know, if that's a challenge or an issue, we'll bring it back to you in the formal.
Right, it's not written in stone, but approximately. I can even throw approximately 30 days after the execution. That's a little window here and there on both sides.
I certainly can work with that language with you, certainly. Yep.
Good with that?
I'm good with it.
All right, I'll make a motion. I move to begin a position term after or within around 30 days after the execution of the contract.
Second.
Let's vote. Commissioner Petro.
Yes.
Yes.
Here's a yes.
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 5-0. That passes unanimously. Moving on.
All right. I move to offer a starting salary, which is negotiable, between $190,000 and $220,000 annually.
Second for discussion. I would be more inclined to request that the mayor, as our representative in the negotiations, would work the specifics around that as long as the number falls within the range.
Well, that's what we advertised for. That's what I put it up for.
Yep.
It's within that range.
Yeah, but I want to put the mayor on the hook for bringing it home.
My pleasure.
So if
An
I could.
amendment?
Line amendment on that.
Okay, that's fine, yeah.
I would make an amendment to move to request the mayor negotiate the salary as long as it's within the range specified.
Second.
Let's vote on the amendment. Commissioner Petro?
Yes.
Yes.
No, I mean, yes.
Yes.
Sure thing.
Thought for a second, Mayor, you're going to be negotiating with yourself there, right?
Yes, and on the original motion. As amended, Commissioner Petro?
Yes.
Yes.
I'm a yes.
I'm a yes.
So be it, 5-0, unanimous. And what else we got?
I'm ready on the next motion.
You go right ahead on that one.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, Mayor of Vice. I move to request that our mayor negotiate a vehicle allowance to be determined on a monthly basis.
Second.
Any discussion there?
Yes, sir. Basically, you know, I'll come right to the point. I don't believe in vehicle allowance. As a private citizen, a number of years ago, I stood down there, and when at the time, our city clerk, Helen, had retired, and her assistant, Patsy, was taking over. The contract was being redone, and they were offering a car allowance. And I stood there and I questioned, where does the city clerk do her work? Where does the city clerk, you know, put that work? It's an in-house job. That was the answer, okay? And I said, there's no need to put that extra tax on our citizens. It makes us look like we're giving perks. We offer a decent salary, and I highly doubt that any candidate is gonna turn down this job if we don't offer a monthly car salary, a monthly car allowance. As a result of what I said at that meeting, the city commission at that time took away the city clerk's car allowance. And then when Ms. Patsy, who I respected a lot, when she left the position, we hired our current city clerk. And someone put back in that car allowance. And again, I was here and I spoke against it. And now the city clerk says I stole her car. That's just a running deal between us. But I still feel the same way. I think, when Amber left us, I thought this is an opportunity for us to show the citizens, that we're looking out for their benefit. And I just will not vote for a car allowance at all.
I would like to comment.
Sure.
It's been my observation from Miss Amber in particular that she was always amenable to going outside of the city of Northport to do trainings, professional meetings. We've talked quite a bit today about our desire to have the city attorney more directly involved in developer agreement negotiations, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. That could very well take that person outside the city limits. Now, the motion is structured to say travel outside of Charlotte, Sarasota, Manatee, and DeSoto counties. I think that's excessive. So I really don't want to handcuff the mayor and his negotiations. I think we need to balance optics to the community, to what is fair and reasonable to our employees. And it may be that a monthly per diem is determined not to be appropriate, that maybe it's sort of a mileage. I think for all of us is once we get outside the city, we get mileage. I would like to leave that open to negotiation and ask the mayor to drive that conversation and bring it back in terms of the contract.
Interestingly enough, I think this is a good reason. I also have wrestled with the same concerns that Commissioner Duval does with regard to a car allowance. Most of our businesses within the city, yet I appreciate there are trainings, there are classes, there's networking things, there are meetings that are going to take place God knows where and for what reasons. And for all of that, we as commissioners, submit an expense report and we get a mileage allowance. And, I see that as reasonable. Personally, this is a healthy salary. And it is richly deserved, no doubt. Being the city attorney for a city doing 300+ million in revenue and 100,000 people, this is not an out-of-line salary. It may seem excessive for a lot of people who don't make anywhere near that, but it's a reasonable salary, but it's a healthy salary. And, a car allowance is just another piece of a salary, and it is well in excess. And yeah, there are, wear and tear on your automobile, no doubt, and there's the cost of gasoline and all that. But the car allowance allowed by law covers that. Let's face it, it does. And, so I'm sort of inclined to negotiate the salary with the caveat that if you're traveling outside the city, there's a mileage allowance for it. Use your own vehicle. We do not live in this crazy boat. We have to accept that while this is a drop in the bucket for the overall budget, it does send a message to the citizens that we're just going to be as frugal as we can with every dollar of their money. So I'm okay with that. I think, you know, I don't think that should be a problem, and I think any candidate for a position such as a charter officer who is gonna quibble or have an issue over that, then, and not wanna take a position because they don't get a car allowance as opposed to a mileage allowance, like, they are not the right fit for our city, so, you know, I'm good with it, I don't think it hamstrings me, and, you know, I agree with Commissioner Duval, I think, you know, we're headed into a future of austerity, and I think while this is like I say, a drop in the bucket, it's well worth, you know, it's well worth doing. Let's make this change. Let's tighten our belts. I don't see any reason to save a few bucks, you know?
So go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead, Vice Mayor.
You sure put a lot of faith in this man in the negotiation process. I mean, that's sort of
He
scary.
did a lot of that in
Scary.
his
But no,
past.
I absolutely agree to where without the car allowance, mileage,
Mileage
it's
is
just
appropriate.
like us. We don't have a car allowance.
Like us.
Right.
You know, so that's where I'm at.
Well, that's what I said, right? To
Well, to be
negotiate one or the
determined.
other.
Yeah.
Yeah, and to
To
have,
be determined through negotiation, but lean towards mileage, or else we
let
gotta
me
give,
restate the motion.
unless we gotta give Heather a car, just to be fair.
You can withdraw your motion.
It was a good motion.
Almost.
It was
Almost.
to negotiate a monthly vehicle allowance.
Or travel. Did I say per diem? I might have said per diem by mistake.
You just didn't include the per diem portion of.
I meant the travel part. Well, let me restate it because it was my intention. I move to request the mayor to negotiate either a vehicle, well, I think we all agree, to negotiate travel expenses when the city attorney travels outside of the city of Northport. So I changed it a little bit.
No, but isn't that pretty standard?
Yeah, and
I
isn't
mean, we get mileage, you get per diem, so it would be.
Yeah, but you need to clarify it with the candidate, and I think it's just part of the discussion.
No
when you're
car, you just fall
discussing
under the city
salary.
rules.
Yeah,
Can you do that, Mayor?
I can do
I think he can do it.
Vice Mayor, I'll work with you, Mayor. We got you covered.
We'll figure it out. Do you have any other motion?
That's a heavy lift.
I appreciate the comment.
You need a second
Taking
and a
a
vote,
lot of
right?
cheap shots
Well,
today,
yeah,
Pete, not
it's
keeping
tough, Mayor.
track.
I can see that right now. It's what you get on a Friday afternoon, right?
You got a deal.
And Vice Mayor, we're burning up the afternoon, to your point, so let's get moving. I think we need a second. Do we have a second?
Did we have a second?
You seconded.
I seconded it, I thought I seconded it.
Okay.
Then I call a vote.
I'll vote.
Commissioner Petrol.
What are you waiting on?
Mileage reimbursement doesn't have to be negotiated.
Right.
Well, that's just telling him.
It just,
That's
it
what we're
needs to
going to
be
do.
part of the contract.
Part of the direction, that's all.
Yeah.
Because I'm against car allowance.
Right.
Correct, that's
Yeah.
the way we're going.
Yes, sir.
You said yes, I said yes.
The mayor says yes.
I'm a yes.
Yes.
We're unanimous, 5-0. Do we have any other motions on this?
Yeah.
We do.
I move to direct the city manager write a letter from the commission giving honor and gratitude to each of the applicants.
Second.
Dimitri? Oh, go ahead, Phil. Tell him.
Anything to that, city manager? I knew there was gonna be something to this.
Really there.
Refer you.
What's that?
You want me to write a letter to the applicants?
That's what the motion
We
says,
just copied
sir.
all the motions from the
Is
city
that all the
managers.
applicants or just the final three?
Final.
All 537.
If I can suggest, we've released everyone other than the three you've got.
These, so
What
three.
many organizations do is there's a letter from the commission thanking them for going through the process. You can all sign them, or you can have the mayor sign on behalf of the commission. That is something that is often done by a number of our governmental bodies. It's,
So would-
I would say in the fact that because the manager doesn't report to this
Right.
person, it's a charter position, it should come from the mayor and or the
I was,
commission.
be
I was
happy to
gonna
write
say
it.
that the mayor may be with an assist from city clerk.
I'd be happy to write it. I'll be happy to write it.
Geez, I don't know. I like giving the city manager work. The city clerk's very busy.
To direct the mayor.
You wanna make that?
I'll make it. Oh, but did we have a motion?
Yeah, we did.
Okay, so I need to do an amendment?
This is what the motion's currently reading right now.
Thank you for that.
For the mayor to write a letter from the commission giving honor and gratitude to each of the final candidates.
Oh, good. You use mayor, not city manager.
Yes, mayor.
Then that's the motion.
Okay.
And
Your
it's been
clerk's on the,
seconded.
she's on the
We
ball
can
right
live
there,
with
right?
that, right?
Let's vote.
Let's vote. Mr. Petro?
Yes.
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 We're unanimous, 5-0.
Any public comment?
Any general public comment? There is none. With that,
2:15.
it is 2:15, and if there's nothing more, I'm gonna adjourn this meeting. Thank you much, everybody. Great job.
Congratulations, folks.